Ms. Prine, do we not have a
Good morning,
quorum?
Mayor. No, we don't have a quorum quite yet. We need one more person.
We're still one short.
Yes, sir.
It's 9 o'clock already, though. There we go. Ms. Prine, can we begin, please?
Yes, sir. Good morning. This is a meeting of the El Paso City Council for Tuesday, January 31st, 2023. Present and presiding inside council chambers is Mayor Leeser, along with Representative Kennedy, Mayor Pro Tem Anello, Representative Molinar, Representative Canales. Representative Rivera is running a few minutes late this morning. It is 9:02 a.m. And now will everyone please silence their electronic devices so as not to disturb the meeting and rise for the invocation delivered by El Paso Police Chaplain and Sun Valley Baptist Pastor Dennis Kaufman.
The men and women here that are conducting this meeting, that you would give them wisdom and guidance. Father, let all that they say and do be according to your will and your word. And Father, we thank you that they have taken this time to come together to discuss the business of El Paso. We thank you for the blessings you've given this great city. And I just pray that you would give them now understanding and wisdom as they conduct this meeting, that they will do it according to your word and your will, that they would do what is best for our city. And we thank you for loving us, and we thank you for Jesus Christ. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Ms. Jerome, can you lead us, please? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone. And it's hard to believe that February is upon us. It seemed like we were just talking about the end of 2022. And I think we really need to think of the possibilities of the things we can do and the things we were elected to do. And we were trusted by the voters of our city. And really look at life as a whole. And I think it's important because I know that, and I talk about it, but we've all learned a lesson in life, that life is too short. And, I think we just need to have a moment of silence, a moment of prayer, and kind of think about our future, the future of our city, and the future of the people that really trusted us to always make the right decision for the right reason. Thank you. Thank you. May God bless El Paso, and may God bless America.
Thank you,
Ms. Fry?
Mayor. For the record, Representatives Hernandez, Salcido, and Rivera are also present. That brings us to the Mayor's proclamation, and also Representative Fierro is also present in chambers. That brings us to the Mayor's proclamations. The first proclamation is Black History Month in the city of El Paso.
Thank you. Proclamation in the City of El Paso, Texas. Whereas Black History Month was established to celebrate and recognize the achievements, contributions, and sacrifices of African Americans throughout U.S. history. And whereas the County of El Paso is home to over 23,000 African Americans currently and throughout history, many have played significant roles in the country's economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development while working tirelessly to maintain and promote their culture and history. And whereas, in honor of Black History Month, El Paso Community College Diversity and Inclusion Programs will hold activities under the national theme of Black Resistance to include on February 15th a Black History Month panel discussion and 2 jazz concerts to feature Gilbert Del Bosque, Ruben Gutierrez, and Billy Towns on February 23rd and on February 24th. And whereas it remains to be our responsibility as citizens to address the inequalities and injustices that still linger, and we must secure our birthright freedoms for all. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso that the month of February shall be known as Black History Month in the City of El Paso. Signed by the Honorable Mayor Oscar Leeser.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hello, my friends. Good to see you.
Good morning, Mayor Leeser and the Honorable City Representatives. Thank you once again for having us today and providing us with this resolution. My name is Andrew Pena. I'm the Executive Director for Human Resources at the El Paso Community College. Diversity and inclusion is important, whether it be local, personal, state, or national, and it should be the forefront of everything that we do. EPCC continues that effort in our programs. This year's Black History Month national theme is Black Resistance. With me here today is one of our committee members, Mr. Curtis Smith, and he will tell you about all the upcoming virtual and in-person events for our 2022 Black History Month. And this is our personal invitation to you all and the community to join us. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, District Representatives,
Good morning, sir.
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. So we will have a couple of, we'll have a panel discussion. Like you said, we will have jazz musicians on the various campuses here in El Paso, and we invite each and every one of you to come out and check out our festivities. I think you'll have a good time. One is in, both of them are, one is in the morning and one is in the afternoon at 7:30. So February 24th is the 11 a.m. on Trans Mountain Cafe, and then the other one is February 23rd at 7:30. So we invite you all to come out and if you have time to see some of our festivities. So thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next proclamation is El Paso Media Fest Weekend.
Thank you. Proclamation, City of El Paso, Texas. Whereas the City of El Paso joins El Paso Media Fest to honor, educate, and bring awareness of thriving film industry in El Paso, Texas. And whereas El Paso Media Fest, created by Chris Hannon and Daniel Valdez, is dedicated to enrich El Paso community through the international exposure of culture and film. The 3-day event is filled with film screening, network events, celebrity guests, education, panels, local food, and more, showcasing El Paso's best to the world. And whereas participating filmmaker and community members are given the opportunity to network with local talent and filmmaking pros, learning from the industry members, and develop themselves further in the world's film. And whereas the El Paso Media Fest, a film event falling on 3rd through the 5th of February, addresses the needs of international exposure of the local filmmakers to the immense variety of styles, techniques, and storytelling methods being used all around the world. It also allows international filmmakers to be exposed to the culture of El Paso and recognize El Paso as the wonderful city full of opportunity and culture that it is. Whereas the City of El Paso, Texas is welcoming, creative, and inclusive community where we thrive to deepen our understanding to practice in filmmaking for all striving filmmakers in our city. And whereas the City of El Paso proudly recognizes the achievements of Chris Hannon and Daniel Valdez, the establishment of El Paso Media Fest and the wonderful influence of the event has had on the community of El Paso. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and the Council of the City of El Paso that Friday, February the 3rd through Sunday, February the 5th, shall be known as El Paso Media Fest Weekend. Signed by the Honorable Mayor Oscar Leeser.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oscar Leeser, Representative Saucedo, and the rest of the council. My name is Daniel Valdez. I'm a co-founder and co-director of the El Paso Media Fest, and what an honor it is to be here with you all today to receive this recognition from our great city. We wanted to thank you for allowing us the opportunity to go ahead and build a platform that allows us to go ahead and educate our community not only on filmmaking, but also how to go ahead and get into the industry and all the many facets that El Paso has to contribute to the world of filmmaking. Again, we want to thank you for this opportunity that you've given us and for this proclamation and recognizing all of our great efforts that we've put forth throughout all the many years to make this happen for us.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council representatives. I'm Chris Hanna, also co-founder and co-director, festival programmer of El Paso Media Fest. Not only do I want to say thank you so much for the proclamation and recognizing El Paso Media Fest, but as a filmmaker, as a young kid that grew up in the lower valley of El Paso, went to Bel Air High School, and only dreamt to be able to make a difference in filmmaking and the arts, it's truly an honor to be able to have that here in El Paso and be able to give the opportunities to rising filmmakers in our town. And for that, we thank you very much for the recognition.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lastly, we want to also invite every single one of you out to Alamo Draft House East this weekend for our festival. That kicks off on Friday. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Mayor, we have a little token of our appreciation.
Give you an official VIP badge
Oh.
to our festival.
Thank
so
you.
much for your time.
And the final proclamation this morning is 211 Day in the City of El Paso.
Good morning. Proclamation, City of El Paso, Texas. Whereas 211 Texas is a free and easy to remember phone number connecting callers with services in El Paso that can improve their health and quality of life when they need it. And 211 callers receive confidential, personalized, multilingual information 24 hours a day, 7 days a week from a live information and referral specialist. And whereas 211 Texas plays an important role in our Homeland Security strategy to coordinate and disseminate accurate, instant information to our community in times of disaster or emergency. And whereas 211 Texas Call Center in El Paso handled 63,623 calls in fiscal year 22 and provided referrals to over 34,891 local, state, and federal resources. And 632 of those calls were to assist the Extreme Weather Task Force, which helps some of our most vulnerable citizens prevent weather-related death during the summer and winter months. And whereas 211 Day is a commemorative event to highlight 211 activities and create awareness of the services it provides. And whereas the City of El Paso commends the 211 Texas Rio Grande Area Information Center for outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the El Paso community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso that February 11th, 2023 shall be known as 211 Day in the City of El Paso. Signed, the Honorable Oscar Leeser, Mayor, City of El Paso.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you all
Good morning.
for this proclamation. We appreciate it. We are here for you all. I know that several of you your offices have reached out to us with constituents that needed assistance, and we're happy to provide that 24/7 for you all. And so we invite everybody here, the community, to please outreach to 211. If they are in need of any assistance, we are happy to provide that. And we do cover all 6 counties of Far West Texas. So our regional office is based in El Paso, and we are located in the Department of Public Health. And so if there's anything that anybody ever needs from us, our door is open to you, and we thank Council and Mayor for this.
Thank you. Y'all want to recess, take a picture now?
Move to recess.
There's a motion and a second to recess the city council meeting. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And the meeting is in recess at 9:15 in order to take photos with this morning's honorees.
If I could get council back here?
Motion to reconvene?
There's a motion and a second to reconvene the city council meeting. All in favor? Anyone opposed? The meeting is back in session at 9:23 a.m. Council, for this meeting, please remember that once you obtain the floor from the presiding chair, you will have up to 10 minutes for debate, and you may speak twice per item. And please refrain from side conversations at the dais while the meeting is in session. For those of you joining virtually, please make sure your microphones are on mute to reduce any background noise. That brings us to
Ms. Prime, before you get going, I just want to make sure we clarify. So regardless of how many minutes you take the first time, you still only speak on any given item twice.
That's correct.
Okay, and we'll follow that. So you guys make sure you, we're going to follow it, whether you speak 1 minute each time, you're only allowed to speak on each item twice. So make sure you, we understand that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yep.
Mayor. That brings us to the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda will be considered by City Council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless separate discussion is requested by council members. Prior to the vote, members of the audience may ask questions regarding items on the consent agenda. When the vote has been taken, if an item has not been called out for separate discussion, the item has been approved. Council may, however, reconsider any item at any time during the meeting. Mayor Pro Tem?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the following revisions. Page 3, Item 3, move to regular agenda per Representative Anello. Page 3, Item 4, move to regular agenda per Representative Anello. Page 3, Item 5, move to regular agenda per Representative Anello. Page 3, Item 6, move to regular agenda per Representative Anello. Page 4, Item 7, move to regular agenda per Representative Anello. Page 4, Item 8, move to regular per Representative Anello. Page 4, Item 9, move to regular per Representative Anello. Page 4, Item 10, move to regular agenda per Representative Anello. Page 5, Item 14, move to regular agenda per Representative Anello. Page 6, Item 19, move to regular per Representative Rivera. Page 6, Item 20, move to regular per Representative Rivera. Page 6, Item 21, move to regular per Representative Rivera. Page 6, Item 22, move to regular per Representative Rivera. Page 7, Item 29, move to regular agenda per Mayor Oscar Leeser. Page 8, Item 30, revised per Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department.
And that revision is to the district to strike out 5 and replace with District 8.
Page 16, Item 49, revised per Capital Improvements Department.
And that revision is to strike out the dollar amount and replace with $5,847,162, and to strike out the words "and proceeds from the sale of capital assets," so that it reads approving the use of 5-year ballpark revenues as funding sources for the plan and authorizing the city manager to make all necessary budget transfers to complete the improvements.
And Ms. Prine, I have another revision per myself. And that is I'm going to revise the language for agenda item 31. And so the revised language should read, discussion and action to approve a resolution to create the appropriate city policy which honors and protects the rights of pregnant people. Period, finish. Are there any other revisions, Council? There's nothing on consent left. Is there a second?
And Representative Manello, on 31, you want to strike out 1, 2, and 3, correct?
Yes, you would strike out to include the following and all
Thank
of the
you.
language below.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. So there is a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Manello, seconded by Representative Kennedy, to approve the consent agenda as revised. On that motion, call for the vote.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Aye.
Representative Salcido?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session? And the motion passes unanimously. Mayor, did you want to take the items that were moved from?
Yes, ma'am.
consent
First,
at
in the
this-
order that they were read off.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So items 3 to 10 are related.
You can take
Item-
those as one motion.
Thank you. Item 3 is a resolution that the City of El Paso authorizes the submission to the Office of the Governor of the State of Texas Homeland Security Grant Division, grant application number 4715701. Item 4 is a resolution that the City Council authorizes a submission to the Office of the Governor of the State of Texas, Criminal Justice Division, Grant Application 475-0101. Item 5 is a resolution that the City Council authorizes a submission to the Office of the Governor of the State of Texas, Criminal Justice Division, Grant Application Number 471-8401. Item 6 is a resolution that the City Council authorizes a submission to the Office of the Governor of the State of Texas, Criminal Justice Division, Grant Application Number 4365502. Item 7 is a resolution that the El Paso City Council authorizes the submission of a grant application to the Office of the Governor of the State of Texas, Criminal Justice Division, Grant Application Number 471-8001. Item 8 is a resolution that the El Paso City Council authorizes the submission to the Office of the Governor of the State of Texas Homeland Security Grant Division, Grant Application Number 2950609. Item 9 is a resolution that the city manager or designee is authorized to submit the State Homeland Security Grant Application Number 3221407. And item 10 is a resolution that the city manager or designee is authorized to submit the State Homeland Security Program Grant Application Number 2951009.
Second.
There's a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Molina to approve items 3 to 10. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously with Mayor Pro Tem Anello abstaining from the vote. The next item that was moved to the regular agenda is item number 14. And this is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute the mayor's certificate and the general certificate of the city in connection with the issuance by the El Paso Housing Finance Corporation Multifamily Housing Revenue Bonds, Columbia Apartments, Series 2023.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I don't know if there is a presentation on this. I do have some concerns. I see Mr. Gordon on the line. Hello, Mr. Gordon. It's good to see you. Mr. Gordon, I don't know if these are your concerns to address, but you are here on behalf of the corporation, so I will let you know my concerns for future reference. And I have them listed out here. There's about 6 of them. So one is that the meeting minutes are not available. They're not on the city's board and commission websites, and the agendas from July 28th, 2021 to August 21st, 2022 are not available. The live meetings are not offered on the city YouTube channels. Every other board does this. There is a way for us to follow those. That is not the case for this group. There's very limited to no information available on the website. Their website currently takes them to the DCHD, and it's just, they only list their mission. There's very little information regarding income requirements, down payments, and closing cost assistance. There's no financial statements or auditor reports available to the public. I believe as a nonprofit corporation created by City Council, there should be this information to the public regarding their financial standing, unit profile, cash flow, et cetera. And other Texas housing finance corporations list their projects and unit portfolios. To my understanding, I've done limited research on this, but there's no coordination or collaboration with DCHD. And my last issue is that it doesn't seem like there's any alignment with the City of El Paso Regional Housing Plan. It's hard to tell because there's not a lot of information available. It's difficult to identify any alignment with the city's regional plan. And so it just, it gives me a lot of heartburn. I think this is information that should be available to us at the least, but definitely the public. So again, Mr. Gordon, I know that those are not necessarily your issues to address here, but if you could pass those concerns along with me, I would appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem, I certainly will. We will look into that. I know that the executive director has been trying to deal with the issue of the meeting minutes, and of course the meeting agendas themselves are posted, and we will look into, I will make sure that we look into the rest of those. I can tell you, however, that the financial statements are provided to the city and are incorporated and mentioned in the city's comprehensive financial report in broad terms. But that information is certainly available to you at any time. There's nothing that is meant to be kept secret here.
I understand that, and I appreciate that. That's good to know. But it does make it difficult for the public to find that. It was difficult for me to find that being unaware. And I could have asked my executive staff, so I'll take responsibility for that. But understanding that this information should be completely transparent to the public is the concern. And, you know, following this meeting and your conversation about my concerns, would love if somebody could take some time to, you know, meet with the council members and really help them understand, especially if there is any future intent or, just future intent to align with the city's regional housing plan, or how we could do that would be appreciative.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure, I understand that. And we do have a presentation for the developer, from this project, if you'd like to hear it, Mayor Pro Tem, that they prepared yesterday after the agenda review that talks about this project in particular.
I mean, I would like to see it. I don't know if council is wanting to. I think that, again, that was prepared after, after this item was pulled. It should have been available in backup. If you would just like to send that to me, I would appreciate, send it to all council, but I don't think that council really has the desire to see it at this moment. I think it's something that we need to look at and take some time to understand. And that moment has kind of passed. But if you would send that, I would appreciate it.
We will do that.
Mr. Norman, how long has the director been the director of the?
Ms. Moya has been the director for 5 or 6 years. I don't have the exact date in my head, but she has been working for the Housing Finance Corporation for that period of time, at least.
Okay, so it's not someone that was just appointed a couple of weeks ago or a couple of months ago, someone that should know exactly what Mayor Pro Tem's asking should be done.
No, it's nobody new. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for that. Representative Hernandez.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Norman Gordon. I did have similar questions. Back in November, I sent an email to city management asking for such information. So can you just explain what changes to the terms if you have that information? So from what I have here, is that there's 7 appointed by resolution of city council. And that there's currently Mr. Shaw, whose term ends February of 2024, Mrs. Emma Acosta, November 26, 2024, Christian Honsaker, November of 2024, Anthony Tomaszewski, July of 2025, Michael Bray, November 2025, Jerry Romero, November 2025, and Melanie Bailey, July of 2026. And this action today, is it to, because I noticed that there are other members listed in this ordinance. And so I guess my question is, are we extending terms as part of this?
No.
Okay, so on page number, it doesn't have page number, excuse me. It says on January 31st, 2023, at all times since, the following persons, each of whom resides within the city, have been duly appointed by the governing body of the city as members of the board of directors. And this is Jerry Romero, Melanie Bailey, Michael Bray, Anthony Tomaszewski, and Stephen Shaw. Is this just to clarify that these are the current members?
Yes. The Attorney General approves all bonds, and as part of the approval process, they want to know who the current members of the board is, and that is what it is attesting to. And I do need to say that I understand the listing that you look at is a little bit inaccurate. Mr. Honsaker was removed some time ago and replaced by Emma Acosta. And then the other member that was on there was Jim Smith, who had resigned.
Okay.
So there are currently 6 members, and it's authorized for 7.
It's authorized for 7, and that is and there is a vacancy, and so they're likely
Right.
Mayor Leeser would have the opportunity to appoint.
Ma'am.
Okay, and then also in my correspondence, I've asked where online can you find the Housing Corporation, the agendas, the meeting minutes. Nothing is available. All of the information I received was because I inquired and I got an email. But as others have mentioned, For public notices, there really needs to be more transparency with these boards that are making critical decisions. And again, we understand that this is a different action here, but this is just part of the transparency of boards and commissions, and we have to have that information readily available. And I just wanted to reaffirm my concerns as well, that except for an inquiry from a member of council, this information is not readily available to the public. Thank you for your service to the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, it's something else that I wanted to add. I think I agree with Representative Hernandez. I think we all have the same issues about transparency, but I think I didn't really focus on the other half of the issue, is that I think, when it comes to housing, we've worked very hard to leverage the most that we can. And so I think it is really important for the Housing Finance Corporation to really work with the city and partner so we really can be getting the most for our community. So I just wanted to echo that because I felt like I wasn't as articulate about it. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
There is a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Kennedy, to approve the resolution on item 14. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes 7-1. Representative Anello voting nay, the remainder of council voting aye. The motion does pass. We now turn to page number 6.
Move to approve. Can we take items 19, 20, 21, 22 together?
Yes.
I'll make oh, sorry.
Item 19 is a board appointment, Representative Alexandra Anello to the Financial Oversight and Audit Committee. Item 20 is Representative Brian P. Kennedy to the Financial Oversight and Audit Committee. Item 21 is Representative Art Fierro to the Financial Oversight and Audit Committee. And item 22 is Representative Joe Molinar to the Financial Oversight and Audit Committee.
Move to approve.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please, sir.
First of all, thank you, Mayor, Council. I pulled these items out of the consent agenda and to the regular agenda because it is important to. Sorry.
I got it, sir. No, hold on. Well, I got it there for you.
Mayor, I pulled these items out of the consent agenda into the regular agenda because it is important to recognize the notable achievements of the Financial Oversight Audit Committee, commonly known as FOAC. FOAC is responsible for spearheading the following accomplishments. In 2014, there had been 21 audit findings identified by the external auditor related to internal control findings or non-compliance in grants. Thanks to FOAC, for the past 6 years, we have had 0 external audit findings. FOAC also addressed the stabilization funds that resulted in the city having a 90-day fund balance, earning the city a gold standard. The FOAC also hired a company to conduct audits of hotels and ensured audits to audit the sales tax, audit of the franchise fees, audit of the franchise agreements, which collectively have brought in over $3 million to the city of El Paso. I understand it's your privilege, Mayor, to appoint city representatives to key boards, committees, and commissions. The city also has staggered the city also has staggered elections where only half the representatives run every 4 years. Having city representatives run in staggered terms strengthens our city's strategic plan to have continuity. As chair of the FOAC, I was surprised that you wanted to replace all members of the FOAC instead of maintaining continuity in the committee, which is of importance. As chair of the FOAC, my recommendation to you would have been to appoint the vacated seat in the committee along with 1 new member to keep 2 current members in the committee. I believe this method safeguards the FOAC's continuity of the city's strategic plan and legislative intent. That is why I will have to vote no on all these items. But let me be clear, this is not a vote against my colleagues, but against the process used that is missing balance and strategic planning continuity for the FOAC. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that, sir. And I thank you. You were the previous chair, and thank you for your service to the board. I think it's important that we allow our colleagues to continue to be part of different boards and continue to learn the boards. I think as the city continues to grow, I think it's always good to have a different view on things and also have people learn different boards. So it was very important that all the boards, I took my time and I looked at them very carefully to make sure that we appointed people that really fit the boards and were able to continue to move our city forward today, but not just for today, but today and in the future. So it's really important that people have different opportunities to continue to serve our city, and we're, and I know not just this board, but other boards, for numerous reasons I was asked for people to go on boards. It was, and unfortunately people had to come off of boards. So that, again, but it's to continue to have continuity and allow people really to serve different boards as they represent their district and our community. But again, thank you for your service. Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I do also want to thank you, Chairman Rivera, for the time on FOAC. But most importantly, we never get an opportunity to thank the men and women and the staff behind the scenes who are working hard to safeguard our city, our finances, our policies. It's been such a tremendous honor to serve. I'm one of the representatives that also will be removed from the FOAC to make space for other representatives in their tenure, which I'm happy to support, been here before. But certainly want to thank Edmundo for all of the hard work. I know you watch all of the city council meetings, our audit team, so my message is for you. Thank you, Mundo, for all of your information, your guidance, and keeping a careful, watchful eye on the city. All of your work has not gone without notice. You have been instrumental in identifying key issues that we have to correct. You've challenged us, and I thank you for holding the current FOAC team accountable, making sure that we're holding the city accountable. Also to your team, I've grown very fond, and I have seen the successes and the succession planning with your team, and making sure that everybody is given a fair chance. So Miguel, Kay, Daryl, John, Sergio, Elizabeth, and then also for the finance team, Mr. Cortines and Margarita. It was such an honor to work with you, and I look forward to continuing working with you. And good job to the FOAC members of all the hard work. I think the successes that we have seen with the city, I think the lack of audits and findings that we have seen is a direct testament to the coordination between city management team along with the audit team. We have seen so many successes. We have caught so many issues as well, and so we're really grateful for your time. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor, to serve on the FOAC.
No, thank you, and look forward to seeing everyone serve different boards and all the boards that they've agreed to serve on. Thank you for that. Ms. Prine, with that, we have a motion and a second.
Who was the second on that one? Thank you, sir. There's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Anello, seconded by Representative Kennedy, to approve items 19 through 22. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes 7-1. Representative Rivera voting nay. The motion does pass. The final item that was moved from the consent to regular is item number 29. Item 29 is the award of solicitation 2023-0165 police motorcycle parts service and maintenance to Santa Teresa Motorsports.
The only question I have on that is who had the contract prior to the solicitation?
It was Viva.
And and we did the same thing as we talked about yesterday, that we reached out 3 times and no one bid on it.
So actually, I have a presentation, Mayor, if you would mind. I think it would help kind of explain some of your questions.
Well, can we save it for the last one?
Do we want to take 29 and 41 together?
Oh, that'd be great. I think so, because they're basically it's the same questions. That's a good idea. Thank you.
Okay.
Item number 41 is discussion and action on the award of solicitation 2023-0239 Ford proprietary parts and service to Casa Ford Inc.
Now, let me ask you on that one, since we're looking at them both together. On that one, you said that it's a 3-year contract prior?
Yes.
So we're renewing a 3-year contract that expires February 8th,
February 8th.
and it's coming back just now to us. And on that one, we didn't get any, that, if I'm not mistaken, and please correct me on this one, that 3 years ago when it was done, we didn't get any bids either, and it was awarded the Casa Ford then?
So prior to this solicitation, I'm not 100% sure. I believe that was the case. But what we can do is, if IT can please bring up the presentation. This is Nicole Cody, Managing
Yeah, I'm
Director.
gonna go ahead and finish my question, and then we can do the presentation. So
That's not the correct presentation, IT, I'm sorry. There's
So
another
the-
presentation that was
so
submitted
on,
this morning.
so Casa Ford currently has the contract,
Correct.
and Casa Ford didn't bid on the renewal of the contract either.
They did bid. They were
But-
deemed unresponsive. So they bid actually twice.
But they're the only ones that bid,
They were the only ones that bid. We received one bid from Casa Ford. Yes, sir.
and they were they were disqualified because whatever reason it was, they
It
didn't
was-
fill in cross a T or dot an I, whatever it may be.
Well, on the first one, the first attempt, they were non-responsive due to the failure to include manufacturer price lists. So they do need to include as part of the request for the solicitation, which is very standard. And as you pointed out, they have the current contract. They did not provide that manufacturer list that was required. And so then we let them know that they were non-responsive, and we actually explain why. So there's an opportunity to have that conversation so they can improve the next bid when we open it up. So then we open it up again on June 1st, and then they did it again, sir.
They did it again? Same
Yes,
thing?
sir. Same thing.
Hmm.
And then we opened it up again, so we had the same conversation with them, explained how they can improve, as well as we ensure that we're also including everyone that we had requested. Any invitations that were sent to the bid all go out again for everyone that's included in the list. And what you'll see on this is not the presentation again, IT. I apologize, it was sent this morning.
So
So then.
on the third bid, no one bid on it then?
On the third bid, we received one bid again, and again, it was deemed, they were unable to provide required documentation, which include their operational information on this last time. So they corrected their first mistakes from the first two, but then they forgot something else on the last part.
And 3 years ago, same thing happened? Because 3 years ago, I think you said that it was awarded the same way.
So 3 years ago, it was awarded to Casa Ford, but I believe that it was not non-competitive, it was competitive, so that was my mistake.
Okay, because you had told me that 3 years ago it was,
It did go to Casa Ford, yes, sir.
and anyone else bid on it 3 years ago?
I would have to check for you.
Yeah, we'll check on
We really
that.
just focused on this solicitation.
Yeah, and then I'd like to just probably meet with you on that because I'm very concerned.
And Mayor, they started the process back
In March, right?
Yes,
Yes,
in
sir.
March. So when you said that they're just not bringing it back, it's actually, this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sixth time that they've done this.
Yeah.
That staff's done this for various reasons that she just mentioned. That's why she wanted to go over the presentation, so she didn't get tongue-tied on responding to your questions.
So if I may, if we can bring
No.
up the presentation and
I'm
just go
okay
through
with
it
it.
really briefly.
I mean, I understand, and I think you did a good job explaining it. I'm not sure I agree with it, and I'd like to
see
sit
the
down.
presentation, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But I do, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
But it's
So-
very disturbing to me how it's happening, and I'm not blaming anybody. I want to get some answers because it really
okay.
bothers me a little bit.
So what I'm going to go over is really the best value procurement process. So each time both of these items were solicited as a best value procurement. So we'll go into some detail and kind of where they stop in the process, as well as the specific procurement information regarding these two items, and then just the uncertainty that we're seeing overall and the impact it's been having on the vendors. So best value procurements, as you can see here, It is the method that seeks to award based on the bidder offering the best value bid. So it's not solely based on price, but the department is able to include other evaluation factors for these solicitations. So here's some examples of those solicitations, but what I want to focus on is that it really is based and rooted deeply in the governing regulations. So what you have here is, of course, our Texas Government Code, Chapter 252, as well as ordinances and resolutions that have been adopted by council, ensuring that we are making and providing a fair and competitive environment for our vendors to bid. Also included in that, of course, is Title VI, and the last one is 2 CFR 200, which is the federal regulation. So as you know, we both have grants, general fund, and enterprise funds that we use in order for our procurements, and it's critical that we're always following these regulations, and we're in constant contact with our city attorney's office and the legal team. So this is the workflow for the best value procurements. So you can see from the first stages of creation to the point it was advertised, and I'll get into information regarding that advertisement so we can talk about how businesses were notified, as well as the pre-bid conference. So we want to make sure that vendors understand the bid process. If they have any questions regarding the scope or the solicitation at all, we're able to also provide conferences that are required, as well as suppliers are able to submit their information and questions. In addition to that, then we go to the bid due date. So all of this information, of course, is provided on our website. And then I'll also cover how we also ensure that we're emailing and constantly reaching out to the vendors so they are aware of upcoming dates, and they also have an opportunity to provide any questions. So then you'll see the evaluation process. So where the stop sign is where it stops. So if we do not receive a bidder, or we receive one bidder and we're evaluating their packet and it's deemed unresponsive, then that's where it stops. So the whole process will stop. We do make a confirmation on whether or not it's considered unresponsive based on the information that they provided. And then at that point, we work with the department to start the process over. So we do, and I did mention before, we do reach out to the unresponsive bidder to help. It is an educational point, it is a teaching point, so it allows us to be able to work with them to be able to help improve their next bidding opportunity. So the procurement information that we just covered, Mayor, based on your questions regarding item number 29. So the average invitation sent for each time, and the solicitation numbers and dates are at the bottom, each time the solicitation went out, on average, 68.5 invitations were sent out. How many views did we receive? This is views on the website, was only 13. How many of those were local? 12. And so, in the first solicitation, no bids were received, and then as we mentioned, on the second and third, we did receive one bid, but both times they were deemed non-responsive. And again, this is for the police motorcycle parts. And I think we were talking before more about Casa Ford proprietary parts in that sense. So as you can see, again, this was the police motorcycle parts and services. And then here is the Ford proprietary parts and services that the current contract is under Casa Ford, and that we are looking to award. So you'll see here the average invitation sent for this one. So let me step back and let me explain. So each vendor, if you're a business in El Paso, and I think it's important, we're going to make sure that you all have this information too, because it gives them an opportunity to sign up as a vendor. You can sign up on multiple categories. So we have different categories, so that way they're not getting inundated with all of the emails for all solicitations, but they have an opportunity on what they're interested in. So because of that, they can request multiple, or they can request all of them. So that's where you're seeing these fluctuations on invitations that are sent. And then what we'll also cover is the total number of businesses that are actually registered to receive these notifications. So then average views for these 3 attempts were about 10.6. And of those, the local views were 3.5. So what I need to clarify is, on the first attempt, we did receive 2 bids were received, but both were deemed non-responsive because they did not bid on both parts and services. And then the second part were exactly what we discussed, is they were failure to provide necessary documentation as part of the solicitation. So what I was mentioning regarding what's the platform, what do we use to be able to reach out to businesses? And so the new platform was implemented in November of 2021, and we currently have 1,845 registered vendors. Of those, 607 are local vendors, with 67% as non-local vendors. We do ensure, as I mentioned yesterday, that we work with the chambers and the Hispanic Chamber and the El Paso Greater Chamber, as well as the Contract Opportunity Center, to be able to provide opportunities for our entrepreneurs and our local businesses to learn how to do business with the city. How do you submit bids with the city? How do you sign up so that way you know when there's solicitations to do work, to do business with the city? And this is that opportunity, and it's available on the procurement, purchasing, and strategic sourcing website. And we constantly are reaching out to various agencies and various businesses to let them know that they should sign up, so that way they do know when those opportunities arise. In addition to that, last year we started with the procurement forecast. And so that's also available on our website. And the procurement forecast really gives them an opportunity to see what's coming up. So sometimes you don't want to wait until the solicitation has come out to bid and already being advertised, but then that way they can prepare in advance when they know when these items will be coming based on potential expiration dates. And the point, let me go back 1 second. I really want to emphasize here, because we went to a new platform, there was a great deal of outreach in order to ensure everyone was registering with this new platform. So what we've seen on the procurement side is post-COVID is really that economic uncertainty, and we've talked about it in multiple areas and in multiple presentations to council. But what I'd like to focus is on the supply chain issues. So regarding the supply chain issues, we still continue to see, when we say tight labor market, well, what does that mean? Well, that means that we're having difficulty filling positions for truck drivers. They're having difficulties filling positions for warehouses. So certain items that used to be transition points now become bottlenecks. And so then it does impact the ability for our businesses, local vendors, and national vendors to be able to get those goods that they were used to seeing and receiving in a short amount of time. Inflationary pressures. Oh my goodness, right? We hear that term so much, but what does that mean? We know what it means when we go to the grocery store. I know I do. And we see what it means when we have to be able to go to also the pump and fuel up our cars, and the impacts of the changes in fuel prices. But the inflationary pressures are also affecting our businesses. And so there is that uncertainty on where the prices are going to go up next. What are those goods and services that are going to now cause additional increases in prices that may make it difficult for me as a vendor, for me as a business, to be able to guarantee a price for 3 years? And so when we're looking at these 3-year term contracts, you can understand why there might be a hesitation to be able to bid on those or to actually move forward with those items. So included, not only in the tight labor market, but the supply issues that it creates, is also international affairs. And so you all know that there has been an impact with Russia and Ukraine, the dispute there, as well as the impact that we've seen with China. So when they had to, and Dr. Ocaranza's here, so in the winter of November, December, when we started to see closures again in China, it does impact our supply chain. And then with the tight labor market shortages, now we have a difficulty at getting those goods and services in the United States, the goods that are coming from China. And so all of those, along with the tariffs that have been in place since 2019 and additional tariffs, have caused costs to rise. And that's what's leading to those inflationary pressures. That's what's leading to the impact on our businesses. So key performance indicators that I mentioned yesterday, and I think it was important that we provide this information to you all, council, is because this is only showing one segment. In particular, this is what we're seeing through our EP marketplace. But even there, you'll see we started to spike as far as local percentage spent of the dollars spent just in EP marketplace. So this does not show all solicitations for the city, but then we started to see a decline. And then in 22, it did spike a little bit back up, and it looked better than FY 2018, but there is a decline there. we did start to see a decline. And where we're seeing it on the procurement side is, of course, those petroleum-based products, and we'll talk about it later in item 33. There's actually a graph for you all as part of that presentation that really shows the fluctuations that we had regarding our fuel costs and the impact it does have on all of the petroleum-based products. So those are going to impact your streets department. Those are going to impact your fleet maintenance departments. In addition to that are the tech products. So we have microchips, semiconductor chips. We've heard a lot about those in the news, but what does it mean to us? Well, those are your HVAC parts. They're going to directly impact our ability to get parts for HVAC units. Specialized equipment, our Stryker stretchers. In addition to that, the tight labor market also has an impact on abilities for people to continue contracts. Recently, we brought to council a termination of contract because they're no longer able to provide those services. They just don't have the staff to do it. They don't have the staff to meet the terms of the contract that they had negotiated 2 years prior. And so we understand that. In addition to that, as I mentioned, through the supply chain is the construction materials, which is our impacts on steel, roofing materials, and we're also seeing increases in cement and concrete across the nation. And so these are all critical areas that our businesses, local, state, and national, have to take into consideration when they're going to apply for a solicitation, or they're going to bid on a solicitation, I should say. And so what we've seen is a reluctance, an understandable reluctance to do more than 1 year. But there's a lot of effort and a lot of coordination between the departments. So initially, of course, they want to look at 3 years, right? They want to be able to also secure prices for 3 years in order to be good stewards of the public's funding. And so with that, it's critical that we understand the hesitancy, and we have been trying to adapt, and I apologize, we're not just trying, but we have been agile in adjusting the contract terms and working with our vendors to be able to meet that. So both of these items do fall under operational necessities, since we have extended all possible options for each of the contracts for the police motorcycle parts and service and maintenance, which expires on February 1st, tomorrow, as well as the Ford proprietary parts that will expire on February 8th. And that concludes. Okay, great.
So Mayor, to answer your question about the current contract and how that was bid out, so it was not a non-competitive. The current contract that they're operating off of was awarded back on March 21st of 2017. On the council agenda, you can go back and pull up the archived information, which I did. There was 3 bids submitted for that contract. 2 of them were deemed non-responsive, so Barnett, Harley-Davidson, and Rio Grande Shovelheads were deemed non-responsive for failing to submit all the required documentation. So the highest ranked bidder was Viva Sports, which Nicole mentioned. So it was not a non-competitive. Viva Sports was the one that won that solicitation.
And Ford parts?
I don't have the Ford parts. That's for the parts and service.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I still am having a really hard time knowing that you bid and you win the bid or not, and that no one else in our area was willing to bid on a contract. And everyone else was non-responsive because whoever bid on it did not do it properly. I just have a real hard time, and I really believe that I didn't get any answers at this point because I have a hard time understanding it, and because I have a hard time believing that somebody wouldn't bid, and if they get it, they do the best job possible, and then they get it or they don't get it. And for someone to say, you know what, I don't want $2 million, I'm not even going to attempt to get it, and I know it's not profit, I understand that's net, but I have a hard time believing that somebody would not want to bid on it and say, you know, I'm going to give my best foot forward, and this is what I'm willing to do, and if I get it, then I gave my best foot forward, and if I don't get it, at least I attempted. But people that have very successful business wouldn't just walk away and not try. I have a hard time believing on that. And with that, I thank you for your presentation. Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, and thank you for your work, everything your department's doing to do outreach with the community on how to do business with the city. And it's an area I think that has improved. and we'll continue to improve. But Mayor, I think there's ways we can help this department. And I don't know if the city manager or the city attorney can answer this. Can this contract be extended 6 months, a year, while we go back and rebid? Because I'm hearing 3 or 4 times the issues have to do with the 3-year contracts. Maybe we need to address that. Maybe we need to lower it in the interim.
Well,
too.
unfortunately, you can't because that's the way it was proposed. So you have to award it based on the way it was proposed and the way it was brought forward.
Exactly, and so we do have legal here, and I'm going to defer to legal in a second, but no, sir. Unfortunately, we have come to the point where we have extended or we already used all options available to us to be able to extend the current contract. And so we are, as you saw the regulations that were provided on slide 3, we are under requirements under state procurement law to be able to, once we've exhausted all possible options, we need to move forward to the competitive, non-competitive bid, if in this case.
Isn't it in the city's prerogative to just throw out bids and to restart the bid process again?
I'm going to defer to Juan Gonzalez. He's the lead in purchasing out of the city attorney's office. Thank you.
Hi, Juan Gonzalez, the city attorney's office. I'll address the extension. So typically, you have to take the whole procurement in its totality. So when we put a procurement out there, we let the vendor know it's going to be these type of products for this period of time, and we're asking them obviously for the pricing. We cannot obligate them to hold on to that same pricing unless we let them know in advance that there's going to be additional options or extensions. One of the ramifications, I've been on the other side, I've actually bid on projects before I started working with the city, and it would give me pause about bidding on a project if you knew that the commodity or the product that you needed, you couldn't project the availability, the pricing structure far enough down. So what we're asking them to do is say, for this 3-year period, we want you to commit to providing these specific products in these, quantities for these requirements at this pricing. And it's incumbent upon the vendor to figure that part out. If they do it right, they're gonna make their profitability, right? They're gonna make it, but then they're also subject to the ebbs and flows of the market, which we've, in the last 3 years, seen that it has a massive impact. So the negative is, if they agree to do something for a certain period of time and they don't, we terminate them for cause. And that has deleterious effects for their ability to later procure and work with the city. And I can tell you, when I was on the other side, you want to contract with government because government has to pay you in certain time periods. I could count on those checks like I'm practically setting my watch.
But government also has a 30-day out, don't they?
It depends on what the contract looks like. We do have that. We have the termination for convenience. We have that ability. That's also, though, upfront in part of the solicitation. The vendors know in advance this is an option, but a lot of times that's part of the whole calculus in weighing, do I want to go after this contract or not?
Now, you are aware that when you bid a Ford part, they all come from the same place, Ford Motor Company? So all 3 Ford dealers would bid, if it's a part that's only built by Ford, which is what you're asking for, they all come from the same place. Or otherwise, you would use, then your bid would be aftermarket parts and you'd open it up to other bidders, not just Ford dealers.
Sure. I don't know specific logistics when it comes to Fords. I don't know if they have regional hubs.
Well, if you're asking for specific parts, they have to come from the factory. You and I both know that.
No, I understand it, but I also, from my very, very limited experience, know that Ford also has different hubs when it comes to distributing basic things based on some that are coming from the Canada provinces, some that are coming from South America, Mexico, and then some that are coming from
And all
other
4 dealers have the same ability to do that. So you can't say that one guy can buy from South America and the guy has to buy from.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that. Like I said, I don't know about the logistics and the distribution network that Ford.
But everyone's equal is what I'm trying to say when it comes to dealerships.
Ostensibly, yes, but I think
Right.
that it's ultimately up to the
Anyway, but
individual
that's-
dealerships to decide whether or not they want to avail themselves of the opportunity.
I
we're
interrupted
providing
you. I apologize. Go ahead, sir.
Just 2 more questions. One is, was that presentation in our backup?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. It was added this morning.
under item 29 or?
But it should be under both item 29 and 41. If it's not, we'll make sure that it's been added, but Representative Molinar is nodding, so.
Well, if
Thank
him
you,
and Representative Rivera found it, you know, I'm sorry. And the last question was, I think we need to take into account, and again, off of your presentation, I respect it and thank you very much for it. But you mentioned economic uncertainty, the lack of 3-year commitment. I think we need to consider that as we move forward and bid other items, you know, to try and have more people participate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So moving forward, there's always room for improvement, and there's also continuous improvement within the framework of the law.
So I'm sorry. Did you answer my question in regards to extending the current contract?
So because the previous contract was awarded as a 3-year term with no extensions, we can't obligate unilaterally the vendor to continue to provide us those services at those prices. That's why we have to go back and resolicit. So we'll of course work with purchasing and staff to make sure that, you know, see what options are available to hopefully get more engagement from the vendors that could provide these services to the city, and structure a contract that we think they would find, you know, that we can of course administer and comply with, because that's
Sure.
the most important. We don't want to risk
Sure.
expose the city to risk, but that it also can meet the needs and, like I said, gets more people to engage in the procurement process with us.
Thank you. And then just the last question. I don't know if you answered it. Could we get out of this the proposals that we have out or received, and then start new?
I believe, I don't know what the operational needs are. I'll ask operations to speak to them, because I don't know if if we don't have these parts, whether or not we're not going to be able to fix whatever vehicles we need and put them on the road and provide the services our community requires. I don't know that. I'll let staff speak to that.
I think it's important that if we do agree on a contract, we follow through with the contract, and it has nothing, you know, I just have an issue of trying to understand why we only had no bids, really, no current bids, and we ended up awarding it, and the other dealers did not bid on it. But I think if we vote and if it passes, we need to honor our contract and not look at whether we're gonna, you know, change it or try to do something. We put it out for bid. This is the way it was awarded, and I understand that. And I think as a city, it really, we should make sure we honor what we do. So that's not the issue what's bothered me more than anything else, and it's got nothing to do with Casa Ford. It's just what's happened. I'm having a hard time wrapping my arms around it. It's got nothing to do with who got it and who didn't get it.
Understood, Mayor. Representative Fierro, we do have Renee Barraza here from Streets and Maintenance Department to speak about the necessity of the.
That wasn't my question. My question was, A, can we extend the contract we have now to make sure that we're meeting the needs? I mean, especially since it looks like they're public safety needs, A, and then B, could we start all over to address the issues of people not wanting to commit to 3-year contracts, to the uncertainty in the economic outlook that we have, to the shortage of employees that you brought up. And you brought up like 5 or 6 great points. And I think that, you know, considering all those points, it should be a consideration that maybe we should start all over to give vendors a fair chance, and even whomever is going to get the award the opportunity to rethink their bid. So thank you.
Thank you. And so just to clarify that we did respond that given the current contract, we can't extend it. We would need to, just due to the necessity of the goods and services, we would need to be able to create a stopgap measure, either this contract, otherwise we would, and then we can. And I guess, Mayor, to your point, you would want to honor the contract, is what you indicated. If it is awarded, you would want to honor the contract for the full term, and then we would be able to rebid.
Can you tell me, you said you reached out what actually do you do to reach out to try to get the people that didn't bid on it an opportunity to bid on it based on the changes?
We provide, and so they're invitations. And so what is an invitation for the solicitation is both through email. We also have done postcards, and then we provide it on our website. Those are the same invitations. We don't want to provide or create an atmosphere where it seems there's perceived preference between our vendors, so everyone has the same opportunity.
And it's up to the vendor, whoever it may be, to make sure they have a current email address on file?
Yes, sir. They are able to register individually
But we don't call
on our
anybody.
websites.
We don't make phone calls or
We
anything?
don't make phone calls
Okay.
anymore, sir.
That was all. Representative Nundes? Thank you, Representative Fierro.
My question was to understand if this contract isn't approved today, what implications there can be to operations and public safety.
Hi, good morning.
Good
Rene
morning.
Barraza, Streets and Maintenance. So the impact would be that we would have about 1,500 Ford vehicles that wouldn't be serviced. We would have 47 police motorcycles that wouldn't be serviced. Of those 1,500 vehicles that are Ford, for sure 300 of them are marked units for PD, and there'd be a little bit more. So this is almost like a public safety contract per se.
So 300 are marked units, 1,500 is the entire fleet?
Yes.
To include motorcycles?
No, 1,500 just light duty Ford brand vehicles,
Okay.
whether they're PD or not. And then there's 47 motorcycles that are all PD.
Is there any other service provider at this time that you could use, the departments can use without using this contract?
Not necessarily on the Ford, as the mayor has mentioned several times. There are 3 dealers in town. I can't answer the fact why they didn't submit a bid. Casa Ford has always been the one that's been the most responsive to us. In reference to the motorcycles, we have had the contract with Viva for several years. This time it's with a different vendor, and we just wanted to go with that different vendor just as a competitive type situation to see what type of service they offer us.
Okay. Thank you for that response. I do have a question for Mrs. Cody.
Absolutely.
Mrs. Cody, I first want to say that I've just been tremendously proud of your growth in overseeing this portfolio. I have seen such a shift in your confidence and in your understanding of procurement rules and policies. So first wanted to thank you for that. I remember a similar situation a couple months ago where we had no responsive and responsible bidders. And if I recall correctly, is that the landscape service? Because I'm not sure if you saw that, but I heard the streets folks and environmental services talk about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you taking the same approach with that contract, with this contract?
Absolutely. So we have to follow the same process. As I talked about, it's really important that we're always being a fair and competitive market, that we are giving no preferential treatment to specific vendors. And so once we go through the procurement process, a minimum of 2 attempts, and it's just a minimum of 2 attempts. As you saw here, we did try an additional attempt to assist those vendors that were bidding. We then go to the department to work with a possible responsive bidder. And that's the process.
And that's what we did with the landscape contract, if I recall correctly.
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody bid. We had weeds all over the city. Everybody was calling our cell phones, knocking on our front door. Literally, people were knocking on my front door, complaining about their weeds.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
But then the state law, as you mentioned, allows for the department to enter into private negotiations with vendors if there has been good faith efforts and clear efforts to post a bid and then no responsive bidder. So then you can go and directly negotiate, correct?
Exactly. At minimum, we require 2 attempts.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's necessary and prudent that we do it in this case, considering that public safety vehicles has historically been ignored. Deferred maintenance have been ignored. The lack of purchasing of vehicles has been ignored. And then when you don't have a maintenance provider that's going to provide you the proprietary parts, it's only going to further our delays and response times, potentially not allowing for police officers to have their necessary equipment and tools and vehicles so that they can respond appropriately. I consider this not to be an operational necessity. I consider this to be as a matter of life and death necessity for the public. And so I think it's incredibly responsible for this body to move forward with this contract. However, I do want to say that I'm very concerned with some of the comments I heard today. I would urge council and the mayor to trust the process. I would also urge you to disclose any potential conflict of interest because when we are highlighting one contractor over another, whether it's intended or not, unintentional or not, it's perceived to be a preferential preference. And that's how our bidders and people who are watching our meetings are going to determine the city not making fair business decisions that is fair to the community. And so I'm really sensitive to that, and I wanted to state that for the record. What relationship or what conversations have you had with the current provider of this contract? Are they expecting that they have met all the obligations and requirements of this bid proposal today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if we say no, no thanks, go back out and rebid, will any of their proposals, is that already made public? Like their cost per service or cost for admin fees, things of that nature?
It's what's available and it's back up to the agenda item.
Okay, so there could be a potential concern about competitiveness or a competitive disadvantage because you've just demonstrated all of your costs for services. So that's another concern I have, is that you have a bidder who's gone through the process fairly, wasn't responsive, but the city does have the prerogative to enter into private negotiations if no one has responded as a matter of public safety. And then say thanks, no thanks, is showing that the city is not responsible with business practices. While that may not be the intent of some members of this body today, that is certainly what the public is going to feel. So I take great concern with that perspective of the city, because we want to be credible, fair members of this body, of this community, and doing anything other than approving this contract today would send the wrong signal to the public. So I just wanted to share my concern about the public safety component, about your due diligence and making sure that we've gone out not once, not twice, but 3, it sounds like 4 times, and that there is a concern and a clear need with labor shortages that have been demonstrated not only with the city's practices, but businesses citywide. They don't have the staff to even respond to bids and procurements. I've seen complaints about that. I have seen severe delays in motor vehicle parts, having gone through a recent accident in my vehicle. I waited almost, I want to say 6 months to get, excuse me, not 6 months, 6 weeks just to get I'm not in the car industry, and I know Mayor Lisa, you are, but whatever the fender is called, so it took 6 weeks just to get that. So I was in a rental for 6 weeks. So there are clear supply chain operational challenges that not only this community is facing, but nationwide. I would agree that some of our current contracts would probably need to be revisited because of that nature, and I've seen that in the past 6 months. But just 3 months ago or 4 months ago, we had the same exact issue come forward. No concerns from this body, same exact issues with their weeds. The only difference now is that it's parts for a vehicle. And so thank you for the information. I ask again from this body to trust the process. Everything is transparent. Everything is made available online. And let the public know that we are an organization worth doing business with. And we're not up against everyone in the community. But I just wanted to share my comments because of some of the comments I heard today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And I think it's important to remember on the weeds, the company that we were doing business with terminated their contract. And that was the big difference. They terminated the contract and we were up against, we needed to get a new contract. So that was a big difference. They terminated the job to do with us. That was a big, big difference, if you remember correctly, right? They did terminate their contract with us, the company we had, and we had to go out and get a new company because they couldn't do what needed to be done, if I'm not mistaken. But the difference here is everything is equal. When you talk about, you know, and I don't really care who gets it. It doesn't matter to me. I have nothing in either, you know, none of them, I have nothing in either one of them. I just have a problem understanding it, and it has nothing to do, if everything's equal, and if it was airplanes, then it's airplanes. If it's lawnmowers, then it's lawnmowers. This just happens to be cars and parts, so everything is equal, and I have a hard time understanding why it happened. And I think you're right, that people need to understand that we are asking questions, and we have the right to, and we should ask questions. And it's not questioning who got it, because who got it gets it. That's okay. We don't have a problem with it. But I have a hard time understanding, and maybe the other guys didn't want it, and they may be the deal. I just have a hard time believing that with them.
If I may, Mayor. Ellen Smythe, Chief Transit and Field Operations Officer. On the weeds, we had gone out for bid prior to the contract's expiration date, and we didn't receive any bids.
Yeah, I remember that.
So by the time we bid it the second time, it had expired, and then nobody bid again. And so the third time is when we did the contract similar to what we're doing today, but but they didn't terminate the contract. We didn't terminate it.
Somebody terminated the contract
It
with us.
expired.
We had a contract that terminated, and we had the same issue. And I don't remember which one, and I'll figure it out. And I can always bring the item back.
Okay.
The-
It wasn't the weed one.
Okay.
And I'll,
So that one just terminated because we had no one that would bid on it.
right. The contract term expired just coincidentally, right, before the.
But there's a lot of different moving parts to that compared to all
Yes.
the parts are the same at Ford Motor Company. I mean, it's totally different.
But Mayor, I think you're asking great questions, and I would just say that across the board, because of the supply chain inflation and just with the COVID impact in those areas, we're having this issue across the board. So you'll see more of this, and that's the reason why we instructed staff to do the bidding process earlier in the process. That's the reason they did it all the way back into March and the other one in April, so that they would have plenty of time. I will further instruct them to go even further back on dates, so they can have even more time, so they can have even more time for outreach. But we've already moved that back once. We'll do it again in order for them to have even more time for additional outreach. The outreach includes an annual conference that we do with small businesses, and that was as a result of us attempting to get more people involved locally. That's the reason those numbers are so high prior to COVID. When COVID hit, obviously it was impactful, and then those numbers did dip down a little bit, but now they're rising back up again.
But when you're talking about a part that's built by one maker, everybody's
I don't disagree.
everybody's equal.
I think pragmatically your points are very logical. I'm simply saying that we're having this issue, notwithstanding this item, we're having this issue across
Right,
the
it has
board.
nothing to do with who,
No,
what, or
exactly,
when.
exactly. I'm not even
And
saying
that's
that.
what I'm trying to
I'm just-
explain. I know someone's trying to make it
No, sir.
who, what, or when, but it's got nothing to do who,
Yes,
what,
sir.
and when. And I tell you what I have a problem with, that if I vote no today, which I would like to do that if I had an opportunity, then I jeopardize the contract. I jeopardize the police vehicles. I jeopardize the motorcycles. And shame on us for not giving this board an opportunity to say yes or no. Because you're telling me today that if I say no, I'm jeopardizing the safety and the maintenance of vehicles. So aren't you telling me that? I know he did. That if I don't do it today, I have an issue. So you're not giving me an issue to vote yes or no. You're telling me if I vote no, I'm creating a problem for our community. If I vote yes, then we're okay. So you're not giving me so I'm not sure why we even bring it for a vote, because we don't have a choice. Because then we jeopardize, as Representative Hernandez said, it would be very irresponsible of the body to vote no, but yet I don't have an opportunity to vote yes either. I mean, I just want to make sure that moving items forward, this board has an opportunity to make a decision. And if they say no, for whatever reason may be, and it's got nothing to do with this item again, whatever reason it may be, that we go back and look at what opportunities we have. And don't you agree, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, sir. And that's the reason back in March of 2020, I know I explained to council that things you normally used to get in 24 hours would take 24 days because COVID was going to have a health impact, a financial impact, and then an operational impact. And unfortunately, we're still working through the operational impacts. I totally get your questions, and that's the reason, as I said, we've moved the times that departments rather, bid the item and move that back. I'll further instruct that that gets moved even further. Again, this process was the same process utilized in other ones that we've had issues with in terms of people bidding. But yes, sir, I totally get what you're saying, and we'll make those adjustments to give people even more time. And by people, I mean the departments, and then also those that are bidding. And again, we did move it back already. We'll move it back even more in order to make sure that there's optimal time. And again, there was time here, but again, the bidding process and people, that having been done 3 times, that's what caused the process to take place the way it did this go around, just like it did with the weed situation.
Yes, sir. And again, I just want to make sure this council, the elected officials that were elected by the public, have an opportunity to vote on an item and not been told that if they vote a certain way, they're irresponsible elected officials and they're going to create an issue. That's a bad deal.
Right, and the team was just simply responding to the question.
No, I know, I get it. No, I get it.
Yes, sir.
But I've just got to go on the answer.
Yes, sir.
Representative Molinar.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And so on slide 8, I understand completely what you're talking about. Thank you very much, Ms. Cody, on everything you've done so far for us, as always. The post-COVID economic uncertainty, the supply chain issues, the inflationary pressures, and things like that. And so going now to slide 10, anyways, those items, they impact not only the city manager said, the health-wise, the operational-wise, financial. You go to any restaurant now, pretty much the prices of food has gone up. You go to, like you said, go to the gas pump, fuel costs more. It's across the spectrum about all this. And so this is the reality that we're living in. And I don't want to say it's post-COVID, but in a world of vestiges of COVID. And I get that and I understand that completely. But in slide 10, you talk about the police motorcycle parts, services, and maintenance. So if this item does not pass today, and let's just say a motorcycle, and you're probably not the right person to ask, but let's just say a motorcycle was down for tires. Okay, the gentleman is standing up. So anyways, so we technically, the police department could take that vehicle, motorcycle, to a dealer or the vendor and get that part or that motorcycle serviced, but at a higher cost. Would that be correct to say?
Could be at not only a higher cost, but remember that we have limits based on the commodity type. So we would need to be able to ensure that maybe that's an isolated situation, but then what happens with the next motorcycle
Yes.
also? And then after that.
It's a repeating pattern.
Yes, sir. The service that is necessary to be able to
Yeah,
move
and so
on
it's,
along with the
and
parts.
I understand it's not just the car or the vehicle parts, but it's also the labor involved.
Yes,
Because
sir.
you're gonna have to
Service is
spend more
included.
time, it's gonna be an increased downtime for that vehicle. And now talking about a fleet, not necessarily the motorcycles, and the gentleman mentioned a certain number, so the same thing, you're gonna have a down vehicle that is not being able to move, it's not being able to operate, it's not being able to be on patrol, it's not being able to do anything. And going back to the motorcycles, the police department, they do need them, these motorcycles for, they're not necessarily patrol, but they're accident investigations, they're traffic control, and different things that we really need those people out in the streets. And like Representative Hernandez said, this becomes a public safety issue for me, because those people, when they call 911 or there's an accident, they need response times. It could be a critical information, the life and death situation, and things like that. And as far as the Ford proprietary parts, I have been trying to get Ford products or parts for my vehicles, and trust me, they just look at you and tell you, it's not available, it's not available. Even though if you go there and you're willing to pay more money, they just tell you, no, it's not available. So once again, thank you very much for your presentation. I hope everyone can understand here on the days that we really need to pass this item, regardless of everything that has already happened or not happened or how it happened. But a possible solution for you, ma'am, because I noticed you mentioned you had the website, you have training for the vendors and things like that, but is it possible to send out an email to forecast something that's going to come up, and then maybe a secondary email to the actual vendors, past vendors, to say, hey, someone's inbox that says, hey, this is the parts general manager or whomever, someone.
Absolutely. So we do have that, as I mentioned, the procurement forecast. And so maybe we need to look at kind of pulling it apart and looking at those major categories and then giving them a reminder that this is coming up. This is what the forecast looks for city contracts for the year. And so that way they do have that prior notice.
And that way it's documented in an email that, hey, this is what we put it out, the date, this is the subject matter, this is the content of the email, things like that. So thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you. And just one thing, if it's not available for one dealer from the factory, it's not available for any dealer, which is unfortunate. So it doesn't matter who you have a contract with. If it's not available, it's not available. So with that, I know we have a motion and a second, and this took a lot longer than I anticipated, and thank you for your time and your presentation.
Mayor, we also have public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Cody.
Oh, yes, Ms. Turner?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Ms. Turner. You have 3 minutes.
Ms.
Morning,
Turner,
Mayor, Council.
welcome back.
There was a time before any of you had thought about running for office that most of our purchases were out of state. And we worked very hard, small business owners, people like me coming in and complaining about sending our tax dollars out of state. Now we're spending more of our money within El Paso, and now all of a sudden, nobody wants to bid. So where did you all advertise this? Anything further than just El Paso? Do I get an answer to that question?
Yes, ma'am. Just ask all your questions. We'll answer all your questions. We got Ms. Cody back there, so just.
Let's go ahead and finish your 3 minutes, Ms. Turner, and then she can sit with you and answer some of the questions for you.
My question is all that effort we put in to start buying from El Paso providers, and then all of a sudden, no one wants to bid, makes all that work we did useless. And I do have to say this, it wasn't really COVID. It's that in the 70s, business went to the just-in-time inventory system, which set us up for, you get a major disruption, everything falls apart. And that's what has happened. Everything has fallen apart because we had a just-in-time inventory system. We didn't have anything stocked in a warehouse where we could go get it simply because it raised our costs. So we tried to do things on the cheap, and now we find out what happens when we do things on the cheap. And I am very interested if we actually went out further than just El Paso nationally. I'm quite sure somebody would love to have this business. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Ms. Prine?
Yes, Mayor, that concludes public comment on these items. Item 29, there was a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Hernandez to approve item 29. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Representative Salcido not present. For item number 41, there was a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Molinar. To approve item number 41. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. That brings us to page number 9, to item number 31. Item 31 is discussion and action to approve a resolution to create the appropriate city policy which honors and protects the right of pregnant people. This item was placed by Representatives Anello, Canales, and Rivera.
Mayor, can we take public comment item first?
Okay, we do have 50 people that signed up to speak on this item. First person is Jesus Reyes, followed by Wesley Lawrence, Andy Tiscareño, Caleb Harrelson. Jesus Reyes, Wesley Lawrence, followed by Andy Tiscareño, Caleb Harrelson, Daniel Flores. Good morning, Mr. Lawrence. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning,
Mayor
sir.
Leeser. I stand today to ask you to support item number 31. It's an issue that, as someone who is unapologetically pro-choice and someone who stands firmly with the LGBTQIA plus community, that I think we pass. We had the opportunity back in July to be one of the first cities to stand firmly with reproductive freedom and freedom in the state of Texas after the tragedy that was the reversal of the Dobbs decision. Let me be clear that our police force, city funds, and other avenues should not be used to create vigilante task force to attack people that are seeking or having abortions in the state of Texas. Right now, as we sit and breathe with the reversal of the Dobbs decision, women, both cisgender and transgender, are having to flee Texas to seek gender-affirming care and to seek abortion access. Not only is that un-American, it's un-Texan, and it's deeply against freedom. We have a duty to ensure that people in our community feel safe, regardless if you agree with abortion or not. Public safety is something we should be holding safely and firmly. I commend Representative Anello and Representatives Rivera and Canales for putting this item back on the agenda. And I only ask that those who voted no on this item last time, Representatives Molinar and Representative Salcido, put your religious aspects in the past, pass this item today, and allow for freedom to continue here in El Paso, and to allow women that are seeking help the opportunity to do that. Lastly, I would add this. I look forward to holding people accountable again if this measure is voted against. It is deeply undemocratic. It is deeply against what makes El Paso special. And I hope that today we pass this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is
Before,
Andy.
I'm sorry, before we, Representative Canales, which was one of the people that put the item on the agenda, would like to have the resolution read into the record, so as people talk, they see what the resolution is coming forward. Is there a resolution, Representative Canales?
No, yes, just the resolution in the backup. Ms. Prime, would you mind reading that into the record for us, please?
Yes, the resolution reads, whereas the El Paso City Council honors the right of pregnant persons to bodily autonomy and control over their private medical decisions, and whereas access to safe and legal abortion is a major factor in the long-term health, safety, and quality of life of pregnant people, and whereas the Supreme Court of the United States has overturned the landmark ruling Roe v. Wade, which previously prevented individual states from directly banning such care, and whereas on June 16, 2021, Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed into law HB 1280, which took effect statewide 30 days after Roe v. Wade was overturned, and whereas said act criminalizes abortion at the level of a first-degree felony, carrying a sentence of up to 99 years in prison with no exceptions for rape and incest, and whereas people have a basic human right to medical treatment up to and including abortion, and whereas eliminating legal access to abortion has been empirically proven to dramatically increase the risk of death, bodily injury, and infertility while doing little to reduce the incidence of abortion, and whereas the resources of the city must always be dedicated to the health and well-being of its residents, and whereas in the 1973 Roe v. Wade majority opinion, Supreme Court Justice Harry Blackmun stated the right of privacy, whether it be founded in the 14th Amendment's concept of personal liberty and restrictions upon state action, as we feel it is, or as the district court determined in the 9th Amendment's reservation of rights to the people, is broad enough to encompass a woman's decision whether or not to terminate her pregnancy. And whereas the right to privacy should protect doctors, patients, and all others involved in care from any criminal investigation, as long as those decisions occur without coercion, force, or negligence. And whereas equitable access to abortion care requires financial and logistical support, most often provided by abortion funds and practical support organizations who have been targeted for providing these services. And whereas the city has a responsibility to protect its residents from any violation of their human rights and any prosecution for the free exercise thereof. Now therefore, the City Council of the City of El Paso hereby resolves that the El Paso City Council formally condemns any action intended to abrogate the fundamental liberties of its people and affirms its commitment to protecting people's right to make reproductive health decisions for themselves and their families, including abortion care. Be it further resolved, it is a policy of the city that except to the extent otherwise required by state or federal law, city resources, including, for example, funds, personnel, or hardware, will not be used to, number one, create any record of any information related to an individual seeking abortion, miscarriage, or any other event that could be prosecuted as a violation of state law, criminalizing or creating civil liability for pregnancy outcomes. Sub-bullet 2, provide information to any other governmental body or agency about pregnancy outcomes unless such information is provided to defend the patient's right to reproductive care, including abortion care, or the healthcare provider's right to provide such care, And sub-bullet 3, conduct surveillance or any use or any electronic surveillance device, hardware or software that is capable of collecting, capturing, recording, retaining, processing, intercepting, analyzing, monitoring, or sharing audio, visual, digital, location, thermal, biometric, behavioral, or similar information or communication specifically associated with or capable of being associated with any specific individual or group, or any system, device, or vehicle that is equipped with an electronic surveillance device, hardware, or software for the purpose of determining whether an abortion has occurred, except for the collection of aggregated data without personal identifying information or personal health information for purposes unrelated to criminal investigation, enforcement, or prosecution. It is the intention of the City of El Paso that this policy does not apply in cases of conduct that is criminally negligent to the health of the pregnant person seeking care, or where coercion or force is used against the pregnant person. Be it further resolved, it is a further policy of the city that investigation of or support for the prosecution of any allegation, charge, or information relating to a pregnancy outcome or any party thereto will be the lowest priority for enforcement and for the use of or assignment of resources and personnel, except in cases of conduct that is criminally negligent to the health of the pregnant person seeking care, where coercion or force is used against the pregnant person, or where the pregnancy outcome is not the crime being investigated but evidence of another crime such as sexual assault. Be it further resolved that the city manager is directed and permitted to take appropriate steps to implement this resolution and to provide an oral presentation and written report to council on the implementation of this resolution, including changes to policy and procedures by March 27th, 2023, and to provide a written report to council on the implementation of this resolution by May 23rd, 2023. The city manager may return to the council for authorization of any needed policy clarifications or changes in the event of future changes to federal law, state law, or technology that affects this resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Prime.
Yes, sir.
We'll continue with call to the public, or
Yes, sir.
public comment, I'm sorry.
The next speaker is Andy Tiscareño, followed by Caleb Harrelson, Daniel Flores, Ray Baca, Rebecca Vasquez. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Andy Tiscareño. I use she, her pronouns, and I identify as a transgender woman. Texas has been a very politically hostile state toward people like me, putting their authority over people's bodily autonomy. Now, I bring this up because when Governor Abbott and Attorney General Ken Paxton advised for Family Protective Services to investigate families of transgender youth for child abuse, El Paso stood against it. El Paso leadership stated that they would not frivolously investigate families of transgender youth for abuse because we knew it was wrong for our government to abuse their power in such a way. Do the same here. This isn't about whether you think abortion is right or wrong. It's about protecting your citizens. Austin passed the GRACE Act, which stands for Guarding the Right to Abortion Care for Everyone, which is very similar to this item. They did it, so let's do it too. There are people here who say they would never get an abortion, and I hope you never have to. But Abbott said no excuses, and that stands for victims of sexual assault and incest who end up pregnant as a result. There are children whose childhood have been ripped away from them, and they're expected to be responsible for the pregnancy that was forced on them. That's disgusting. They shouldn't have to be responsible for what happened to them. People are dying because of this. People who need a medical abortion because they already lost their baby through a miscarriage, they're still at risk of being investigated. That in itself is inhumane. Doctors are still hesitating about helping people whose pregnancies have turned for the worst because most processes are defined as an abortion, causing those people to run the risk of deadly infections, medical complications, and irreparable trauma. If you really stand against abortion, fight for things that help people who are struggling. Create programs that help those who are struggling, that actually help them. so that abortion isn't the only realistic option. The one speaking against this item could do so many better things with their time other than terrorizing clients outside of clinics. Advocate for change in healthcare. Advocate for better birth control. Stop limiting adoption access and invest in youth services, family services. Why don't we actually fight against things that make abortion the only option and maybe stay out of people's medical business? Let's be honest here. We have more important things to worry about. Pass this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Caleb Harrelson, followed by Daniel Flores, Rebecca Vasquez, Martha Rico, Ashlyn Myers. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Thank you for your time this morning. In the 18th century, slavery abolitionists made a medallion that said, "Am I not a man and a brother?" This is the same issue today in regard to our unborn neighbor. We are talking about the intentional, not miscarriage, the intentional taking of an innocent human life in the womb and calling defending this life a frivolous activity. Thus, I move that the resolution for item 31 be rejected and replaced with another one because this resolution does not affirm the personhood of all El Paso residents. And two, it condemns true justice for all unborn humans. First, let's define our terms. Justice, impartially rendering to all humans their unalienable rights that are endowed by their Creator to protect, to defend, or guard from an attack. Frivolous, of little or no weight, worth, or importance. Human person, those specially created in the image of God as male or female with the soul and body, who have inherent dignity, value, and worth regardless of class, ethnicity, status, circumstance in which they are conceived, or degree of dependency or location. Life, according to Dr. Jaime Gordon from the Mayo Clinic, says life is present from the moment of conception. Observation 1, this resolution does not affirm the personhood of all El Paso residents. Evidence 1, this entire resolution equivocates on true health care and calls abortion a right, and in the 6th whereas it says that people have a basic human right to medical treatment. Then it refutes itself by implying that abortion, the intentional taking of an innocent life, is included with that care. Question, what is not included in this statement and thus implied? That our unborn neighbor does not have this right to life and must not truly be a person. It's wrong to intentionally kill innocent humans. Abortion intentionally takes the life of innocent humans. Therefore, abortion is not health care. Is our unborn neighbor not a human and our brother and sister? Observation 2, this resolution condemns true justice for unborn neighbors. Evidence 1, the 14th Amendment states, no state shall deprive any person of life, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. If someone intentionally murders a 2-year-old, shouldn't that person be held liable under the law? Would it be just or equal treatment under the law to make this case low priority? Why shouldn't preborn humans have the same protection under the law that a born 2-year-old should have? This is partiality. This is not justice. I move that this resolution for item 31 be rejected because it does not affirm the personhood of all El Paso residents, and 2, it condemns true justice for unborn humans and be replaced with the resolution of equal protection under the law for all humans, born and unborn. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Daniel Flores. Daniel Flores, *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Good morning.
Yes. Good morning, Mayor, and good morning, City Council members. My name is Daniel Flores, and I am the president of the Binational Pro-Family Pro-Life League. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address our concerns. It starts getting very suspicious that this item was allocated in the agenda again, even though it was already rejected by this governmental body. Not allowing the right of free investigation to the police department on any matters, specifically this topic of abortion, will not protect the rights of pregnant women. It's the other way around. This will benefit mafias and criminal networks of human trafficking. This also will protect abusers that compel females to undergo an abortion against their will. Some investigations of women abuse, violence, and sexual assaults are correlated to abortions. This is supported by the National Center for Biotechnology Information on their research document 26710370, which is named the relationship of abortion and violence against women, violence prevention strategies and research needs, and states coerced abortion is a form of violence and has occurred by government policy in China and as a result of violence against women, sex trafficking, and war situations. Yes, this research paper mentions China as an example, but we don't want this research paper to say China or El Paso, right? Please remember, the state will not prosecute women that have had an abortion. Please vote against item 31 because this only creates an adverse environment of protecting the criminals and not the most vulnerable people. Also, please don't bring back this item again. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Rebecca Vasquez. Rebecca Vasquez, followed by Martha Rico, Ashlyn Myers, Ivy Magana. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I am
Good
here
morning.
today to speak up against this item. First off, this agenda is out of line coming from city council members. Stick to fixing our roads. Secondly, this agenda item is to honor the right to pregnant persons. But if I recall correctly, this item was presented by the same 2 council members on July 5th of last year in the name of protecting women's reproductive rights. And last I checked, only women can get pregnant. Thirdly, to further expose how idiotic this agenda was presented as, in the agenda summary form, you all put in a quote stated from the Supreme Court Justice Harry Blackmun, which stated that the right of privacy founded in the 14th Amendment and the reservation of rights to the people in the 9th Amendment is broad enough to encompass a woman's decision to terminate her pregnancy. It does not fight for the right of abortion to pregnant persons. And if you want to argue with me that times have changed, that I am stupid to believe or think that there are only 2 genders, then in that case, accept the reality that abortion is illegal here in Texas. Times have definitely changed since 1973. We will continue to speak up for our most vulnerable until abortion becomes unthinkable, until abortion clinics become our today's Holocaust museums, remembering the 65 million lives lost, and until those who were for abortion become today's modern day Nazis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Martha Rico. Martha Rico, followed by Ashlyn Myers, Ivy Magana. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good
Yes,
morning.
Good morning, Mayor Oscar and also the City Council. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. And I'm here to speak against 31. You know, yesterday when I saw a sanctuary of abortion, I really stopped and was thinking about sanctuary. A sanctuary is a place of refuge. A sanctuary is a place of safety, not a place of death. So can we just stop and think for a moment where our city is headed to? Where are our values? Where are our values as human beings? Abortion destroys not only a child.
Process it without just.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. So abortion destroys not only a child growing in the mommy's womb, but it also destroys as mother itself. Me, as I'm standing here, I am a peer counselor, and I have faced these women that have had abortions, and facing them and seeing what abortion has done to them. It's fatal. Having thoughts of suicidal thoughts, seeing the hurt, seeing the brokenness. So as I stand here today as a Hispanic, most of us are Hispanic. So if we look back, is this the culture that we want to bring to El Paso? A culture of death or a culture of life? Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ashlyn Myers. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I know the type of world that I'd like to build. I think it's a world that we all hope to build and see together. I think that we all want to see children loved and mothers and women who are happy and can achieve their goals. I feel like I've seen a lot. I'm only 22, yet I've encountered and talked to hundreds of women before they received their abortions. Every woman has a different story. Some women experience great tragedy in situations that are seemingly hopeless, while other women are fine and just don't want the child or feel like it's not the right time. While there are many factors that cause a woman to choose abortion, I realize that what is going on in the heart of every woman is very similar. Women are hesitant and have to convince themselves thoroughly that they're doing the right thing. The women and doctors in this situation see abortion as the necessary evil, something that no one wants to do, but they feel has to be done. While all the diverse situations may make a nurse or doctor or woman feel like this is a necessary evil, this is untrue. Children are a necessary good for this world. Children are the strength of our people. I'm not a parent, but the testimonies that I hear are that if we choose to love our children with open hearts, we become better people. And I have good news. For so long, our country has believed that women's healthcare is solely abortion and contraception, and there is an alternative. Women's healthcare in El Paso does not look like abortion and contraception. I work at Guiding Star Southwest, which is a medical facility serving pregnant women, and it's helped me to realize that healthcare does not have to look like sadness, hopelessness, and hesitancy like it does at abortion facilities. While the resolution that I'm speaking against is supposedly the opinion of the people of El Paso, I am not someone who supports this resolution, and the following is why I strongly urge others to also not support it. This resolution is problematic in that it makes the point to still consider a Supreme Court case that is no longer relevant, Roe v. Wade, which was found unconstitutional in the 2022 ruling of Jackson versus Dobbs for these three reasons. Because the Constitution does not explicitly consider abortion a right, 1. 2, the Supreme Court has historically only upheld explicit rights stated in the Constitution. 3, the Supreme Court ruling of Roe v. Wade erred in the quality of reasoning, workability, and its effect on other areas of law to distort interpretations of unrelated legal doctrines. Also, this resolution implies that any woman seeking an abortion can be criminalized under House Bill 1280, which is blatantly untrue. No woman in the state of Texas can be criminalized for seeking or receiving an abortion. Only her abortion doctor in the state of Texas can be criminalized for giving her the abortion, since abortion is outlawed under this bill, the Human Life Protection Act of 2021, or House Bill 1280. And so I strongly urge all who will be voting against this resolution, as the outlawed goals of this are to set the standard for safety and a safe city, and promote healthy.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Meyer.
Thank you, guys.
The next speaker is Ivy Magana, followed by Judith Burkhart, Sophia Avant Meyer, Mark Cavalier. Ivy Magana. Judith Burkhart. Sophia Avant Meyer. Mark Cavalier.
Coming, I think she's
Sophia?
coming up. Yes, ma'am.
Followed by Mark Cavalier, Michael Apodaca. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sophia Vantmier, and I'd like to say
Good
that I'm in
morning.
favor of item 31. Taxpayer dollars should not be wasted on the harassment of pregnant people in El Paso. Getting an abortion is already a difficult enough process for all parties involved, and the last thing abortion seekers need is their privacy and autonomy violated. Please allow pregnant people to make their own decisions regarding their health and well-being. There is nothing pro-life about endangering the lives of those having to live in a marginalized community who are seeking a medical procedure. People will get abortions whether or not you like it. That's just a fact. People have been getting abortions since the dawn of time, and they're going to for the rest of our time. So allow them to do it safely instead of needlessly risking their lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mark Cavalier, followed by Michael Apodaca. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and esteemed members of the council.
Good morning.
On behalf of the Southwest Coalition for Life, we have a petition that was started in the last 20 hours that's collected over 600 signatures, 68% of which are women, opposing and asking you to stand against item 31 on the agenda and to either table this or vote against it as it's outside the purview of the council. Reading the resolution makes it clear that the goal is to protect abortion providers in violation of Texas state law. All the arguments that are presented in this item that it's to protect women are based on a lot of false political misinformation. As stated earlier, the Texas Human Life Protection Act only criminalizes abortion providers, not women, for seeking nor even obtaining abortion, whether in state or even if obtained illegally in the state of Texas. It's actually the political misinformation exactly like this item, and even false notions like the idea of women being investigated for natural miscarriage, which my wife and I have suffered. That is what's causing the fear and confusion that's leading women not to seek legal and medical support. It's not Texas state law. These actions also expose the city to liability from failure to investigate. It's asking police to violate their oath. The Dallas police chief, Eddie Garcia, recently told the Dallas City Council that a similar resolution required police to violate their officer's oath. Furthermore, over 1,000 medical doctors have signed the Dublin Declaration affirming that abortion is never medically necessary to save the life of a woman, and that the prohibition of abortion does not in any way affect the availability of optimal care to pregnant women, because there is a fundamental difference between an elective abortion and the necessary medical treatments that are carried out to care for pregnant women, which Texas law takes into account. If the city intends to support pregnant women's equality, rights, and opportunities, we agree that we should be focusing on removing the expectation that has been burdening women for the past 50 years under Roe versus Wade, that they have to alter, suppress, and destroy the normal healthy functions of our natural body in order to conform to a male-based definition of success. Instead, we need to shift that expectation to the employers and universities in our city to be the ones to conform, to actually support rather than destroy a normal healthy function of a woman's natural body. Please know we will be contacting the Texas Attorney General, and I've already started doing so, to vocalize our concern over this abuse of power occurring in El Paso. Also, Bishop Mark Seitz of the Catholic Diocese of El Paso was unable to be here considering the short notice of this item, but he did ask me to extend that to let you know that he is praying that you will not support those who make a living, quote, killing unborn children and calling it healthcare. Finally, I find it interesting that this resolution quotes the repealed, antiquated 1973 Roe decision, but not the 2022 Dobbs decision, which has been updated based on modern scientific, legal, and medical ethics, stating that Roe was, quote, egregiously wrong from the start, which stated that the word person does not include born. This is no different than this body quoting the Dred Scott versus Stanford case, that states that, quote, the Negro is not a human being. Please vote against item 31. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Apodaca, followed by Jessica Cifuentes, Melissa Bailey, Ricardo Cifuentes. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, thank you for bringing forth this issue again. My name is Michael Apodaca, and I'm the chair of the El Paso County Democratic Party, and we are speaking in favor of this item. As you know, the state of Texas essentially has made a woman's choice illegal in our state, but the legislature created a gray boundary on how far our law enforcement can be used to survey women who choose to seek an abortion. And as this new legislative session starts, there will be numerous bills filed that will potentially create a way where those seeking their choice and their potential allies could be prosecuted under the law. At this point, the issue is whether or not choice should or should not happen. It becomes an issue where we feel government overreach on potentially using our police to become surveillance when a person is making the most personal decision in their life outside of our state, and we believe this is completely wrong. Last time when we were here 6 months ago, we asked for the same resolution to be passed by council. While there were votes against it for their personal beliefs, and I accept that. I disagree with it, but I accept it, but that's your decision. However, there's comments that were made that there was not enough time to study this issue and the impact. And I hope that these last 6 months, that members have taken the time to consider this issue, because within these last 6 months, the cities of Austin, Dallas, San Antonio, the Harris County Commissioner's Court, and even the city of Denton, Texas, have all voted for a similar resolution within that time. I will end with this comment. Our county attorney, Joanne Bernal, once talked about standing up to the governor and the attorney general about the state's opinion against trans children and their parents. She said, as a leader, you have to stand up to make the decision that is right and not the decision that is easy. This is a similar case where we're asking you to stand up against the state of Texas and the wrong decision for women in our state. And I hope that council will vote favorably on this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jessica Cifuentes, followed by Melissa Bailey. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you so much
Good
for
morning.
the opportunity to speak. I am definitely against Article 31, and for many reasons. But what I've been able to gather is that the city of El Paso has not been successful in their suit against the governor's bill banning sanctuary cities that are in violation of state law. This notion that El Paso will be a sanctuary for abortion is another attempt to violate legislation, and it will not stand. By pursuing this action, the city of El Paso will be tying up precious resources in legislation process when the state enforces the heartbeat bill. These same funds can be used to support women and families in need. These same needs that led these families to desire to terminate their pregnancies, such as homelessness, drug addiction, mental health issues, lack of childcare, and lack of quality women's health care services. So, which is it, El Paso? Do you believe that everyone has the right to pursue their lives? You said that they did when you fought for this city to be a sanctuary city for immigration. Do you value life so little that it is easier for you all to support killing babies whose mothers are struggling rather than help them solve the issues that are causing them to feel so much distress? We are ranked the lowest in the state for access to mental health providers, at 1 for every 930 residents and declining. Our schools are so grossly underfunded, and the child care cost burden is at 24% of household income for a family with 2 children. There are only 4 child care centers for every 1,000 children in need of care in this country. And 15% of our residents in this country do not have a reliable source of food. So even pro-abortion group Gutmatcher in 2015 wrote that women believe that they need an abortion because of their circumstances, such as lack of housing, fear of losing their jobs, lack of child care, or ability to afford it, support in completion of their education, the need for drug addiction, counseling, or mental health supports. So why not make this sanctuary city known for helping women and families to pursue their lives regardless of whether they are pregnant or not? Then we will not be known for a city of death, but rather a city that supports livelihoods and ultimately life. Guiding Star here in El Paso provides these services and connects women to resources that help them address these needs. Your proposal simply tells women, come here and we will help you kill your babies so that you don't have to worry how a child will impact those needs. Their problems of lack of housing, mental health issues, drug addiction, and food insecurity have not been addressed. You simply help them end an innocent life. I'm asking that you please reject this article and really think of the lives of the innocent children that are asking for you to vote in their favor. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Melissa Bailey. Melissa Bailey submitted a statement, and it reads, City Council Mayor Lisa, why do we find ourselves here again? Do you figure you can change things because you have new members who will fall in line? Well, Veronica Escobar has made it clear that unborn children don't matter and that the county judge, along with his ungodly court. But let me remind you, Mayor Lisa, that it was God who gave you a miracle by giving you a healthy child. How do you thank him by allowing this to come to issue again? Let me remind you, the city manager and city council, why you can lie to El Paso citizens, lie to media, act like you're doing great things by pushing Agenda 31, the open border, raising taxes. God knows you. Your heart, the truth. Whether you believe in him or not, he will be your final judge. You are showing hate for him by condoning murdering innocent lives. The Bible is clear. Deuteronomy 5:9. I, the Lord thy God, and jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me. When you kill a life God created, you showing hate for him. Psalm 139:13 ESV. For you formed my inward parts, you knitted me together in my mother's womb. Jeremiah 1:5 ESV. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you, and before you were born, I consecrated you. I appointed you a prophet to the nations. Proverbs 6:16-19 ESV. There are 6 things that the Lord hates, 7 that are an abomination to him: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked plans, feels that make haste to run to evil, a false witness who breathes out lies, and one who sows discord among brothers. Will your legacy be your sins that you bestowed upon your future generations of your tree? Is the gratification of this world more important than your eternal life? Maybe you hope you'll have time to confess and make amends before you die, and after you have gotten what you wanted in life. Unfortunately, it's not how it works. You could die anytime hit by a car or heart attack. In your sleep, you may not be able to confess or right your wrongs, but the generation will surely pay for them. So as I am an El Paso citizen against 31, we need to preserve life. We need resources and better care for women. I pray you all will not allow this to happen. Melissa Bailey. The next speaker is Ricardo Cifuentes. Ricardo Cifuentes, if you're in the queue, star 6. Ricardo Cifuentes, star 6 to unmute your telephone. I don't see the phone number in the queue. Blanca Sabusa, followed by Alberto Hernandez, J.C. Carpenter, Jose Miguel Reyes, Valerie Bowers. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. I appreciate you all and those that just recently took office. Congratulations. I identify as a woman just for those that needed to hear it. I am Latina and I am against item 31 because I am a firm believer of how dignity always wins. I find myself having what most would call deja vu, except I did actually endure another meeting like this prior to today. I recall on July 5th, we discussed this same item, except the wording is slightly different. The wording, though different, is just a demonstration of another way that women continue to be stripped of the dignity that makes them, well, women. This method of deception that pro-abortion people use is nothing new to me and the supporters of the pro-life movement. We know the truth. Enough is enough. You cannot turn a blind eye to the truth that all people do not have the biological ability to carry a child. Only women do. That's the truth. It is quite frankly one of the many things that brings women dignity. You also cannot make police men and women make investigations a low priority and still try to achieve your strategic goal number 2, to set that standard for a safe and secure city. Because abortion is not safe. In fact, all abortions are intended to kill. And there is no dignity in that. Your strategic goal number 8 is to nurture and promote a healthy, sustainable community. You cannot nurture and promote a healthy, sustainable community when our society and El Paso community is protecting or making it a low priority of these abortionists that kill the generations and generations of children. Speak truth. The goal of this item is only to protect abortion providers in violation of Texas state law. There is no dignity in that. We are here again to discuss this item and to deliver truth. And no matter how long these meetings get to be, we will always be here reminding you all of the dignity of the voiceless. Vote against this item.
The next speaker is Alberto Hernandez. Alberto Hernandez, if you're in the queue, star 6. Alberto Hernandez, star 6 to unmute your telephone. I don't see that phone number in the queue. The next speaker is J.C. Carpenter, followed by Jose Miguel Reyes and Valerie Bowers. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, council members. Can you hear me? Okay. So I am J.C., and I'm here in staunch opposition to this bill and would urge you to definitely vote against it. I'm here as a woman who has been wounded, injured, almost killed by abortion. At 18 years old, not long after I had graduated high school with a 3.86 GPA, supporting myself, I found myself pregnant. I know that had abortion been illegal at that time, that my law-abiding grandmother, the person that I trusted most in the world and called when I found myself pregnant, would not have suggested that I kill my child. When my grandmother suggested that I end the life of my child, the man that I was pregnant by, whether he was trying to support me or just get out of his responsibilities as being the father of my child, said, whatever you want to do. What I heard was, I don't care. What I heard was, you're not worth fighting for, and my child is not worth fighting for. That choice sent me into a prison of my own mind that lasted for over 25 years. And not only did I attempt suicide multiple times, in fact, teen girls are 10 times more likely to commit suicide after having had an abortion. Women are 6 times more likely to commit suicide after having had an abortion. But while I wasn't actively trying to intentionally kill myself, I was using drugs and alcohol, numbing and ignoring and trying to stuff the emotions that ending the life of my child had caused. In fact, it wasn't the first time, or it wasn't the last time that it happened, because my second abortion, because I had so many, quote, reasons, if I wouldn't have aborted that second child, I would have had to admit that what I had done at that time, the first time, was wrong. And I was incapable or unwilling to do that because I was so busy being stuck in risky behaviors and drugs and alcohol. I know today that the value of humans is just because they're human, and the Constitution says that all humans are created equal, that we all deserve protection under the law, and we have rights endowed by our Creator. And I would urge you to actually protect the rights of your citizens. And the Mockingbird has a $500 fine and 6 months
Thank you very
imprisonment
much.
for just.
You've reached the 3 minutes.
Thank you.
The
for
next
just.
speaker is Jose Miguel Reyes, followed by Valerie Bowers. Jose Miguel Reyes. Valerie Bowers, if you're in the queue, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Valerie Bowers, star 6, please.
Hello, this is Valerie Bowers.
Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. You know, I am fairly disgusted to have to speak again about this matter before you. Our police chief, Greg Allen, God rest his soul, was against breaking state law by looking the other way when babies are murdered. Yet, less than a week after his burial, here we are. Absolutely shameful. Representatives Anelo Canales and Rivera, why are you so obsessed with linking El Paso with the unlawful killing of the smallest among us? I know you struck the language from this agenda just now regarding items 1 through 3. However, I would like to visit line item number 2, that city funds shall not be used to solicit, catalog, report, or investigate reports of abortion. This is ridiculous because you definitely are willing to waste our city funds by putting us in a position to be sued by the state for breaking state law, which we will surely be doing, and which I and many others will tirelessly report you for doing. And let's talk about the rights of those who are pregnant and have made their voices heard about this issue. You know this ideology is not overwhelmingly supported by El Pasoans who do not value this false right to kill. You know, I don't often feel ashamed of my city, but you make me feel ashamed right now. We may be the underdog of the state's big cities, but we have heart, we have corazon. Your heartless insistence on trying to wear us down, to sneak these things onto our agendas, to force things upon us that you know are not popular with your citizens are the opposite of our values. Furthermore, how dare you use terms like sanctuary? The meaning of the word sanctuary is holy place, a place of refuge, a place of protection, not a place where babies should be trapped to be butchered. How dare you twist words in such a manner? Representatives Anelo and Rivera, I know this is your pet project, and that Mr. Rivera's wife, Dora, former chair of the Democratic Party, is also very involved in these ideas. You do not get to speak for the rest of us. Ms. Anelo, you're not from here, you're from Boston, and you come here thinking you're going to teach all us Mexicans how to think like you, because you're so much more educated, and from the East Coast, we're getting rid of babies.
Ms. Acevedo, please refrain from personal attacks.
Okay, fine. I'm sorry to make things personal, but it is very personal because I see how Mr. Rivera's wife has her hand in this.
Ms. Prime, their personal attacks are not allowed, especially on someone's spouse.
Ms. Bowers, please refrain from personal attacks.
Fine. Here's the thing. Abortion is not the future. The truth is too easy to see. All the arguments have been revealed. Babies are alive. Babies feel pain. It is barbaric to kill them, and we all know it. The only argument that is left is the feeble argument that one should have the right to kill for convenience, which is just to avoid possible discomfort. But we need to realize it will become another group next that is inconvenient.
Thank you, Ms. Bowers. You've reached the 3-minute limit.
You must stop this
Thank you,
now.
Ms. Bowers.
I'll pass it.
The next speaker is Alexis Acevedo. Alexis Acevedo, star 6 to unmute your telephone.
And before, and I know you mentioned this, Ms. Prine, but please stay respectful. And I know there's separate viewpoints, and we welcome everyone's viewpoint, and we respect your opinion. And I thank you, every one of you all, for being here, and I thank everyone for taking your time to talk to council. But please, no personal attacks.
Thank you for the reminder, Mayor. I don't see Alexis Acevedo in the queue. The next speaker is Carol Cassidy. Carol Cassidy, if you're in the queue, *6 to unmute your telephone. I don't see Carol Cassidy's phone number in the queue. Veronica Esparza, *6 please to unmute your telephone. Veronica Esparza, *6 please. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
I'm not sure if I'm unmuted or not.
You are,
Am
ma'am.
I?
Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good morning. I am calling to oppose item 31, and I will begin with the facts. The opposite of up is down. The opposite of black is white. The opposite of open is shut. The opposite of a man is a woman. The opposite of life is death. Here are some more facts. The definition of reproduction is the act or process of reproducing. Specifically, the process by which plants and animals give rise to offspring, and which fundamentally consists of the segregation of a portion of the parental body by a sexual or an asexual process, and it is subsequent growth and differentiation into a new individual. But the definition of abortion is this: the termination of a pregnancy after, accompanied by, resulting in, or closely followed by the death of the embryo or fetus, such as a spontaneous expulsion of a human fetus. The lie or the false claim that Planned Parenthood is providing reproduction services must be addressed. After all, the word transparency was at the beginning of these talks. Abortions are the complete opposite of reproduction because abortions kill baby lives. You can continue to lie to yourself and call an abortion health care, but the truth is that killing a person, even a baby person, is not caring for the baby's health. You can continue to lie to yourself and call abortion pro-choice, but the fact is that abortion is pro-death. Here's the number one fact about abortion. Children in the womb are unique individuals, but the transparent fact is that instead of a child growing and developing in what should be a safe space, the billion-dollar money-making abortion industry enriches itself by sucking babies out of the wombs with vacuums, or expelling babies into toilets and homes and dormitory bathrooms, or brutally tearing apart perfectly formed babies with forceps, or poisoning babies with deadly shots to their beating hearts, or morbidly leaving babies delivered alive to die alone and gasping for air. The opposite of following the Texas state law is violating it or breaking the law, which is what I pray.
Thank you. You've
that
reached the
each and every
3-minute
one of
limit.
you will not
Thank
do.
you. The
Please.
next speaker is Edward Garcia, followed by Yvonne Diaz, Michael Gutierrez, Allison Rivera.
Bless you.
Edward Garcia. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, City Council
Good morning.
members. Good morning, Mayor. Just wanted to thank you for stepping up and representing. I know they're difficult positions, but who's going to do it? The bold and the brave. I know you go through a lot. So going over what's proposed, going straight to 2, city funds shall not be used to solicit, catalog, report, or investigate reports of abortion, or unless we are finding that selective abortion is doing more harm to women than good. I mean, who's doing the studies? As a counselor, I get to hear it all. I get to see it all. We're there for pregnancies. We're there for post-abortion. We love them all. We're not here to judge. But we see the effects of it, period. We do miscarriage programs. the effects to women for miscarriages, natural miscarriages. It's brutal. It's a lot, and nobody's talking about it. So the verbiage and the language, what we're really representing for our city, everybody's going to run with it, and we need to be selective in how we're wording things, because our children are listening and saying it's a free pass to use abortion as birth control. Number 3, police shall make investigating abortions their lowest priority. Why don't we make parking tickets our lowest priority? Why don't we make jaywalking our lowest priority? Why abortion? It's dealing with mental health, PTSD, loss, grief. Why should it be our lowest priority? Wording investigating abortions as lowest priority continues to send a message to our daughters and our sons that abortion is acceptable and has no consequences. Pregnancies can continue being an inconvenience, a problem. It encourages people not to worry or be responsible with sex, but instead irresponsible. Number 3 can be reworded: police shall make investigating abortions necessary when a law is being broken as any other laws are broken, not categorizing them. Why? Because our tax dollars are used to uphold the law, any law. An abortion law that is broken can suddenly become a priority depending on the severity of the offense. Wording shall not limit law enforcement to go against their own judgments when any law is being violated. El Paso should be the example and send a better message. So I'm against item 31 just because that's my world. I understand it. And if you study it a little more, I think your wording would change too, to support both sides in preventing abortion from happening to begin with. Thank you.
The next speaker is Yvonne Diaz, followed by Michael Gutierrez, Allison Rivera, Veronica Carvajal, Tomas Calderon, Aurelio Valdez. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good
Thank
morning.
you. Good morning. My name is Yvonne Diaz. I'm a regional organizer with Texas Rising out of El Paso. And last year, I was here when this item was introduced, and I shared my story with you. I said that it was the story of a friend, when in reality, it was my story. I didn't want to talk about this because this story is mine because of the stigma and condemnation of the people, including the testimonies you've been hearing today, saying I need therapy without them knowing me. And even if I needed therapy, it will be from hearing the hate words. So after sharing my story last year, I went on to organize my community. I demanded the former district attorney to meet with me. We had a sit-in outside her office because she wouldn't meet with us. When I finally was able to meet with her, I was searched. I was ordered to take off my shoes. I was placed in a room full of attorneys, and I was intimidated. And no one has to go through this. No citizen, no person, nobody has to go through something that I went, something I went through. And the ask today is just simple. Separate religious beliefs from the state duties to protect lives of everyone, including mine, including those who have abortions and might die in the quest of unsafe alternatives. Please don't fail to protect the health of pregnant people once again, the goodwill of medical providers, and the people that need city funding for better use. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Gutierrez. Michael Gutierrez submitted a statement for Representative Anello.
Hello, Council. My name is Michael A. Gutierrez, a constituent of District 2. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend in person with my colleagues as I am a full-time student at UTEP, but despite my absence, I am writing to voice my support for Agenda Item 31. Item 31 is a policy measure that not only protects pregnant people within our community, but shows them that we support their right to choose what they do with their own body. There is a significant support to decriminalize abortion and to utilize those tax dollars for people in need in our community, not for harassing people in need of reproductive health care access. This item presented today before Council is well within the city's legal right. Other cities within the state have passed a similar policy. The Grace Act, which was passed by representatives in Austin, is a prime example. Council, it's time we join our colleagues from across the state. It is your responsibility to protect all people of our community and to ensure that people people who can become pregnant can make their own health care decisions without the fear of legal repercussions. It is time to support people who can become pregnant, period. La Frontera needs you. The state continues to fail communities like our own. What choice will you make, Council?
Thank you. The next speaker, Ellison Rivera, submitted a statement for Representative Hernandez.
Thank you. It reads, "Good evening. I'm writing this email to indicate that I would like to provide written comment on item 31. Additionally, I request that City Representative Hernandez read the following into the public record during the January 31st City Council meeting for comment on item 31. I'm asking for you to make abortion your lowest priority and to not criminalize it in El Paso County." Signed by Allison Rivera.
Thank you. The next
Thank
statement
you.
was submitted by Veronica Carvajal for Representative Anello.
My name is Veronica Carvajal. I live in District 2. Thank you, Representatives Anello, Rivera, and Canales for introducing this important item. I hope the rest of Council votes in favor of these measures. Abortion is health care. Fair criminalization leads to women and people who are pregnant not to seek and not to receive timely medical care when they need or want an abortion. This is particularly important for pregnant people in our community who are undocumented. Please focus our law enforcement resources on things that will actually make our community safer. Thank you, Veronica Carvajal.
Thank you. The
Thank you.
next speaker is Tomas Calderon. Tomas Calderon, *6 to unmute your telephone. I don't see the phone number in the queue. Next speaker is Aurelio Valdez. Aurelio Valdez. Joe Pogman. Joe Podgman. *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Joe Podgman. Good morning. You have 3 minutes. Joe Podgman, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name
Good
is
morning.
Dr. Joe Poyman. I'm the Executive Director of Texas Alliance for Life. I wish to speak against Agenda Item 31. We urge you to oppose it. As you know, in 2021, the legislature passed the Human Life Protection Act to completely protect unborn babies from the tragedy of abortion. Under no circumstances can a woman on whom an abortion is performed be held criminally or civilly liable under that law or any other law in Texas. It is our understanding both licensed abortion providers in El Paso have ceased performing abortions indefinitely. That is the new reality. The only abortion providers going forward will be those who perform or assist in illegal back alley abortions or traffic abortion-inducing drugs intended for desperate, self-induced abortions. These chemical abortions, when unsupervised by physicians, carry great risks to the health, fertility, and the very lives of women. Risk of infection from incomplete abortion when the body of the unborn child and placenta are not expelled, leading to life-threatening sepsis in the woman's body. Risk of future infertility if the unborn baby's Rh factor is different from the mother's, possibly leading to an immunity response from the mother's body against future pregnancies that can cause miscarriage. Risk of the woman's death if her pregnancy is actually an ectopic pregnancy, which can only be diagnosed by a physician and must be addressed at a hospital to prevent life-threatening hemorrhaging, in addition to extreme pain. By deprioritizing and limiting the investigation of those who perform or assist in these illegal back alley abortions, this council, through this resolution, will place women at a terrible and unnecessary risk to their health, their future pregnancies, and their very lives. And the responsibility for the harm to those women will rest on this council. Rather, we urge this council to promote compassionate alternatives to abortion, helping the women with childbirth, keeping their baby or placing their babies for adoption, like the ones you have heard about from previous speakers. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Joe Nava, followed by Sylvia Herrera, Vanessa Medrano, Cami Gonzalez. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm a pastor, and As a pastor, you tend to look over your flock. And as I've been witnessing today, there's a variety of age groups here. And we can kind of more or less know how this country was founded. And all of us here may have a God-given image, and we were all created in the image of God, male and female. We have natural laws that can't be changed. And as one of the speakers said, time changes, which is true. But our nature never changes. And the natural laws of God don't change. We can change the laws, we can change immorality into a political rival, but you can't do that to God. His word stands. And because it stands, the Bible says in the book of Daniel that you all were chosen for a time as this to be leaders as almost like gods in the sense of counsel and judges. That whatever we do, because God gave us a free will, that's how much he loves us. He didn't give you a free will so that you can do whatever you want, but he wants you to choose to love him. But because we don't, we still will have to give an account for what we do. I was a police chaplain and a county fire department chaplain. And one of the greatest things that I've seen as a police officer or a fireman when they see a child die. And now you're saying we're going to move our laws to ignore what is there? Then all I can say, I got to give an account because I'm here now. I put myself in this situation. And I'm asking you, God's giving you a conscience, but it's up to you what you do with that conscience. That's all I can say. But I do love you. And the Bible says that God gave us grace in order to find him. But that grace is not given so that you can continue to sin. Sin is given to where it causes us to repent. That means change your mindset. Look to him. God hates death. But did you know that God is a pro-choice, a God of choice? It's in the Old Testament. But he says, I am a God of choice. And then he says, choose life.
Thank you. You've reached the 3 minutes.
God bless
Thank
you,
you,
guys.
The next speaker is Sylvia Herrera. Sylvia Herrera, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council.
Good
This
morning.
morning, I'd like to kindly and respectfully remind you and encourage you of the duty that you took an oath for to uphold the law. Your Creator, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, the God of heaven and earth, whom you swore by while taking this oath, stated in his word in 1 Timothy 1:8-11. Understanding this, that the law is not laid down for the just, but for the lawless and disobedient, for the ungodly and sinners, for the unholy and profane, for those who strike their fathers and mothers, for murderers, for sexual immoral, for men who practice homosexuality, for enslavers, for liars, for perjurers, in accordance with the gospel of the glory of the blessed God. Rescue those who are being taken away to death. Hold back those who are stumbling to the slaughter. If you say, behold, we did not know this, does not he who weighs the hearts perceive it? Does not he who keeps watch over your soul know it? And will he not repay man according to his work? Evil men do not understand justice, but those who seek the Lord understand it completely. If one turns away his ear from hearing the law, even his prayer is an abomination. I stand against this so-called women's health care and Planned Parenthood and all they stand for in this resolution. Let's call it what it really is, murder. How can we sit here as a community and even consider access to safe and legal murder, calling it a major factor in the long-term health, safety, and quality of life of pregnant people? Pregnant people. Only biological women and pregnant can become pregnant. Let's keep our words and terms in line with reality. What about the health, safety, and quality of the life of the unborn, our most vulnerable neighbors, whom indeed are living human beings, whom they are trying to dehumanize, who have their own body and who are blameless. Why should they suffer the sins of their parents? Why are we crushing the heads and pulling them limb from limb for simply being a consequence of two adults whom in the majority of abortion cases who did have a choice, and yet because of inconvenience and their lack of responsibility, they're being slaughtered by the name of healthcare and women's choices? How foolish for anyone who has any morals or ethics or a conscience to even entertain this absurd abomination before all. I plead with you to repent of this sin of murder and of aiding and abetting of this heinous crime. For it is shameful even to speak of the things that they do in secret. But when anything is exposed by the light, it becomes visible. For anything that becomes visible is light. Therefore, it says, awake, O sleeper, and arise from the dead, and Christ will shine on you. Look carefully then how you walk, not as unwise, but as wise, making the best use of the time, because the days are evil. Therefore, do not be foolish, but understand what the will of the Lord is. Therefore, there is forgiveness with
Thank you. You've reached the 3-minute limit. Thank you, Sylvia Herrera. You've reached the 3-minute limit. The next statement was submitted by Vanessa Medrano for District 7, Representative Henry Rivera, and I'll be reading it on his behalf. And it says, my name is Vanessa Medrano, and I am a voter in District 7. I was raised and confirmed in the Catholic Church, and I am in favor of item 31. I am less active in the Catholic Church currently because of some loud, hateful voices that tend to speak over the kind, loving teachings of the Church. The last time City Council members brought the decriminalization of abortion in El Paso up to discussion, a friend of mine made a public comment only to be called a slur by those hateful voices during her time, with no repercussions for the individual that interrupted and harmed her. I hope the City Council can maintain decorum as they receive public comments regarding item 31. I hope those that come here and hate can reflect on the teachings of Christianity and how criminalizing someone with few to no other options is hateful. The decriminalization of abortion does not mean you agree with abortion. Decriminalizing it simply means you do not wish for every person, regardless of their circumstances, to be unjustly punished for a procedure that you do not know the reasoning for. City police should not be wasting time or resources by seeking out punishment for those individuals and their providers. El Paso is already facing a doctor shortage, and laws like this further discourage providers from coming here and practicing here. All we are asking is that a simple procedure is decriminalized to stop scarring people and providers from seeking medical treatment and assistance. Thank you, Vanessa Medrano. The next speaker is Cami Gonzalez. Cami Gonzalez, *6 to unmute your microphone, please. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Cami Gonzalez. I am a homemaker, mother, and member of the Binational Pro-Life, Pro-Family League. I am calling to let you know that I oppose item number 31 on your agenda. I beg you to please really listen to the people of El Paso, the people who you are supposed to be representing. Time and time again, you have been shown that El Paso is pro-life. El Paso is not a city that wants to be known for the killing of innocent babies. We are a pro-life and pro-woman city. Abortion is not health care. We don't need or want abortion in El Paso. If any woman in El Paso, and I assure you it's not the majority, wants to get an abortion, they can easily drive for 10-15 minutes to the abortion clinic in Santa Teresa. Again, we do not need an abortion clinic in El Paso. There's a reason why the ones we had were closed. El Paso is a pro-life city. We do not want abortion clinics in El Paso. I do not understand the obsession of this council. Not all of you, I do recognize that, insisting over and over on this same topic, killing of our innocent babies. Could you please tell us why the obsession? I'm sure there are many interests involved, personal and political. Is that it? Please tell us. I'm asking you, please do your job right and not just use your positions to do what suits your interests. Please really represent the citizens of El Paso. Understand that we are a pro-life city and vote no on item number 31. Do not make El Paso a sanctuary for the killing of babies. Again, please do your job and vote no on item 31. Thank you, and may God bless you and our city.
The next speaker is
Thank you.
Dora Oaxaca, followed by Josh Simmons, Lisa Turner, Susana Acosta, Nidia Correa, Miguel Escoto, Carlos Montijo, Luis Ross, Joseph Gallegos. Good afternoon. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Dora Oaxaca, a woman and a resident of the city of El Paso, and a strong proponent of healthcare. I want to thank the 3 city representatives for sponsoring this item and returning this item on the agenda for consideration. This item is a simple and straightforward item to support women's rights and prevent girls, young women, women of all ages from being targeted and shamed. This item ensures all women in El Paso have a safety net. It creates a welcoming and safe environment for girls, young women, women in general. I ask you, Mayor, and city representatives to not inject your personal beliefs, your personal stories, to justify a false narrative that strips women from their fundamental rights to make their own bodily decisions. I commend the newly appointed Women's Commission members for supporting a women's reproductive rights and ask the members of council to include the request to support reproductive rights in the city's state legislative agenda. I ask your support for this item and to carry forward in your city legislative agenda also support for women's reproductive rights. Thank you.
The next speaker is Josh Simmons. Josh Simmons, *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good late morning, Mayor, City Council, and distinguished
Good
staff.
morning.
My name is Josh Simmons. I am speaking today in comment on item 31, representing myself and myself only, with my opinion upon this item. I want to throw my support in favor of this item, along with all the other voices that have voiced their concerns. For far too long, this society, as we know it, has been misogynistic and has been led by the patriarchy, and where they have continuously villainized women and their bodies. A woman's choice to do with their body, whether it be in pregnancy or any other decision, should be made between herself and her doctor, a qualified, certified professional that has the right insight to make those decisions with consulting with their patient. And along with other services to allow these women to maintain and achieve proper mental health as well as physical health must be provided. The true issue is not that women should be burdened with accusations or any of these things revolving around the natural function of the body to go through pregnancy, but should be redirected at the men. We continuously villainize the women, but it's also the men's fault. Children are not conceived in immaculate conception. That is impossible, it is illogical, irrational. So it takes 2 to tango, and there must be a participating donor of sperm in order for pregnancy to occur. So that male, me as myself as being a father, and understanding the responsibility that it is to care for children, to undergo all the experience of being there as beside the partner, which should be the mother of that child. It is up to the men to be responsible, to take account for their actions, and to they themselves be responsible for their own reproductive genitalia. If you can't handle it, then remove it. If you're not ready, then get a vasectomy. It is not that hard. It is not that expensive. Quit attacking women. But the true issue that exists in this country since its founding is the mental illness and the delusion of God-invoking and theologists that plague our country with the descent into almost primitive times. We are trying to move into progress, into a more effective, efficient society, and those ideals of theology hold us back. Thank you.
Thank
The next speaker is Lisa Turner. Lisa Turner, followed by Susana Acosta, Nidia Correa, Miguel Escoto, Carlos Montijo, Luis Ross. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Morning. Mayor, Council, I rise in support of this amendment. I've heard people sit here and talk about, well, only biological women can have babies. Well, what happens if you can't bear a child? Are you a man? I've heard people talk about basically trying to cast aspersions onto people like me. No, I cannot give birth. And it eats at my soul that I cannot. But I can nourish a child. I can. And I've kept something secret from you all. I'm the descendant of two major religious figures in this country, the Reverend John Lothrop and Joseph Smith. And I'm a pastor myself. We talk about, you can't kill these people. Well, let me remind you of something, Genesis 2:7. You're not human until you take that first breath. And you quit being human when you stop breathing. This is not about the children. This is about power over women. If it was about children in this city would not go hungry every night. The gentleman back here made reference to the good bishop. He goes to bed with a full stomach. There are children in this city who don't. These pro-life people talk about this. They talk about the Bible. Let me remind you, of the 7 major religions, there are sects within those religions, Christianity is one, where female genital mutilation, corrective rape, and honor killings are okay. Those are their religious beliefs. Now, there are some 4,200 known religions in the world. If you make considerations for one, you have to make considerations for all, and that is impossible. What we have in the state of Texas is a state-forced religion, and it's what the far-right Christians believe. That's their belief. Nobody else was consulted. So you can't have a state religion. That's unconstitutional. That's, I don't know how many grades back the Reverend Lothrop is, but he was teaching something different, and the Church of England put him in jail. Kept him in jail with all of his followers and his other pastors. And eventually, we'll let you out of jail, but you've got to go to the colonies. So they went to the colonies, put them on a boat, sent them overseas, got them out from under their hair. One of the reasons why we have the First Amendment, one of the reasons why you have that religious thing in there.
Thank you, Ms. Turner.
But that is personal
Thank
belief.
you, Ms. Turner. You've reached the 3 minutes.
Can't force it on anybody.
The next speaker is Susana Acosta. Susana Acosta. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, or almost afternoon. I'm calling because I love my fellow women and their future as well as cute little babies with little tiny toes. No hate here, okay? I was standing there on July 5th, and I was 5 months pregnant back then, and now I'm here right now nursing the same little life, now 3 months old, outside of the womb. And again, watching how much you are forcefully pushing for this resolution to pass in El Paso with new council members. El Paso is not what you are pushing for. We are not Austin, Dallas, Denton. Aren't we El Paso strong? Do you realize the generational hurt and shadow you want to impose on this city? And I use the word impose because the people do not support this. Abortion hurts a woman's core being, and it kills a child, period. It intentionally mutilates a tiny innocent life into pieces, and the mother will never forget. The emotional and psychological pain will remain. And yet, you want to enshrine abortion here? No, no. You need to represent the people as you were put there to do. You should not be activists, pushing personal agendas or that of specific organizations, i.e. Planned Parenthood, that they promise you money or status. You need to represent the people. We all know that El Paso is welcoming and all. There's a Spanish saying, el dicho, la gente te da la mano, pero algunos toman hasta el brazo. Some take advantage of the people's trust and kindness, Some of you come from outside the border area, and the people of El Paso welcomed you with cariño and open arms, and all you are trying to do here is transform and disfigure this family-centered city. And one of you has a wife or a person speaking up in favor of this item. This is a conflict of interest, Mr. Rivera. You should recuse yourself from voting. Stop playing politics. Please, speak up for the unborn. And for the women who suffer in silence for believing the lie that abortion is liberating and painless, it is not. And I can't believe I need to even say and emphasize that only women, those with 2 copies of the X chromosome, can get pregnant. If this offends you, please retake a biology class. There's no such thing as pregnant people. Council members, don't allow others there with a louder voice and bullying tactics to coerce you or pressure your vote. My abuelita refers to those as más cercas que qué. You know that voting against this item is the right thing to do, so please be on the right side of history. Thank you. Have a good day.
The next speaker is Neria Correa. Neria Correa, *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Oh, okay, yes. Good morning, Mayor and City Council reps. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. And first of all, as stated already, this item has already been discussed last year in July 5th and is completely based on falsehood once again. The Texas Human Life Protection Act only criminalizes abortion providers. It does not criminalize women for seeking nor even having abortions, even in Texas and other states that have voted abortion to be illegal. This is a clear violation of state law. And just because other cities in Texas are in violation does not mean El Paso should follow suit. Second of all the people speaking in favor of this agenda item speak of healthcare and protecting women. But since when is the intentional killing of a human being? And yes, it is a human being. It is nothing other. Look at your scientific facts. It is a human being. When does the intentional killing of a human being fall into either of those categories? Additionally, they also say that this is a religious decision, that everybody speaking here is making a religious decision. And yes, and although it can fall into that category, we can't be so narrow-minded. And again, when does murder only fall into that into that category? It is not just a religious decision. It is a religious decision because it's murder. But again, it is a human rights issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Miguel Escoto. Miguel Escoto. Miguel Escoto, *6, to unmute your telephone if you're in the queue. I don't see the phone number in the queue. Carlos Montijo, *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Carlos Montijo, *6, please. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm a pastor of Thorn Crown Covenant Church, and to those struggling with unplanned pregnancy and abortion, our church is here to help. Please contact us at thorncrownministries.com. But my message to those of you pushing this agenda is simple. Stop making this issue about women's rights, because the real issue is about the right to life of the innocent unborn. Stop the lies about abortion. Stop the hypocrisy. Stop the identity politics. Stop demanding the right to kill your unborn. Stop incurring the wrath and judgment of the very God you prayed to this morning and swore an oath of public office to. And do the right thing by making El Paso a sanctuary city for the unborn. I find it so ironic that, according to your public comment criteria, all persons participating are expected to display civility and decorum that is respectful to other persons, without the use of insulting, profane, threatening, or abusive language. The irony is that the most threatening language of all, according to your own standards, is to threaten the other person's lives, which is exactly what this agenda is, a blatant threat against the lives of unborn children. and ultimately against the lives of women, men, which are physically, anatomically, and biologically different, and undermines the very foundation of human society, the nuclear family that nurtures their children instead of killing them. Your strategic goal for this resolution is to nurture and promote a healthy, sustainable community. Answer me this. How can you nurture and promote healthy, sustainable communities? The very words that you chose to nurture. Nurture healthy, sustainable communities by killing your own children, your own flesh and blood, instead of raising and actually nurturing them. Nurture. Your choice of words to describe your agenda to kill unborn children reveals the best of the worst of political doublespeak. The resolution also claims that eliminating access to abortion has been empirically proven to dramatically increase the risk of death, bodily injury, and infertility. These lies are twisted and even Orwellian. You are basically claiming that abortion is actually safer than giving birth. This is a demonstrable lie that has been empirically disproven. On the contrary, there is no such thing as a necessary abortion in any sense. All abortion is a heinous crime against our own innocent and most helpless humanity. On the contrary, it has been empirically proven that Life Dynamics and others have published documented reports about how women are raped inside abortion clinics, in many cases suffering irreparable damage, emotional, mental, spiritual, and physical, because of abortions, how the abortion industry traffics aborted baby parts, and how minor girls are taken by rapists for abortions while the clinics illegally refuse to report them, and how the abortion industry overwhelmingly targets minority neighborhoods. Your agenda also states that city resources will not be used to criminalize abortion. But there's only one problem. You cannot wipe the stain, the crime and sin of abortion clean by sweeping it under the rug, by turning a blind eye to justice. You have neither the power nor the authority to absolve the murder of unborn children. The only thing that can wipe your slate clean from the abortion and all other sin is the power and blood of Jesus Christ the
Thank
righteous.
you. You've reached the 3-minute
Amen.
limit. Thank you. The next speaker is Louise Ross. Louise Ross, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
I'm speaking against item 31 under the subject, honor and protect the rights of pregnant people. We need to safeguard the current laws, and Texas Human Life Protection Act law, it already protects women. It does not take any freedom away from a pregnant woman. This current law, as any law, should be upheld, and all elected officials and councils should not be promoting breaking laws or promoting fear. And instead, why don't you share the truth about the act, this act, and provide all manner of support to the pregnant mother and child? The Texas Human Life Protection Act does not criminalize women. They have the right to travel to a site that allows abortionists to operate and perform abortion. No, and it does not abolish women's health care, which abortion is not health care. It doesn't abolish any of their rights. It simply states the pregnant person is free to seek an abortion in a state that does support it. Texas does not. Nowhere does it say, as far as there's nothing in that act that says there's going to be prosecution of women seeking abortion or prosecution of treatment for ectopic or ectopic pregnancies or miscarriages. They do not. They actually have privacy. Their privacy is protected. No one knows about that. They've gone to a state that does it, and it's private. That is their choice. This effort of item 31 is a way to protect the abortionists and the industry making money on the act of abortion. Item 31 is written to confuse and put fear in people. Elected officials, through this item, are promoting the police violate their oath to protect the laws in place. And I actually believe that I don't want our police to be given a pass to violate current laws. We've all witnessed and have just recently witnessed the degradation of a society when that happens. We need to support the police and the laws and make sure they're doing the right thing. I oppose council giving support to abortion industry over the Protection of Human Life Protection Act. It does not honor and protect the rights of pregnant women, as the Act does. The Act does support them in countless services, giving thousands of dollars. The support is there for 3+ years after birth from nearly 200 pregnancy centers, maternity homes, and adoption agencies. Let's support that law, not degrade it. What is taking place in America
Thank
is
you. You've
abortion
reached
to
the
child.
3-minute
Yes,
limit.
that's the
Thank
mother
you.
who
The
can
next
kill her own
speaker
child.
is Joseph Gallegos. Joseph Gallegos, followed by Elizabeth Crawford, Marilyn Ortiz, Ruben Aguirre. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Mayor and City Council.
Good afternoon.
When I heard about this morning, it struck me in awe, and it brought back some deep feelings into my personal life. About 20 years ago, my ex-wife and I, she became pregnant. And through that course of that pregnancy, she ended up having a miscarriage about midterm. But one thing that struck me from that was that 20 years after that, we were 19 at the time, 20 years after that, she still had very deep emotions of the loss of that child. And I did too. Not as deep as hers, but I could feel the scars in her heart. I could feel the scars in her emotions. And I asked you today to oppose this resolution. It doesn't, we talk about let's help mental health for women and its health care. In reality, it's going to scar women. God created life when he breathed life into Adam and Eve, well, into Adam. Then he took a rib and gave it to Eve. That's how we are connected spiritually between a man and a wife. And when a child is formed at conception, during sex, during love, or during whatever you want to call it, life is created. And there is a spiritual connection with that child, that mother, and that father. And I ask you today to oppose this because it's not helping women. It's scarring them intentionally, deeply in their hearts and in their emotions. And I've seen it firsthand. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Elizabeth Crawford. Elizabeth Crawford, followed by Marilyn Ortiz, Ruben Aguirre, Terry Ramirez, Sabrina Bustillos. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for the opportunity to share. I just got back a few weeks ago. I was back home in New Jersey, and New York City has just erected, I've seen in the news, a golden statue above one of the courthouses just to honor abortion. Back about 6 weeks ago, I stood with a group outside what used to be called the Margaret Sanger Abortion Center. There's a group with a group called Love Life. We stood out there. They've renamed the abortion center. They've renamed the street because a lot of what has come out about Planned Parenthood does reveal the eugenics. And we all know, if we study enough, that abortion is a target against the African American race, against minorities, but primarily the African American race. And I don't even like to use the word race. We're a human race, but the African American group of people, we'll say, we are all one race. I'd like to speak about the whole emphasis on my body, my choice, that theme. I was born in 1973, the year abortion was legalized by God's grace. My parents chose life. I was a high-risk abortion, and abortion was thrown out as a viable option to my mom. By God's grace, my parents did choose life. I just want to share a scripture that probably many of you know. If I get stuck on any of it, you can help me. I think I can get through it. But it's in reference to this whole matter. Psalm 100. Make a joyful noise to the Lord, all ye lands. Serve the Lord with gladness. Come before his presence with singing. Know ye that the Lord, he is God. It is he that has made us, and not we ourselves. We are his people and the sheep of his pasture. Enter into his gates with thanksgiving, into his courts with praise. Be thankful unto him and bless his name. For the Lord is good, his mercy is everlasting, and his truth endures to all generations. In that psalm, we see that we are not our own masters. We are not our own creators. My body, my choice is not something that's going to stand before a holy God on that day. Every one of us will one day stand before him. He is our creator. We will answer to him. One of the things that impressed me most when I first came to El Paso was that mountain that you will look out on frequently from Juarez in Spanish, and I won't try it in Spanish. My Spanish isn't good, but read the Bible. It's God's word. I plead with you, read the Bible. It's God's word. Every one of us will stand before our Creator, a holy God. Please act today based on that truth. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ruben Aguirre. Ruben Aguirre. The next statement was submitted by Terry Ramirez, and it reads, El Paso City officials, I'm writing to speak strongly against item 31 on the agenda for January 31st, 2023. The subject is to honor and protect the rights of pregnant people. However, the full resolution makes it clear that the goal is to protect abortion providers in violation of Texas state law. All the arguments that is to protect women are based false political misinformation. The Texas Human Life Protection Act only criminalizes abortion providers. It does not criminalize women for seeking or for having abortions. Whether out of state or even if provided illegally in Texas, these actions also violate 42 U.S. Code 27, 1983, exposing the city to liability from a failure to investigate and ask police to violate their oath. Dallas Police Chief Eddie Garcia recently told Dallas City Council that a similar resolution requires police to violate their officer's oath. This is egregious overstep on behalf of the City Council. Police promise to uphold the law, and you are asking them to do the opposite. It is apparent that El Paso City Council members are prioritizing abortion providers over the general public and those sworn to protect and serve in their city. Furthermore, over 1,000 medical doctors have signed the Dublin Declaration affirming that abortion is never medically necessary to save the life of a woman, and that the prohibition of abortion does not affect in any way the availability of optimal care to pregnant women, because there is a fundamental difference between elective abortion and necessary medical treatments that are carried out to save the life of the mother. If the city intends to support pregnant women's equality, rights, and opportunities, we should focus on removing the expectation that has burdened women for the past 50 years under Roe versus Wade to alter, suppress, and destroy the normal, healthy functions of her natural body in order to conform to male-based definitions of success. Instead, we must shift the expectation to employers, universities, and our city to instead be the ones to conform, to actually support women by focusing on pregnancy health resources, resident support, and education programs that cater to the unique needs of new and expecting moms, family life resources and assistance, fair wages and maternity leave, programs supporting lactation and fertility awareness, and life-affirming health care that supports rather than destroys a normal, healthy function of a woman's natural body. I will be contacting the Texas Attorney General and vocalize my concerns over this abuse of power occurring in El Paso. Thank you for your time and concern. The next speaker is Sabrina Bustillos. Sabrina Bustillos will be followed by Valerie Vasquez, Eden Klein, Atsiri Reyes, Jose Miguel Reyes, and Claudia Rodriguez. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. With a belated congrats to the new members of Council who've already begun doing great things like the El Paso Climate Charter and protecting Duranguito. My name is Sabrina Bustillos, and I'm here in my capacity as a community member and an advocate with the Texas Freedom Network and their Just Texas program, which works to change the narrative surrounding abortion in faith communities, because we believe firmly that there's no room for hate in faith. I'm here to urge Council to support this item. There seems to be a lot of confusion about what this item's actually about. I'd like to point out, as many before me have, that other major cities, including Austin and Dallas in the state of Texas, have successfully passed measures like this. The reality is we can debate abortion all day, but wherever you stand on the issue, using city funds and resources to terrorize and harass those that believe in reproductive freedom is wrong. The reality is abortion is going to happen regardless of the state's attacks of bodily autonomy and regardless of anybody in this room's personal viewpoint. It's important to note that Texas's trigger law and past legislative items like the Texas Bounty Law are intended to create frivolous lawsuits. Considering the vagueness of Texas's laws and its history of abortion criminalization, citizens are worried that they could be put at risk for investigations or police intervention by simply distributing information regarding abortion. This is why we need our city to pass measures that would clearly state and protect our rights plainly. This agenda item is really the least we can do for communities that have been impacted the most by the overturning of Roe v. Wade, and I'm really appreciative to have a council that can acknowledge that and put an item forward like this. So again, I really urge you all to vote in favor of it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Marilyn Ortiz. Marilyn Ortiz will be followed by Ruben Aguirre, Valerie Vasquez, Eden Klein, Alciri Reyes, Jose Miguel Reyes. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for listening. There have been many eloquent speakers today speaking about the truth of life. Simply put, abortion is murder. Thank you. Abortion is murder. I was born in El Paso. I married somebody that came to school from Santa Fe, and we lived at one point in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Now I'm back to this area again. But my experience with Planned Parenthood started with having an IUD in place when I wasn't even sexually active, and it ended up it was shoved all the way into my diaphragm. And luckily I didn't die. I got hospitalized and got that extracted over some time that I can't remember exactly. But then when my husband and I were in San Juan, Puerto Rico, I became pregnant. We had 2 beautiful children already, a son and a daughter. And my husband wasn't a practicing Catholic, and I wasn't a practicing Christian. I guess we both hoped to change each other if it became important. By the time my son was 4 or 5 and a bad word came out of his mouth, I realized, oh my goodness, I'm not being responsible as a parent. And so my life, I sought to do God's will. When I became pregnant with our 3rd child, my husband was overwhelmed with the financial responsibility and said, okay, you can carry this baby to term and we'll adopt it out. About that time, we would hear radio reports of how men were getting more rights in custody. And so he threatened me that if I went ahead with this, if I took a plane, if I returned to the States, where my parents would support me and our children, that I couldn't take our children. So it seemed as if my 2 children, existing children, were held hostage over the coming baby. But all this was just excuses for my sin, for my cowardice in not being a mother to that baby. And so it's a deep regret of my life. And many women are harmed physically and emotionally by abortion. It's not just a simple procedure. Abortion is murder. So thank you for your kind consideration. Choose life. Vote against this item 31. God bless you all.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ruben Aguirre. Ruben Aguirre. Valerie Vasquez. Valerie Vasquez, if you're in the queue, *6 to unmute your telephone. Valerie Vasquez. I don't see the phone number in the queue. Eden Klein. Eden Klein will be followed by a statement from Alciri Reyes, Jose Miguel Reyes, and Claudia Rodriguez. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Good
My name is
afternoon.
Eden Klein. I was born and raised in El Paso. As a registered voter, living in District 2, domestic violence attorney, court-appointed special advocate for the youth, here in my personal capacity, I support this initiative. It should be clear, this agenda will not support abortions, fund abortions, or erect new abortion clinics. This is only going to stop tax money from prosecuting and jailing abortion seekers and aiders. Similar initiatives have successfully passed in many other major cities in Texas. El Paso must follow suit. In Texas, there's already severe abortion restrictions written into vague and confusing laws. The Texas Trigger Laws and SB 8 set up a bounty, frivolous lawsuits, and possible jail time for people who aid and abet abortions or even just spread information. And it is not in vain to assume that abortion seekers are next. In fact, SB 8 is attacking pregnant people and aiders and abettors is evident because people have already been jailed for miscarriages and abortions. In April 2022, Lizelle Herrera of the RGV had been arrested and charged with murder for allegedly having a self-induced abortion. The DA dropped those charges after community members and advocates advocated for it. And this is only going to keep happening as these kinds of laws roll out, and we as a community must rely on each other to protect and advocate for ourselves. If our city leaders protect us from this tyranny and attempt a misogynistic power over pregnant folks as much as they can, it will be another stronghold that we need. In El Paso, people seeking abortions go to doctors, social workers, organizers, and lawyers. These are the same people who may be required to report abortions or will be jailed for helping people get these abortions. Spending tax dollars on criminalizing abortion means people who go to these resources they trust for safety and protection and health care will not be able to and will have to seek out dangerous ways to protect themselves and have an abortion. It means they risk going to jail. It means sending doctors, social workers, organizers, and lawyers to jail for protecting and serving the community. Spending tax dollars on criminalizing abortion will not stop abortion. It will not dissuade abortion. It will only create more populations in jail, more people dying from self-induced abortions, and parentless children subject to our horrific foster care system. We must use our tax dollars to support those already here. We must protect the communities who are already here. We must support each other and be there for each other when our federal and state government is not. If we stop tax dollars from investigating and harassing abortion seekers and aiders, we can protect each other with safety and healthcare without being put in jail. I urge you to vote for this agenda item in favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next statement was submitted by Alciri Reyes for Representative Kennedy.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Atziri Reyes. I'm a D1 constituent represented by City Rep Brian Kennedy, and today I'm here to speak in support of item 31 and ensure that El Paso protects the rights of pregnant people. As a person who was raised mostly by women, I find it extremely important that their rights are enforced and their choices are respected. Growing up for the most part without a dad, I watched my mom struggle and stress about basic necessities for survival. I watched my sister become an adult when her youth was meant to remain. Working, studying, helping out my mother, buying her little sister that venti matcha she was begging for. I heard similar stories too from my best friends, but one stood up for me and said, my mom told me once she wouldn't have aborted her first child, I would not be alive, and my sister wouldn't either. And so with this, I can confidently say that abortion is not, like underanalyzed arguments state, an irresponsible or cruel act. To abort is to acknowledge that as much as we would like, we are not yet equal, and as long as we aren't, minority groups will continue to struggle. Women will continue to struggle. The LGBTQA plus community will continue to struggle and experience the bad end of laws, such as the abortion law, that do not acknowledge this evident power imbalance. So I ask today's City Council, acknowledge today's price of adversity, and at the very least, protect the rights of pregnant people. Use city funds and use my tax dollars to create a positive change and empowerment for our community, not for programs to criminalize strong individuals who are only doing what is best for their health and future, not to solicit, catalog, report, or investigate reports of abortion, and not to disempower our people. Make abortion the least of priorities for our police force, and please remember our people. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jose Miguel Reyes. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jose Miguel Reyes, a constituent of District 7. I am present today to advocate for the decriminalization of abortion for those who seek it. Abortion is already as stigmatized as it is, in part contributing to people's choice of opting out of abortion due to unjustified cultural or religious shame. Criminalizing abortion just compounds the amount of hardship to those already succumbed by the stress that comes with obtaining an abortion. If you do continue to persecute abortion seekers, you'd be spending amounts of taxpayer dollars on police detaining those mostly single parents who do not wish to be forced into pregnancy, which ends up costing them hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical fees. I want to emphasize that abortion seekers do not hurt anyone. If anything, abortion seekers, I would argue most of the electorate population in El Paso agrees, as according to a statewide poll from September of last year by Periundum, over 60% of Texans support abortion being available in all or most cases. I want El Paso to be a place where it's people know they have the freedom and support to choose their futures without fear. I want to leave you all with one of my favorite quotes by Methodist pastor David Barnard. It goes, "The unborn are a convenient group of people to advocate for. They never make demands of you. They're morally uncomplicated. Unlike the incarcerated, addicted, or the chronically poor, they don't resent your condescension or complain that you're not politically correct. Unlike widows, they don't ask you to question patriarchy. Unlike orphans, they don't need your money, education, or childcare. Unlike aliens, they don't bring all the racial, cultural, and religious baggage that you dislike. They allow you to feel good about yourself without any work or creating or maintaining relationships. And when they are born, you can forget about them because they cease to be unborn. You can love the unborn and advocate for them without substantially challenging your own health, power, or privilege, without reimagining social structures, apologizing, or making reparations to anyone. They are, in short, the perfect people to love if you want to claim you love Jesus, but actually dislike people who breathe. Prisoners, immigrants, the sick, the poor, widows, orphans, all the groups that are specifically mentioned in the Bible, they all get thrown under the bus for the unborn." Thank you.
Thank you.
The next statement was submitted by former City Council Representative Claudia Rodriguez, and it reads, "Good day, everyone, and thank you to everyone that has come back for round 3 of this item. I am speaking to you all today to let you all know that despite your genuine efforts to humanize the unborn, I hate to tell you all that this time your efforts here today will go in vain. Please look at our elected officials' faces and remember them, because to them, this feels good and they are proud of themselves. Yes, this is a sad day, but we can't change people's hearts. And unfortunately, yes, the state of Texas will descend on El Paso. And even worse, we will all pay for this decision in our upcoming legal battle. Council does not understand that abortion is a state issue and that this battle does not belong to them. It is shameful that this is happening again. Please know that when this item passes today, that hope cannot be lost. El Paso, keep the faith and know we got this because a greater one has us. It's going to be okay. I love you all." Claudia Rodriguez, former City Council Representative. The next speaker is Carol Cassidy. She's in the queue. I don't see her in the queue. The next speaker is Valerie Vasquez. Valerie Vasquez, star 6 to unmute your telephone. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I'm sorry, I was under the impression that I was not going to get to speak today, so I'm a little unprepared at this point, but I did want to just call in and say that my name is Valerie Vasquez. I'm calling in from District 4. I'm a constituent of Representative Molinar, and I am calling in to oppose item 31. And I would like, I'm actually quite frustrated that we're at this again. And we had already, I think, decided this back in July that this was not going to pass. So I don't understand why we're here doing this again. But seeing that we are, I'd like to just reiterate what Claudia Rodriguez just said, in that this is a state issue, and Texas has already decided this. It is illegal in the state of Texas, and I don't think El Paso should be a lawless city, and I think you all understand that, and I think you are in agreement with that. And so I would really encourage you to stand up for El Paso, stand up for El Paso being a city that supports family values, a city that is lawful, and a city that defends the unborn, the most vulnerable and innocent among us. And I really want to just say, don't put El Paso on the map for a city that is completely lawless and a city that is not going to defend life. Hello?
Go ahead, ma'am. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I was just getting some feedback. Please support life. Please defend life, and please don't do this. Representatives, please listen to your hearts. Listen to the people who are pleading with you not to do this. You know what is right, and you know what needs to be done. Have the courage to stand up for the unborn. Have the courage to stand up for life. Please don't do this. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes public comment. I've called everyone that signed up to speak.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank everyone that called in and everyone that's here, and for everyone respecting everyone's viewpoint. With that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Carol Cassidy would like to speak, if you please.
Thank you, Mayor.
I have the wrong ID number.
Ms. Cassidy's in the queue.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Ms. Cassidy's in the queue. She had signed up to speak, but she had the wrong conference.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Go
Absolutely.
ahead, Ms. Cassidy. You have 3 minutes.
Well, thank you so much, and good morning, of course, to our good mayor and the other city council people. And I mean, again, your resolution is a mockery for a safe and secure city. You're promoting lawlessness. You better take a look at your Agenda 5. I'm not going to go through that there. I only have 3 minutes, and of course, we need to reinstate our original 5 minutes that we used to have with City Council. In any case, okay, I've said that. So who submitted this felonious resolution must be arrested by the good El Paso police because they're promoting lawlessness. On August the 25th, 2022, Texas State abolished abortion fully with civil, criminal, professional penalties for abortion providers who violate the law. It's a felony, folks. Both of our city attorney and our Texas attorney general will be contacted regarding the lawless lawbreakers that are attempting to overthrow Texas law here in our beautiful city of El Paso. So I think enough people have preceded me on of course, life, and there it is. So I have nothing else to say except I am going to throw in a few things. I should have come in today, but I incurred stupidly a dog bite yesterday. So, but in any case, I'm also looking at agenda number 37. Oh my goodness, they want to throw in a civil service commission. Well, I'll be there, trust me, and get as many people to understand the turnout for February the 7th. That's outrageous. Yeah, people that you can't fire. And then they began it with following state law. Well, they have to follow state law. So regarding our ordinances, let me think. A climate director? Oh my gosh. Hey, you
Ms.
guys,
Cassidy,
go join the World
we're not
Economic
on that
Forum.
item. Ms. Cassidy, please remain on topic.
I know that. Well,
We're on
throwing
item
it in
31.
'cause I'm done. All right. Well, thank you so much, and that's about it. I think enough people have pronounced God's order and male and female, and none of you people are ever going to change that. So anyway, the Lord bless. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
And now, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to do public comment first this time because last time we heard a lot of language from public speakers about how this would not protect individuals in criminal situations. That language was in the previous item and is in that language now. It takes absolute account in protecting individuals in any situation. On January 22nd, 2023 would have marked the 50th anniversary of Roe versus Wade. Instead, Texans are now navigating one of the most restrictive and punitive bans on abortion. After the Supreme Court overturned Roe, many Texas cities, including Austin, Dallas, San Antonio, Denton, and the county of El Paso, took action to use their home rule powers to put in place protections to ease the criminalization of abortion. But El Paso did not take action. What is being presented today is the Grace Act that we heard referred to several times. It is the exact language passed by those other cities. So we do know that has gone through much legal vetting and is well within the powers of the city of El Paso. As elected officials most closely connected to our residents' need, it is our duty to implement policies that are focused on promoting health and safety of our communities. This item does not make a determination on abortion. It recommits our city's values and ensures our constituents can make the healthcare decisions that are best for them. And we must pass this resolution today. And so I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Who seconded it? Okay, thank you. Representative Kennedy?
A couple of things. The first thing I wanted to point out to people is reading through the resolution, I had concerns initially about the urging to violate state law. This resolution is very clear. It says, except to the extent otherwise required by state or federal law. It carves out anything where state law would supersede and the requirements. It says it doesn't apply to cases of conduct that is criminally negligent. They're making sure that it carves out illegal activities. It's not saying that it's urging lawlessness. I do want to say that I'm concerned when political parties make support or opposition to an item like this the litmus test for if you're a good person in that party. I worry that sometimes people come up, spend 3 minutes, get applause, but they don't spend the rest of the time actually putting their sweat and work where their mouth was. I see people that are endorsing this greatly and then walk out the door and forget about it. I would say to both sides, continue doing the humanity work that you propose should be done, whether you're for or against this item. You know, I've seen too many times items like this will fire somebody up and they have a great fiery 3 minutes and applause, and when you say, what have you done in the next month after that to assist those that you think you're helping? And the answer too many times is, well, I'll get to it. So I would urge everybody to put your statements today into action and take the actions that are needed to help those people who are in need, no matter which side of this issue you fall on. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Canales?
A lot of what I have to say today borrows heavily from the words of Mayor Steve Adler and from Austin and Austin Council members Vanessa Fuentes, Paige Ellis, and Kathy Tovo. And so I want to properly credit them and thank them before I start. And I want to note that the language in the agenda posting itself has been struck. That was done in the revisions to the agenda today. So we're essentially just voting today on the text of the resolution itself and nothing extra. The full text of the resolution was read earlier, but I just want to read the resolved statements one more time so that we all start again from the same baseline. Now, therefore, the Council of the City of El Paso hereby resolves the El Paso City Council formally condemns any action intended to abrogate the fundamental liberties of its people and affirms its commitment to protecting people's rights and to make reproductive health decisions for themselves and their families, including abortion care. Be it further resolved, it is the policy of the city that, except to the extent otherwise required by state and federal law, that emphasis is mine, city resources, including, for example, funds, personnel, or hardware, will not be used to 1, create any record of any information related to an individual seeking abortion, miscarriage, or any other event that could be prosecuted as a violation of state law, criminalizing or creating civil liability for pregnancy outcomes. 2, provide information to any other governmental body or agency about pregnancy outcomes, unless such information is provided to defend the patient's rights to reproductive care, including abortion care, or the healthcare provider's right to provide such care. And 3, conduct surveillance or use any electronic surveillance device, hardware or software that is capable of collecting, capturing, recording, retaining, processing, intercepting, analyzing, monitoring, or sharing audio, visual, digital, location, thermal, biometric, behavioral, or similar information or communications specifically associated with or capable of being associated with any specific individual or group, or any system, device, or vehicle that is equipped with an electronic surveillance device, hardware, or software for the purpose of determining whether an abortion has occurred, except for the collection of aggregated data without personal identifying information or personal health information for purposes unrelated to criminal investigation, enforcement, or prosecution. It is the intention of the City of El Paso that this policy does not apply in cases of conduct that is criminally negligent to the health of the pregnant person seeking care, or where coercion or force is used against the pregnant person. Be it further resolved, it is the further policy of the city that investigation of or support for the prosecution of any allegation, charge, or information relating to a pregnancy outcome, or any party thereto, again, emphasis mine, will be the lowest priority for enforcement, and the use or assignment of resources and personnel, except in cases of conduct that is criminally negligent to the health of the pregnant person seeking care, where coercion or force is used against the pregnant person, or where the pregnancy outcome is not the crime being investigated, but evidence of another crime, such as sexual assault. Be it further resolved that the city manager is directed and permitted to take appropriate steps to implement this resolution, and to provide an oral presentation and written report to council on the implementation of this resolution, including changes to policies and procedures, by March 27, 2023, and to provide a written report to the council on the implementation of this resolution by May 23, 2023. The city manager may return to the council for authorization of any needed policy clarifications or changes in the event of future changes to federal law, state law, or technology that affect this resolution. So sorry, I know it's long to read it all out again, but I think it's important that we hear it again so that it's very clear what it's trying to say. This proposed action does not supersede or contravene state law. It's a statement of policy that provides guidelines for the city on how to prioritize enforcement of the abortion ban in state law, among hundreds of other important and significant crimes. It does not conflict with the state's designation of abortion as a crime, and it does not prohibit the investigation of a crime. There are exceptions specifically stated for data collection and reporting required by state law or federal law. The action does not stop the state of Texas from investigating alleged abortions. Some of the speakers today said that this action only discusses pregnant persons seeking abortion, but the text of the resolution clearly discusses deprioritizing the investigation, quote, of any party thereto, as I emphasized before when I read it. So this action is designed to protect everyone involved in an abortion, but the provision of the abortion will still be an illegal act under state law, and I think this very clearly understands that. We're completely confident that this action is legal under current law and the Texas Constitution. This is evidenced, admittedly not concretely proven, but I think strongly evidenced by the fact that the state attorney general has not taken any legal action in response to the several other large cities in Texas who have passed nearly identical policies. There will still be significant legal risk involved in any abortion procedure in Texas to the individuals involved. This can only try to mitigate legal risk, not eliminate it completely. The proposed policy does not protect residents from SB 8, the heartbeat bill. That allows private citizens to sue people who perform abortions after 6 weeks of gestation, and Texas cities don't have the power to decide who gets to file a lawsuit. So this instead addresses the Texas trigger ban, formerly the Human Life Protection Act, which establishes extreme criminal penalties for all abortions, as well as other similar criminal laws like SB 4, which restricts medical abortions. I've heard some of the speakers today ask, the Texas trigger ban has an exception that protects the person receiving an abortion from prosecution. So why does the city need a policy to protect women and pregnant people from prosecution if the state law already does so? Under the current laws on the books, those receiving abortion ostensibly cannot be prosecuted. That's correct. But it's important to note that the language of that exception is very purposefully ambiguous. Women receiving abortions are protected, but that exception is written in the passive voice, and the trigger ban is silent on whether a woman who self-manages their own abortion or even drives themselves to their physician's office is engaged in performing an abortion and therefore at risk of prosecution. Additionally, Texas never repealed its much older pre-Roe statutes, which criminalize both the performer and the receiver of an abortion. So those are also still on the books. This proposed policy then protects everyone involved with an abortion as long as that abortion is not criminal in other ways. I hope that my comments here have furthered the understanding of what this policy does and what it doesn't do. of what is legal in the state of Texas and what is not legal, and of what actions a municipality like us as the city of El Paso can take and what actions we can't take. This proposed action is a step that I think is prudent, is legal, and is within the curfew of us as a city council, as a body. That's why we've proposed it, and that's why I intend to support it today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Representative Salcido?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for all the public comment that was shared here today. But I do want to be clear that the question before us is not if we are pro-life or pro-choice. The issue before us is to do with it being legal matters involving state law, city policies, and police departments. You know, the Supreme Court has already spoken, so none of this changes that. You know, I've said in the past that I'm personally pro-life, but I don't believe the government should be telling people what to do with their bodies. But Ms. Neiman, I wanted to make sure that all the legal concerns are answered before I can support this resolution. It is my understanding that we cannot neglect or ignore state law. So I continue to have like certain legal concerns here. And so I want you to kind of go one by one on these with me. So I have concerns over this line. It says, it is policy of the city that except to the extent otherwise required by state law or federal, city resources, including, for example, funds, personnel, or hardware will not be used to. Again, it is my understanding that we are not allowed to ignore or neglect state law. As our lawyer, do you believe this line or any line in this resolution violates state law?
So the manner in which the resolution was written was used also by drafting what other cities have passed. The language specifically, as to the extent permitted by law, will allow, if this action of council passes here today, will allow us to go back and draft the policy that would institute the resolution. So council is directing the city manager and the city attorney's office to come back with a policy that would abide by state law. That is what the intent of the resolution is accomplishing. Also, as a matter of course, all of the council resolutions are reviewed by our office. The resolution was reviewed by various members in my office in regards to the validity and the legality of them, and it is being proposed here today with those things in mind.
For them to be, you said, legal?
Correct. So if it passes here today, we are being directed to come back with policies that would carry out the direction that the resolution states. And then we will also be reaching out to the police departments in those other cities to see what their policies look like that fall in line with this resolution.
And so does any of this language, in this policy, ask police officers not to violate their oath of office?
So again, the policy would be written in order to allow the police departments to still carry out the laws of the state of Texas and their oath of office. So we would not write a policy that would allow an officer to not follow the law.
Okay, so basically you're just saying that the intent of this is to go before you, you create the policy, you come back with only language that does not violate state law.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
What's your time frame? Ms. Neiman, what's the time frame?
According to the resolution, Mayor, it's in March, and then there's a second reporting deadline in May.
Okay, thank you for
It's
that.
in the and it's I don't remember the second date. It is March 22nd, and then May
24th.
No, that's good enough. That's
May
good. Thank you for
23rd.
that. Thank you. With that, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, Mayor, the motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Anello, seconded by Representative Canales, and this is to approve the resolution on item 31. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes 7-1. Representative Molinar voting nay. The remainder of council voting aye. The motion carries.
You didn't need me to break a tie? Thank you again, everyone, for being here. And I think it's important what Ms. Neiman said, that this will be brought back in March and then again in May. So I think it's important that we, and what Representative Kennedy say, stay true to your beliefs and continue to advocate. Thank you. And with that, we'll go to a call to the public.
Yes, sir. The El Paso City Council is a local government body charged with serving all of the citizens of the city, and the meetings must be focused on the meeting at charge. The city council meetings are public meetings under the Texas Open Meetings Act. Public comment is an accommodation and not a requirement of city council. All persons in attendance are expected to display civility and decorum that is respectful to other persons without the use of insulting, profane, threatening, or abusive language. Public comment will not be used for personal attacks against a person or group's character or integrity which are not pertinent to city business, nor may any member of the public use this forum for political statements or campaigning. Please note that during a call to the public, the city council may not deliberate or decide any subject that is not on the agenda. However, council may propose that a topic commented on be posted on a future agenda. This afternoon, we have 13 members of the public that signed up to speak. The first person is Wally Sheck, followed by Ron Como, Barbara Valencia, Efrain Saucedo. Ms. Sheck's topic is Right or Wrong, Save America. Good afternoon, Ms. Sheck. You'll have 3 minutes.
IT, can I please have the Elmo on?
Looks like a plant from here. I don't think we need it.
Good day. God bless you, and God bless Save America.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sheck.
Please, today, make this a memorial day for our chief police. Put a corner memorial there. You have only one corner in the city hall here. And please, excuse me, this is not the timing. This is from a priest at the St. Joseph parish, from all the children in the parish, for every one of you. And I asked him to give me the flowers and the 3 minutes that he cannot be here. So this is not my 3 minutes. This is the 3 minutes for all of you.
Thank you, Ms.
from
Sheck.
the parish, okay?
Thank you.
And please, with the memorial from the chief, put on one side all the people who served as a representative, just like you have for the mayors here. And over here, on this one, put actual the letters that you write to the people you represent. This was my first meeting, and December the 18th, 2012. And I think this should be, Mr. Mayor, put by the ball. And I'm sorry, this 3 minutes business bothers me to no end, because in 1944, my father came from Russia, and I was working for Nazi, and she gave me 15 minutes to speak to him and said, your time is up, and if you don't leave, I put you back in Dachau. And this is what upsets me. This is a rule, the 3 minutes from the city manager, Wilson. And I can't tell you. This is my 359 time that I'm here. Forgive me. This is from a priest for all of you. I'll be here one more time.
Thank you, Ms. Sheck.
When did you order it last?
See what I mean? We've never had a mayor like that before. Put this right here.
Careful though, be careful.
Thank you, Ms. Sheck. The next speaker is Ron Como. Ron Como's subject is exercising my right to the First Amendment, freedom of speech. He will be followed by Barbara Valencia, Efrain Saucedo, Nicole Jordan, Tracy Martinez, David Hill, Colt DeMorris. Good afternoon, Mr. Como. You have 3 minutes. Good thing.
Well, here we are again.
Good afternoon, sir, and thank you for being here.
Yeah, I know you guys don't want me here, and
You know
I
what,
don't
sir?
wanna be here.
You want to be here, we want you here.
As you said, I'm a very passionate person for the problems that we have.
And
in
that's
El
why I want
Paso.
you to be here, sir. Thank you for being
And I
here.
find it very interesting that the lady earlier was talking, and she discussed the fact that she was bit. There was a conversation about we should work together at the last meeting. I don't think any of you realize what the rescues have done for the city of El Paso, not just local, but out of state. My last meeting with our director, we were discussing the amount of strays in El Paso. His comment to me was, I don't want to house a bunch of strays. I had a couple of things come to mind. If you don't want to house a bunch of strays, you're the director in the wrong city. The other thing that came to mind is if he wanted to not house a bunch of strays, he should have gone to some place that only has about 10 or 15 kennels like the county. However, thinking about that, I realized that the county of El Paso hired a director that was qualified, had animal welfare, sheltering experience. At no point the fact that the person they hired was a friend had anything to do with them being hired, unlike what's happened in the last two directors in El Paso City Shelter. I'd like to draw the attention to the entire city council. You're here, you're supposed to be protecting our communities. I'd like to ask a question. When was the last time we had 6 serious dog attacks in the city of El Paso in a 5-month period? Never, exactly. And why is that? Is it because the community changed? No, we all know the community hasn't changed. What has changed is the ability and the want to and the desire to do the job of animal services. We all know for a fact they are not picking up all strays. You cannot leave unaltered, unvaccinated strays running our streets and not expect problems. We have been telling you for years we were going to get more strays and there was going to be more disease and people were going to get hurt. When are you all going to fix the issue? Somebody have to die before you realize how badly we've screwed up? We need to get rid of the HOS program. We need to get qualified people. It is time for a clear the shelter, but this time with the people that need to be removed. I hope
The next
you're
speaker,
listening.
thank you. The
Thank
next
you.
speaker is
Thank
Barbara
you, sir.
Valencia. Barbara Valencia's topic is We Deserve Better regarding the Director of Animal Services position. Go ahead, Ms. Valencia, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Barbara Valencia with Huckleberry Hound Dog Rescue.
Good afternoon.
We deserve better.
I'm going to talk to you today about the Director of Animal Services position with a salary of approximately $100,000 per year paid for by our tax dollars. Per the City of El Paso's HR department, these are the requirements and qualifications one must have for this position. Bachelor's degree in business management or public administration, relevant zoology and related animal care and control field, CAWA certification within 1 year of appointment, overseas zoonotic disease, experience in their best practices in delivery of animal care and welfare, knowledge of animal welfare and disease control, and knowledge of animal behavior, anatomy, hygiene, nutrition, and first aid for animals. Let's go over the CAWA certifications. In order to become CAWA certified, you must possess a minimum of 5 years work experience as a high-level manager for a not-for-profit or government organization, and at least 3 years of hands-on work experience must have been acquired at an organization that provides animal sheltering and or field services. The current director, as well as the previous directors, has no previous experience working in a shelter environment, so he can't even qualify for the required CAWA certification, as well as not meeting the other requirements needed for the position of director. Directors present and past. The current director has risen up the ranks of the fire department, transitioned from emergency operation duties to administration, where he was in charge of purchasing everything from toilet paper to PPE for the fire department. He is unable to qualify as a CAWA, and he does not have the experience and qualifications the city requires to be Director of Animal Services. The previous director has a Bachelor's of Arts in Mass Communication. He spent most of his career in news broadcasting. He did not have the experience and qualifications the city requires to run the shelter, and he too was unable to qualify as the required CAWA. And the director before that, she came from Parks and Recreation Department. She did not have the experience and qualifications required by the city to run the shelter, and she too was unable to qualify as CAWA. And her lack of experience and qualifications made national headlines for her cruel and inhumane treatment of the animals. So we have a fireman, a news broadcaster, and a Parks and Recreation supervisor, all having no previous shelter experience and does not or did not meet the city's requirement to run the animal shelter. Yet they have been put in charge of running the animal shelter. We are paying somebody with absolutely no experience $100,000 a year, money that comes from us hardworking taxpayers. Who does this? It's no surprise why Animal Services is failing. Our tax dollars pay for the director's salary, and as such, we not only have a right, but an expectation that the person hired has the experience and qualifications required for the position. It's time to hire an experienced, competent, and qualified director. It's our money. We deserve better. And in closing, 2 weeks ago, this current director stood in front of the news camera and indicated he has no plans or solutions for the animal crisis our city
Thank you.
is
You've
in.
reached the 3-minute limit. The next speaker is Efrain Saucedo.
Thank you, ma'am.
Efrain Saucedo.
It is your moral
No,
and
thank you, ma'am.
Efrain Saucedo.
Thank you very much.
I don't see him in the audience.
Thank you very much,
The
ma'am.
next speaker is Nicole Jordan. Nicole Jordan, followed by Tracy Martinez, David Hill, Colt DeMorris, Scott Kraling, Michael Castro, Paulina Medina, Austin Shindo. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Hey, good afternoon. I'll turn on.
Oh, okay, nice.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Nicole Jordan. I am a student at UTEP, and I am also the brand advocate for High Horse Cannabis Company. I have been in the cannabis industry for a little over 3 years now, and during my time working in the medical industry in New Mexico, I have heard countless stories on how cannabis has not only improved the quality, but the length of life for many patients. I've also gone up to speak in front of the Las Cruces City Council, and I've met with county commissioners from Doña Ana County, from the county, and I have found a passion in advocacy. It's incredible to see the power our voice holds and the difference it makes in communities, but going up to those communities and seeing the people, I realized this is not my home. El Paso is my home. So coming up here, I would like to really emphasize on the importance of the Cite and Release program. We are one of the many cannabis dispensaries that are going to be opening up in the surrounding area. And the limitations a record holds is not only traumatic for a person, but having the Cite and Release program will bring a lot of, it'll save a lot of resources for not only you, but like I said, it'll save trauma. In January of 2020, I was arrested here in El Paso for cannabis charges. It was one of the most traumatic experiences of my life, which is why I get a little nervous coming up here, just recounting the excessive force and male officers having bruises on my face, and then at the end facing felony charges. It was not something I was expecting at all, and it changed my life from one day to the next. And I'm very thankful that I have found an opportunity and career in cannabis as opposed to letting it be detrimental to my future. But not a lot of people have this opportunity. So I ask you to please see the importance of the Cite and Release program to save the future of our fellow El Pasoans and also resources for this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Tracy Martinez, followed by David Hill. Tracy Martinez's topic is cannabis prohibition. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon,
Good
Mayor,
afternoon.
City Council. My name is Tracy Martinez, and I am the Social Media and Special Events Coordinator for High Horse Cannabis Company, located in New Mexico. I am an El Paso resident, and I was born and raised here my entire life, all 34 years. I just want to say that cannabis is medicine, and when it comes to the healing plant itself, there needs to be more education behind it. There is what is known as the Texas Compassionate Use Program that allows Texas residents to obtain their medicine from New Mexico under qualifying conditions such as anxiety, PTSD, chronic pain, cancer. The list is endless. The problem with that is that patients from Texas are afraid to bring their medicine home because they are afraid of being arrested. Denying patients a natural form of medicine as an alternative rather than obtaining prescription drugs that in turn can cause a bigger side effect or even addiction in the long run is just plain cruel and unjust. We owe it to these patients to have an overall better quality of life without the fear of being arrested. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is David Hill. David Hill. Colt DeMorris, followed by Scott Kraling, Michael Castro, Paulina Medina, Austin Shindu. Good afternoon, Mr. DeMorris. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor.
Good afternoon.
My name is Colt Morris, and I'm the Director of Retail Operations for High Horse Cannabis, as well as the Executive Director for El Paso Normal. I've been here many times over the last 4 or 5 years, and one of the last times I spoke with you was when adult cannabis use in High Horse Cannabis Company was about to launch in New Mexico. In 2019, El Paso City Council passed a resolution in support of a Cite and Release program for misdemeanor amounts of cannabis. And in May of 2020, they gave their stamp of approval to implement the program. There's only one issue. The El Paso Police Department didn't want to or have to follow City Council suggestions to the program, and officers were still arresting at will. I can say it has been used to some degree, but I still hear horror stories of people, patients, getting arrested for no other cause than misdemeanor cannabis possession. As of April 1st, 2022, the New Mexico cannabis market became a free-for-all. Anyone who is over 21 years old and has a valid ID and wants to purchase cannabis in New Mexico can do so. That is why Texas patients are choosing today. They want to choose their medicine regardless if they have to pay adult use taxes or not. For patients that are in the Texas Compassionate Use Program, the medicine is too expensive for them to use. Texans are limited to tinctures, topicals, and edibles. The cost of a 30-count 10 milligram gummies, 300 milligrams total, in Texas is roughly $100. For $100, I can provide patients a total of anywhere from 500 milligrams to 1,000 milligrams in just gummies alone. Now, when you go to grocery shopping, you look for the best deals, don't you? Patients do too. The only issue, as a city, we continue to arrest citizens and patients found with cannabis in any form. Now, although Cite and Release won't help patients found with gummies or any other forms of THC, it will free up law enforcement and judicial system resources. That's something that we definitely need after this last district attorney in office and how that office has become. Starting this Saturday, Texas patients will have access to cannabis 24 hours a day, 365 days a year at High Horse Cannabis Company just down the road in Chaparral, New Mexico. Current law in Texas isn't stopping access to cannabis, but we must take a stand and stop putting these people in jail. With that being said, I ask you council to do 3 things. Pass a city ordinance that enforces cite and release. Pass a city ordinance to restrict city funds from being used for testing of any assumed cannabis products, and pass a resolution demanding that the state of Texas reform its cannabis laws to stop the prosecution of violent cannabis users and patients. Just remember, and this goes for more than one issue being heard in chambers this morning, prohibition doesn't work. Cannabis is medicine, and High Horse is cannabis para El Paso. Thank you.
The next speaker is Scott Kraling. Good afternoon, you have 3 minutes. His topic is also cannabis prohibition.
Good afternoon. Good
Good
afternoon,
afternoon,
Mr.
sir.
Mayor, councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at your meetings. My name is Scott Kraling. I'm the Director of Public Engagement for High Horse Cannabis Company, and I'm a New Mexico resident, unlike my colleagues who are here who are actually from El Paso. But I've lived in Las Cruces for, 25 years or so. My wife is from El Paso. My best friends in college were from El Paso. My colleagues are from El Paso. El Paso is my home, too. The only real difference is maybe a couple of farms and an imaginary line. And so as we've grown more active in New Mexico, talking to our leaders about the important role that cannabis plays in our lives and the help that it provides in boosting our quality of life, we feel like we're neglecting El Paso if we're not here also encouraging our El Paso leaders to join us in the efforts to educate and inform our community about the value of cannabis, about the benefits that it offers to us. What we've seen in New Mexico, or in southern New Mexico in Las Cruces with our personal experiences, is that the cannabis industry will make our communities safer. The cannabis industry makes our communities safer because most of the fears and concerns that we have that revolve or relate to cannabis and cannabis use emerge from the war on drugs, emerge from criminalizing cannabis, and the problems that have emerged from that decision around organized crime. And so the legal industry is what's going to solve all of those challenges. It's going to reduce access to minors. The legal industry has barriers to access that obviously the traditional market does not have. And so it makes our community safer. We operate a 24-hour dispensary in Las Cruces. What we've seen in the time that we've been doing that is that there's need for medicine at all hours, and that it's really not our place to judge when somebody needs their medicine. We've helped people who have come out of the emergency room late at night. We've helped parents who work random hour shifts. There's need, and that need for access isn't just in Las Cruces in New Mexico. It's also in Texas. It's also in our community here on this side of the border. And so we just want to encourage you to please consider joining the effort to try and convince the other leaders in Texas that we should end this prohibition. Cannabis is good. It does a lot of really, really good things for people. I struggle with depression. It saves me. It saves my family like nothing else. It changes my world for my family like nothing else. And it's healthy and it's safe. And so please join us. And in addition to that, I want to let you know that we also realize that there are other community leaders. It's not just local elected officials that need to hear this message. And we've started to develop partnerships with other local leaders to try and widen the scope of our efforts.
Thank you, Mr.
And we invite you to
Kraling.
tour the industry
Thank you,
with
sir.
New Mexico if you
Thank
would
you,
like
sir.
to.
The next speaker is Michael Castro. Michael Castro, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Good afternoon, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello. Hey, good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Michael Castro. It's been a while since the last time I got on one of these calls. But to basically just follow up on everything that Colt said and everybody else before me, at High Horse, New Mexico, is cannabis is making a difference. It always has been. It'll continue to make a difference. I'm part owner and the head of cultivation for Astrobuds, New Mexico, which it's another dispensary. I believe it's like 1 of 5 now that sits right on the line over here in Chaparral, New Mexico. And that's not including the other dozen more that sit on the New Mexico, El Paso state line in Sunland Park, New Mexico. I mean, there's dispensaries right behind Western Playland. I believe there's 3 or 4, if I'm not mistaken. And as a city, you know, what Colt said, that we need to basically start to implement cite and release. There's no reason why we're wasting time. There's no reason why we're wasting police officers' time going after people who are smoking cannabis, who are eating edibles, whatever the case may be. However they're consuming their medicine, they're doing it for a reason. Texas needs to come around in a general as a state. But regardless if they decide to do it tomorrow or whenever they do, it's not stopping anybody from coming for their medicine. Like I said, I'm the head of cultivation, so I grow thousands of plants. I've already grown and harvested over 1,000 plants this year in a span of 6 months. And we've had Channel 7, Channel 9, K-Fox, and I know High Horse as well. All these news stations have come out here to talk to us, and the same question always comes up, and it's, who are your customers, right? Who's coming to buy cannabis? Well, yes, there's people from New Mexico coming to buy, but pretty much 70 to 80%, it's El Paso, Texas residents, and every single day we're getting new customers, right? Every dispensary is seeing new people, a new flow of traffic every single day. So it's just one of those things that cannabis is here, it's not going anywhere. Especially with New Mexico being legal, especially with people growing thousands of plants, selling pounds of cannabis. It's happening, and we need to, as a city, I believe, protect the people who can get in trouble. And it's the moms, it's the dads, the uncles, the kids in college, right? That can ruin someone's future just being arrested for simple cannabis possession. And that's not right? And I think we know that. As a country, more and more states are going legal. I think as a city, we need to do something to maybe just follow up with the rest of Texas and what other cities in Texas are trying to do. Like Denton, Texas, they're trying to decriminalize, or they did. But, they're having issues as well with police officers.
Thank you, Mr. Castro. You've reached the 3 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Y'all have a good day.
The next speaker is Paulina Medina, also speaking on cannabis decriminalization, followed by Austin Shindo on the same topic. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
My name is P, and I was struck by a car walking across the street just a few blocks from here in 2014. I do suffer from chronic pain from, these long-term injuries, of course, and I do medicate with cannabis as well. I live in El Paso, and I do work as well for a dispensary in Las Cruces named 420 Collections. And Las Cruces, it's already been a year where cannabis has been legalized. And I am here now to show my support, as an advocate, as a patient, as a hardworking mother, for the decriminalization of cannabis in El Paso. And we need to push for the education and encouragement of the utilization of the Texas Compassionate Use Program, which is the limited medical program that is offered in Texas now. And to take advantage and take our focus off of promoting alcohol and bars, which is killing and injuring many of our own people every weekend. And we need to request that you take all of our stances seriously, because we will continue to stand for this plant, our medicine, and legalization where prohibition started. We hear in the news, how much New Mexico is surpassing sales every month that, will eventually be used as resources for the state, resources that we know we need as a city alone. And, we need these resources to bring peace and balance to our community. Please start decriminalizing cannabis and press education for the city of El Paso, because we deserve to have access to this tool and agent for healing. Thank you.
Thank you.
The final speaker is Austin Shindo, also speaking on ending cannabis prohibition. Good afternoon. You have
Good
3
afternoon,
minutes.
guys.
Good afternoon.
Just wanted to say I'm a bud tender from High Horse, Chaparral. I've lived here my whole life. I believe cannabis is medicine. I mean, there's other worse things going on here. There's alcohol deaths, overdoses on fentanyl. I mean, 3 years ago, we had the most drunk driving deaths in the country. And you guys are worried about cannabis. It is helping people with arthritis, MS, cancer. I mean, the list goes on and on. From little things as anxiety and just want to chill out. People are coming from El Paso to our Chaparral store, and it's going to be 24/7. So they don't want to be getting arrested. and also for our vets to get better and not get them hooked on opioids. Fort Bliss is our largest training area in the United States. So we're having a large influx of veterans as well. So they're just hooked on pills and it's not doing anything for them. And I just want you guys to hear our words and understand that we really mean it. That's helping people out here. There's reasons countries are legalizing it. There's states legalizing it, cities. I mean, get on board on it. Be a progressive city. We're trying to make an impact and make Texas a medicated state. But thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you. Bless you.
Mayor, that concludes call to the public.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for being here and taking your time. And Ms. Scheck, we'll see you in 2 weeks. No, in a week. We're going to be here February 7th, Ms. Scheck, so we'll see you in a week. Thank you. No. Why? No, go ahead. You want to break to, how long would you like? 15-minute break? Be back at 1:45.
There's a motion to recess. Is there a second? Second. There's a motion and a second to recess the city council meeting. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? The meeting is in recess at 1:27 p.m. Council, is there a motion to reconvene? There's a motion and a second to reconvene the city council meeting. All in favor? Anyone opposed? The meeting is back in session at 1:48 p.m. Mayor, may we go to item 35?
No, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you. Item 35 is presentation of newly created community health assessment.
Dr.
A comprehensive
Ocaranza.
document identifying key health needs and issues through systemic comprehensive data collection and analysis.
Good afternoon, sir, and thank you very much for your patience. I know you have a lot to do, and I really do appreciate your patience and for being here.
It is a pleasure to be here with you, and thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. And I believe online we should have the consultant, Mr. Brian Ackerman from Ascendian, who was the one who put together a more comprehensive presentation of the community health assessment. We're extremely happy and proud of the product, and you will be hearing in just a little bit about the presentation. And Mr. Ackerman.
Salud. Somebody.
Brian Ackerman. I apologize for the wait.
I think your 3 minutes are up, sir.
All right. Very good.
Hey, good afternoon. How are y'all doing? All right. Are we good to go ahead and jump in? It looks like the screen is up. Is someone else going to advance for me on that side? Perfect. Very good. All right. Well, I appreciate the time this afternoon. We'll jump right in and get through a quick introduction and then really walk you through the heart of the work that was done for this community health assessment. And we'll kind of work through the findings and conclusions when we get to the final few slides. Next slide. And if you want to go to the next slide, just real briefly, an introduction to our firm, Ascendiant Healthcare Advisors. My name is Brian Ackerman. I'm a partner with Ascendiant. We focus exclusively in the health and healthcare world and having an opportunity to work on needs assessments throughout the nation through our 2 office locations here in DC, which is where I'm at, as well as North Carolina. Next slide. In terms of whom we serve, in addition to health departments, like we've worked with there with you all, we do work with a variety of other health and healthcare organizations doing similar type of work related to assessing the needs of the population and planning to improve those going forward. Next slide. A brief overview of our process in terms of the steps that we went through. There's a few key pieces to keep in mind. I'm not going to read every word on this slide, but there's some key sources out there, the Public Health Accreditation Board being one, and just put together some key standards related to the things that you want to make sure you're including when you're assessing the needs of a population. And so that includes things such as getting input from the community, quantifying needs best you can using secondary data tools and benchmarking needs relative to other populations and things of that nature. So we went through a process to make sure we were accounting for that throughout the course of the few months that we were working on this project. Next slide. What that process really looks like is a summary here. A couple of different components there on the left-hand side, but I'll draw your attention more to the right. And just the funnel approach that was used, starting with really a vast amount of data and information that we collected from the community via secondary data that we'll talk about in a minute, as well as primary data, a lot of survey results that we'll talk about as well, and getting some information from key leaders throughout the process. All that information came together to help us identify what some of those preliminary health needs are. And we had an advisory board that I'll talk about in a minute that really helped guide the process and prioritize based off kind of all this information what they felt was coming to the top in terms of the priority needs before we ultimately got to the final report. Next slide. The key phases of the work, one was really just assessing the current situation, including previous work that had been done. We worked through that into phase 2, where we were coming up with those preliminary needs. And ultimately, we worked through that prioritization process to develop a draft report. So what you see here today is really a high-level summary. A much more detailed report is obviously available with more specifics related to some of the needs that were identified. Next slide. This is the advisory board that I spoke of earlier, and really, I think, want to pause and just thank everyone that was on this list for their participation. We met with this advisory board 4 times during the course of the engagement, going from kickoff through information and data analysis. This group also provided a lot of input relative to the community survey questions that were asked, and helped us kind of spread the word and get the word out relative to some of that surveying as well. And ultimately, this group in the 4th meeting was the team that really helped prioritize and coalesce all the information that was gathered up to this point. Next slide. So real quickly, just defining the community before we get into some of the findings. And you can move to the next slide on this one, please. You all know your community well. We started looking at the city of El Paso, and then we'll talk in a minute about how we expanded and really looked at the whole county, but not in its entirety. We wanted to focus also on some different submarkets and by zip code. And so the information that we've got, again, more details on, looks at the county as a whole, as well as some specific zip code information as well. But that's just a quick definition of the market. Next slide. One key piece of information that we really started the process with is called the Community Need Index. It is a source that is pretty unique in that it provides information that is available for every zip code across the United States, and really that kind of the standard information so you can compare how different geographies are doing relative to other areas of the country. And it looks at those key barriers that often impact one's ability to access health and healthcare. And you can see those listed there. I won't read through all of those. But based off that standard information for all the zip codes in the country, it gives you a score from 1 to 5, with 5 being the highest need areas, biggest barriers to access and care for a given market. So the bottom left of the slide just illustrates a few specific markets that you all may be familiar with, just to kind of give you some perspective, with Dallas being at 4.3, Austin 3.6, and San Antonio at 4.1. And so that's kind of a quick look at a high-level CNI. The next slide speaks a little more specifically to your market. And again, you all are sitting at about a 4.5 CNI out of that scale of 1 to 5. So certainly on the higher level as we kind of see some of those barriers, which is certainly echoed as we worked our way through the rest of the analysis that we'll talk through. But just as important as that overall score of 4.5 is making sure we're understanding how that need varies within the community by zip code. And so that's what I mentioned a little earlier, looking at it as zip code by zip code basis to understand, again, as we're thinking about planning for needs and improving needs going forward, being real targeted with how those efforts are going to be put into place. Next slide. So we'll talk first about secondary data, and then we'll jump into the primary data. But from a secondary data perspective, we first looked at the overall rankings of the county compared to others in the state. And so out of the 244 reporting counties in Texas, you all scored 56 in terms of a health outcomes perspective, which is made up of 2 primary components: length of life, which you're doing really well, 33 out of 254 or 244. Quality of life a little lower, 125, kind of more in the middle of the pack, at least as it relates to the rest of Texas. So again, kind of a high level look at health outcomes. The next slide will look at health factors, some of those key things that really play into the ultimate outcome. So next slide, please. here are some of those factors. And what you can see here is a bit of a dichotomy. I mean, you're sitting at 77th from a ranking perspective to the rest of the state, but that's really composed of doing really well. It's ranked at 10th from a health behaviors perspective. So that's things such as exercise, smoking, levels of smoking and things of that nature play into that number. But we see clinical care, social and economic barriers. Again, that links back to that CNI that we talked about before. And then some of the physical environment things brought your overall score, again, still doing pretty well, but brought it down to a 77 overall as compared to that health factors, which was sitting at 10th. And so this type of information, again, we're starting at the high level. We'll drill down a little bit as we work our way through and get into this a little more detail in terms of what some of these are looking like. Next slide, please. So here's that next step. So we had well over 100 different metrics that we began to analyze from a secondary data perspective from a variety of different sources that are available. And we analyzed that and began to say, okay, for these metrics that are available, these metrics include things like diabetes incidence rates, obesity prevalence, things of those nature. So some real specific measures. So we try to get our hands around all that information by comparing it to a number of different benchmarks just to see how well we're performing across all these different categories. And so if you can advance one more, we'll kind of look at the different. And again, all this is relative as we kind of think about the different measures and metrics. So that was kind of the process from a secondary data measure perspective. And the next slide, if you will give you a little bit of a summary of where we landed. So we weren't not going to go through all 100 measures, but we did categorize those measures and metrics into some different areas. The first section relating to what we call kind of lagging indicators, kind of following back up on what you saw a little bit ago from health outcomes. Things like length of life, maternal and infant health, mental health, physical health. And the items that are in red are the ones where we weren't performing as well to those benchmarks as we might have on the others. So the red are those things that begin to elevate to the surface as being a higher need area. So we see things like mental and physical health from an outcome perspective. And from a factor side of things, access to care really came through pretty strongly. That includes measures related to number of physicians per population, dentists, and things of that nature as well. Transportation and some of those concerns that we'll kind of hear echoed when we get to the primary data. This just helps us begin to get our hands around, okay, based off, again, all those hundreds of measures, what are the things that really begin to, from a secondary data perspective, rise to the surface as potential need areas? And these are the conversations that we shared with the advisory board and talked through some of that. And so as we get to this information, we've got this in hand, and then we wanted to begin to ask questions of the public and the community to get their sense for what the needs are. And ideally, as we work through this process, the needs that we're seeing from a secondary perspective as well as a primary perspective, begin to align ideally. And so those are the steps that we started to take. Next slide. So one other thing that we looked at kind of on a more qualitative aspect before we talk about the survey results is, again, we're doing our own community needs assessment process here, but others in the community have done some in the past and just wanted to begin to understand what their findings were. And so you can see, I won't read everything on the slide here, but essentially we went and gathered all the needs assessments that we could find related to your market. We even went out to the Texas State Health Plan to see from a state perspective what some of the needs were and begin to see if we could align what others are coming up with from a need perspective with what we were beginning to see from the secondary information I talked about on the previous slide. Next page. So here's a summary that kind of begins to pull all of it together. That very first column after priority area, those health outcomes and factors, those were those red bubbles that we talked about a minute. Those are the things from a secondary data perspective that really rose to the surface. As you kind of work your way across the slide to the right, these are those other needs assessment and evaluations that were done by different organizations. We just kind of check mark the things that rose to the surface within their work. And then if you'll advance it one more, you can begin to see a pretty clear distinction in terms of the items that are not only from the secondary data we saw, but from other sources as well, are beginning to kind of rise to the surface as potential priorities. So again, sharing this information with the advisory board and a lot of good conversation around that. You can see mental health and behavioral health coming to the surface, access, obesity, and a lot of those social determinants that really relate back to those barriers from that CNI work that we talked about earlier. So we'll come back to this in a minute in terms of these priorities, but we can go ahead and advance to the next slide, please. We're going to have all that secondary data in hand, and now we switch to primary data, and I'll give you an overview here of the things that we targeted from a primary data perspective. You can advance one more, thank you. Community surveys. So we wanted to make sure we're getting input from residents of your community. And I will tell you, we walked in targeting 1,000 for just based off the population within your community. And we're really blown away by the work that the health department did and our advisory board helping to get the word out. Had nearly 4,000 surveys completed. And again, those were provided electronically. The health department did a great job going door to door and getting some of those on paper. And so we pulled all that together and began to kind of analyze what folks in the community are thinking the needs are. Advance one more, please. So we've got that qualitative aspect there, and then we've also got another set where we had some focus groups with key leaders in the community. Web survey was distributed. This is where the advisory board was really helpful, distributing that survey to other key leaders across the community. And so we can begin to see, okay, got kind of this general community survey results, and then we've got key leader input as well. And again, ideally, we're able to kind of work through and see our folks kind of across the board seeing similar things from a need perspective. Next slide. And the answer to that is yes. I think we were really surprised at how similar the surveys came back. And so that community survey there in the middle, when we asked folks to identify their top health needs, we asked folks to pick from a list and pick their top 3. We kind of pulled together the overall top 5 here based on all that work. Just a tremendous amount of similarity between those community surveys and the key leader surveys. And so I think good to see a lot of consistency here. And a lot of what was coming up from these surveys was being echoed from that secondary data that we talked about earlier. So a lot of consistency through all the different sources that we were talking to. Next slide. We also asked the question a little differently in terms of 3 areas impacting the health of your community the most. And again, a lot of similarity here from the general community surveys and the key leaders. Income rising to the surface as a limitation from the general community surveys. We'll see that again as a pretty consistent theme. But access, number 2, diet and exercise. So a lot of consistency here as well, particularly in those top 3 areas of income, access, and diet and exercise, as folks thinking those being the areas that really impact their health and the community's health. Next slide. Hard to kind of digest the results of nearly 4,000 surveys, but a word cloud is somewhat helpful to do that. And the thing that continued to come through here as we began to pull all things together and really articulate the key findings here was access, limitations around access, nutrition, mental health, education, outreach, coordination. Those things began to really come through. So some other key pieces there on the right that we heard was access as it relates to locations, a number of sites, transportation being another key issue and concern, as well as access to healthy foods and affordable foods. Next slide. A lot of information on here. I won't read every word on it, but at the end of the day, we wanted to understand why might you as a community member not seek care for your physical health care needs. And of the 3,600 or so responses, you can see the distribution. The overall takeaways, you kind of look at the top few is inability to pay for services came to the top. So that linking back with those income limitations that came up on the previous slide, can't afford medication. So there's more income conversations along with the 4th one, which was insurance. So a lot of those, some consistency as related to those financial limitations, in addition to the 3rd one, which was long wait times, kind of lack of access to a provider. So that's what folks said when we asked about physical health. Next slide, please. Same question was asked for mental health, because again, by the time we got to this point in the process, we had already seen mental health coming up pretty significantly through all the other work and analysis that we had done. So very similar here in terms of the top answers that were pretty consistent with what we saw on the physical health side in terms of that inability to pay and financial considerations. Actually, if you want to advance it one more, I think we'll have those pop up just so you can see the areas that are starred were the consistency between the physical health and the mental health question. So pretty consistent on that. Next slide. From both a community and a key leader perspective, we asked folks to select what's the one most clinical care need that you see that could be improved in your community. Both key leaders and community members said the availability of health providers. So you saw the long wait times come up from at least a physical health perspective in particular. So that's coming up here again. Again, pretty consistent with the key leaders and the community members. I think one piece that's a little different, if you kind of look down to the third section here, that community awareness of preventative care and screenings, that dark blue line is where the community's feeling like that may be an area for improvement more so than what some of the key leaders felt there. So again, that outreach and awareness, something that we want to continue to keep in mind too, as we're thinking about activities to improve the health going forward. Next slide. So beginning to pull all that together from a community perspective and a key leader perspective, these are the things that really were consistent. Again, a lot of check marks across both columns because there was a lot of consistency across both of those input sources. And so if we marry that primary data, if you can advance it one more, with the secondary data that we saw as well. Advance slide, please. Here it is. The stars represent what we talked about on the front end. That secondary data measures what came to the surface. So again, I think certainly a lot of strength in terms of these priorities because we're seeing it from all the different sources that we're looking at, both a secondary and a primary data perspective. So we had all this information in hand to really work with the advisory board to then get their opinion to ultimately prioritize the biggest needs for purposes of the final needs assessment. Next slide. So I'll walk you through that process as we wind up. Really the key considerations that we asked the advisory board to keep in mind, again, this is meeting 4 after they had kind of seen all the details throughout, was the urgency or seriousness of solving the problem. From a health department perspective, their ability to impact is going to be important, and that relates to sort of the return on investment, the ability to impact that from a reasonable cost perspective, as well as the other things that are listed there. So kind of walked everyone through that. The next slide, please. As well as keeping in mind those social determinants of health that really that C&I piece hit on, and some of the other things throughout the work really hit on. So, what are some of those things that we need to be mindful of as well from a prioritization perspective? Next slide. So based off all that input, we did a live polling exercise with that advisory board and asked everyone to pick their priority areas. The results of that exercise were really consistent with all the work that's been done to this point. I think everyone was agreeing with what the public felt, what the key leaders felt, what the secondary data were saying. And so we did this work and we had a lot of conversation, so cardiovascular disease, diabetes, hypertension leading the pack from an advisory board perspective, along with obesity being right there. And so we had a lot of conversation about how related those two are and how we might think about consolidating those from a need perspective. Similarly, when you look at behavioral health and mental health, very 15.8 for both. So again, they're obviously different, but as we think about prioritization, we had a lot of conversation about combining those two as a priority need area. And then access is really the next one that kind of made it to the top of the list in terms of the overall priorities from an advisory board perspective. So with that information in hand, we talked at the advisory board and worked our way to a final decision from a priority list, and that's on the next slide. And that's where we landed here. So overall, the top 3 priority needs to be addressed in the coming years was chronic health conditions. So that's really summarizing and pulling together a lot of that cardiovascular health, diabetes and obesity that rose to the surface throughout all the work. Mental and behavioral health, obviously a huge need. So that needed to be flagged as a priority. And then so many of the comments around access to care, particularly from the public, wanted to make sure that made its way to being a priority need as well. So kind of the conclusion of the process are these three areas. Again, now with work to be doing from an implementation and health improvement plan to continue to address these areas. Next slide. So with that, I'll say how much I appreciate your time. If you have any questions, please let me know. A lot of more detail is in the report, which I know is available to you all. So thank you for the time this afternoon.
Representative Hernandez, followed by Mayor Pro Tem.
Hello, good afternoon. It's Cassandra. Thank you for the presentation. Very, very thoughtful. Lots of really good data, and it's really telling, just based on the alignment based on from the respondents from surveyors and then from healthcare professionals, that there's clear gaps in services for not only access to care, affordability of care, but also mental health care. Which is something I know a lot of us have struggled with personally and within our families. And I could share my years and years journeys of trying to access pediatric mental health care, but I will save that for another time. Now, I'm just curious, just on your expertise and what you have seen nationwide through your company, based on some of these findings, are you prepared to discuss or to share any best practices that municipalities have actively done, whether that be campaigns, whether that be programs offering monetary support for healthcare access? Just curious of what you've seen in Texas, if any, or states that are similar in terms of our policies and access to healthcare, similar to Texas.
It's a great question. So we're doing some work now in Tarrant County as well as Dallas with a couple of different clients there. I think there's no, as you know, one size fits all answer to the question. I think the work that y'all are going to do next on the health improvement plan is going to get more specific to what will work best for your community. But resources in areas such as transportation being one key focus area. Again, in some similar markets, we've seen some success with that in terms of that being such a limiting factor to access. And then you mentioned some of the campaigns. And again, we kind of linking it back to what we saw from the community surveys. There is maybe a lack of awareness of what is available. I guess we know there's limitations in terms of the amount of resources that are available. But we did hear that even with those that are available, there's some concern around folks just aren't aware of it. So I do think we've seen others continue to push in that area of promotion and outreach. Again, we were floored with the amount of surveys that the health department was able to get responses from, one of the highest rates we've seen, because they got out into the community. So folks are willing to share kind of their thoughts and be engaged. So I mean, those areas, again, no kind of silver bullet to fix it all, but those types of things have helped to get some traction in communities similar to yours.
Have you seen, as part of these potential health plans, improvement plans, any recommended citywide policy or templates? Let's say like a policy that could be easily adopted by a school district or another quasi or governmental organization. Have you seen something come from these type of assessments, like a recommended policy or recommended actions for such organizations providing support for populace?
We have, and I can kind of find some more specifics for you on that and share that and get that to you later this week. But there have been some efforts in that, and that full community approach, I think, is important. We've seen to kind of that theme in terms of the full community approach, more and more partnerships between kind of the health departments and local hospitals and other organizations, trying to kind of ensure some continuity with the improvements, because again, a lot of those organizations are seeing the same type of needs within all the assessments that they're doing, So continued partnership and kind of, again, that full community approach has been very successful. But yeah, I can look and find some more specifics for you all to share.
I'm only interested because I think El Paso has an opportunity here. Once we identify a baseline, our needs, what the gaps are, we really have an opportunity to share through the influence of this political body, to share what those, as was mentioned earlier, the social determinants of our community and what are the lack of access. But also I want to point to the Public Health Department and the work that we do, hoping that this plan will incorporate a greater emphasis for mental health care, as well as obesity related and diabetes related illnesses. I know that just in my family, every single member experiences those, I guess, challenges or illnesses within their lives. And it's very much an epidemic in our community. I think we have a duty to grow awareness of this, create a campaign, similarly to how we have Live Active El Paso. I think it's a wonderful campaign. I think that we could grow it to its own department or grow it to a function of the Public Health Department along with PIO, because a lot of it is just campaigning and awareness of your personal health. So I'm very proud of that program, having participated in their annual anniversaries and some of their challenges, whether that be walking up Scenic Mountain, the trails, also challenging you to run marathons, which I have always resisted, but eventually participated in, just to grow that awareness of our health and how important it is for our overall economy and access to affordable care. I know Texas, we can't change much of what Texas does, but we can, as a community, bring that very much needed awareness, not only in English, but in Spanish. I also wanted to thank the group here who provided this information. 3,400 or so more surveys is not an easy task to accomplish. And so I think this is a really good, I guess, a really good understanding of what needs our community has. When we think about how we can make a difference, to my fellow members of this council, I think here's where we can make the greatest difference for our community. So many people are in much need of more access to quality care, not only physical, but mental care. Thank you for your efforts and your time.
Thank you, Representative Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all so much for this presentation. I do a lot of work on the healthcare side outside of my role, and I'm really happy to see a lot of the conversations, and I know happen in silos a lot, really happen with the city and with the health department. Transportation is a big one that I've been kind of talking about since the pandemic happened, and would love to see, I know that our Sun Metro last council meeting briefed us, Dr. Carranza, on kind of their plan for the future and how we're working with them on that. I would love to see that. I don't have a lot of questions, and I don't have a lot of follow-up questions for the actual study. What I would like to see, though, if you have it, and it doesn't need to be now, you can send it over to me. But on like slide 16, you rank El Paso based on the state. Do you have those rankings based on population or the large cities? You know, Texas is its own animal, and some counties are so different, especially when it comes to healthcare. So would like to see that in kind of a more representative category, if that's possible.
Yeah, that information is available across the U.S., so we can kind of stratify that more appropriately to your geographic size and get that back to you. That's not a problem.
Great, and then that's just something I'd like to have for me. But I guess my only other question, and I do want to thank you so much for all the work on this and taking the time to present. But if you could talk a little bit more about the health improvement plan, that might be more of you, Dr. Carranza, and how you plan on kind of rolling that out and doing that data and where that's coming from.
Yeah, so as of now, in terms of our firm, we're not currently involved in the improvement plan process. So there may be someone else that can answer the specifics of how the health department's going to roll that out. But typically, when we are involved, it's taking those priority areas, leveraging existing things that have been working already, making sure those continue to be pushed forward, and and then getting back into the community and understanding and analyzing what the additional activities may need to be based off best practices that are working elsewhere in the country and that are appropriate for your geography. So I don't know any of the specifics for the next steps here because we're not as involved, but that would kind of be a high-level look of how we would expect it to go forward.
Thank you for that. And I don't know if you have anything to add, Dr. Carranza.
No, I want to thank you, each and every one of you, and those were great questions because, as you can see, this is not just going to be the work of the Public Health Department. It's going to be everybody's work, and it's going to be everybody's project because this community health assessment is based out of the surveys and all the responses that we got. All the participation that we got shows how the community is engaged, how the community is committed to the health of each and every one of us. And COVID brought to the attention that it's not just the public health. Every single department within the city and the county were participating in the COVID and will be participating in this. How we route this road and how we're gonna accomplish all those goals is gonna be up to each and every one of us. And definitely this document will serve as the foundation of what we're gonna continue doing in the next years and how we can apply to the Sun Metro, how we can take all those people that don't have access to the healthcare, don't have the transportation, how we can do the Live Active El Paso and bring it to some of the neighborhoods, how we've been able to access roads and make it accessible for bicycles, make it parks accessible to people to be walking in this way, controlling their diabetes and their high blood pressure. So there's plenty of opportunities, plenty of work to do. This is just the foundation that we're trying to bring, and from there we're gonna build up.
Great, thank you. Do you have a timeline on when we can start to see some of those implementation plans or studies?
Well, first we need to finish with this community health assessment, and from there we're gonna be working on a strategic plan and goals. I don't have a specific timeline for that, but definitely we will continue providing input and information to council so they can see the progress of this.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question I think would be more for city manager. I know when we were, sorry, losing words. When we were talking about ARPA funds, a lot of that was put aside for this study. Was any of it put aside for the outcomes and the next steps?
I'd have to look at that list again.
Yeah, I would like to
see what we put aside. And I know that we put a lot for the different nonprofits that we work with out in the community, and we've already invested a lot with other nonprofits. But to that specific question relative to this particular study, I'd have to look at that list.
Yeah, because I did go through my notes and looked at past meetings, and when we had discussed those ARPA funds, I know the healthcare was a large number, and a lot of that wasn't defined because I think your comments were, we want to see what comes out of the assessment, so
Right.
putting money aside. So just would love to kind of keep on track of that and
Yes,
follow up,
ma'am.
because
I'll
I think
scrub-
it was definitely smart to put some money aside to follow
Sure.
up with this. I think I was hesitant then, and I apologize because I think that was the right thing to do, but just want to make sure we're putting those dollars towards this work, because this is an amazing presentation and the outcomes are really great, and then I want to get to them. Very
Yes,
eager.
ma'am. It was very comprehensive. And yes, I just want to scrub that list before I respond. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Carranza.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Council.
Ms. Prine, item 49, I think, was requested.
Yes, sir.
By
Item
staff.
49 is on page number 16, and it is discussion and action on a resolution approving capital improvements, updating the document known as a 5-year capital maintenance improvement plan for the ballpark for FY 2023 through FY 2027, and approving the use of 5-year ballpark revenues and proceeds from the sale of capital assets.
Members of council, Sam Rodriguez, Chief Operations Officer. We certainly go through
second,
the
please.
presentation
Hold
again.
on.
We did submit.
Hold on one sec, please.
absolutely.
Representative Canales.
I will be abstaining from this vote and recusing myself from the conversation, so I'll depart.
Thank you. Go ahead, Nassau.
Yeah,
Sorry for the
certainly,
interruption.
Sam Rodriguez, Chief Operations Officer. We can certainly bring up the presentation again or just share with you the changes that we've made based on the last discussion 2 weeks ago with City Council. We have modified our recommendation to match the revenue that is associated with the ballpark specifically for a new revised 5-year total of $5,847,162. I can certainly go through the presentation again and share some of the funds, or happy to answer any questions, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks. Thank you, Sam. Sorry, you've said this, you just said it, but I want to clarify. So the agenda item says, the last line is, and proceeds from the sale of capital assets, $2,078,352. So you will not be using any of that capital assets?
That's correct. That was part of the revisions that we submitted that were read into the record earlier today, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. I just wanted to double, triple check, I guess, because a lot has happened since then. I did also want to thank you for getting us over that information that I had asked for on the renovation of the suites. You know, I don't think they're necessary, but it's within the budget that they have, and if that's what it's requesting, that's the agreement, and so I will support that today. But thank you for getting that to us so quickly.
Certainly.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir. There's a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Molinar, to approve item 49. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously with Representative Canales abstaining.
Mr. Gonzalez, thank you again for listening to council and bringing it back within the perimeters.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that.
Absolutely.
The next item on the agenda is item 32, and this is on page 9. Item 32 is discussion and action regarding a resolution that the City of El Paso reappoint to the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority Silvestre Reyes to position 2, James L. Smith to position 4, and Dorothy M. Bird to position 6, whose terms will expire on February 1st, 2025.
Motion approved.
There's a motion made by Representative Fierro. Motion made by Representative Fierro, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Anello to approve item number 32. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Representative Canales not present. Item number 33 is a budget update on workforce focus.
Good afternoon, Araceli Guerra, Managing Director for IT and for Human Resources.
Good
If
afternoon.
IT could please bring up the presentation for item 33. So today we have a short presentation for you on a budget update and also just a reinforcement of the workforce improvements that we've been making throughout last year that we've been back to report to the council as well, and a refresher for the newer ones today. This relates directly to our strategic plan, Goal 6, to set the standard for governance, for sound governance and fiscal management, specifically to recruit and retain a skilled and diverse workforce and implement employee benefits and services that promote financial security. So today what we will be covering is our continued investment in the workforce. Ms. Cody will be providing a compensation analysis and an update on the upcoming budget process. Our continued investment in our workforce has been focused on 3 key areas of compensation, benefits, and our development of our workforce. We continue to take a look at our wages and increase those wages to ensure that we are competitive, understanding that COVID and the pandemic had a really large impact on how we do business as a city and across the country currently. When we did a Lean Six Sigma project late last year, we looked at our service time increase and we listened to the surveyed employees that really provided feedback on what they would like to see in terms of their compensation package for the city and made improvements in the service time increases. So we were able to increase the service time percentage that they were getting based on the 5, 10, and 15, 20 years. We also implemented a performance for pay system, so we have our performance evaluations that are done annually, and we are able to provide, again, based on the feedback from our workforce, that they would like to see that put back into their pay as well. We continue to focus on our benefits, ensuring that we offer these wellness clinics. We've increased from 2 to 9. Our Shape It Up program really, although the pandemic kind of put a stop to it in person, we were able to do a lot of that virtual information, have podcasts, make sure that our employees maintained a wellness incentive throughout the pandemic as well. And then currently, we've been working on a lot of improvements for the development of our workforce, improving our tuition assistance program, offering several different online trainings, and again, focusing on improvement processes for our Lean Six Sigma projects. So this slide here shows you a total of the improvements that we've been able to make continuously over the year. Most of these are new, except for maybe about 2 of them. And the total available compensation available to our employees has now reached up to $15,000. And this is if they can participate in all of the different programs that we offer across our workforce. So again, being able to focus on our key areas of compensation and benefits, making sure that we are able to offer competitive wages, include updates to our Shape It Up wellness program. The health and safety of our employees is key as well. And then increasing the number of wellness clinics, making it possible for them to seek medical care if they need it quickly. And our focus on our development, we continue to focus on our talent pipeline, making sure that we promote a growth and learning culture for our employees. We've made several different improvements to our tuition assistance program, increasing the total that they can receive now from $3,000 to $5,000 if they are a full-time employee, and now part-time employees are also available to participate in this program. We continue to offer several different online trainings throughout the city, but we also have our learning team that provides lunch and learns to a lot of our frontline staff that don't necessarily know how to participate in the program or don't know how to get enrolled. So on this next slide, you'll see a little bit of those improvements, just what we were doing back then, making it easier for our employees to really provide an easy way for them to apply for this program, provide them the information that they need, and also include now continuing education, certificates, and also include that money available for books that they might need. In the future, we're looking towards really increasing our career coaching, our mentoring program, having a job shadowing program so that they can receive the information that they know how to plan their succession professional career throughout the city. So again, just a recap of the different tools that we have available for all of our workforce. They have the capacity and the ability to log into any online training they might need. We have all of our information centralized on the My El Paso page for them. And they have all of the different help that they might need to enroll in the different classes that they're looking at. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Cody, and she has an update on the compensation and the upcoming budget process.
As they're transitioning, what I'd like to add, Council, is that we talk about the transitioning and what's next as far as tuition assistance and the training and development. We're also focusing on our middle management that's called the 500. There are middle managers throughout the city that lead our 7,000 employees when we're fully staffed. And so we have been focused on them and developing them, and that's led to hundreds of promotions from within, internal promotions. You've seen a lot of people who now present in front of you who were not in their positions that they're in now, and so that program's been very successful as part of our talent pipeline management system.
Thank you. Before we go, Representative Fierro has a question for you.
Yes, for Ms. Guerra, please. So first of all, Mr. Gonzalez, congratulations on your training program. During one of our onboarding sessions, no, we weren't together, I don't think. No. One of our onboarding sessions, there were some people in the room who took advantage of the tuition reimbursement, and it wasn't just for their AA, the BA was well beyond. And I think that the city benefits by that tuition reimbursement, so thank you for doing that. My question to you, though, is
yes, sir.
What percentage are we on the manning table? Because of COVID, because of different reasons.
Sure.
Can you tell me what percentage we're up to now?
Sure, and I believe Ms. Cody has some of that information in her
Oh,
slides.
okay. Well,
upcoming
then
in the
I'll wait till
presentation.
after the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nicole Cody, Managing Director of Budget and Strategic Sourcing.
Good afternoon. Twice in one day, huh?
Yes, sir. Let me go ahead. So today, we're doing a bit of a recap initially, and we're looking at, Council did approve, as part of the FY 2023 budget, really a focus on helping our community, and it's truly a council-led strategic economic recovery. And so these were the areas that were focused on by Council as we developed the adopted 23 budget. to include lowering utility costs, ensuring that we identify savings for seniors, for our property tax exemptions, as well as utilizing federal funds to assist vulnerable residents and small businesses. So as we see as part of the FY 2023 general fund budget, you'll notice that 72.9 or 73% represents personal services. And so as we talk about personal services, this is the salaries and wages and benefits for the employees for the City of El Paso. And this represents truly the heart of the organization. They're the ones that are making it happen, right? That are delivering the services to our community day in and day out and ensuring that we are delivering results and exceptional services for our community. So when we look at that segment, we break it up into these major areas. And so you'll see the executive, the general service, and professional and managerial areas. And then included in other are their elected officials. So that includes city council. So it's a total of, not including uniform, 5,311 positions. And of those, 76% are what we consider general service. So those are our hourly employees that really represent also that are the entry-level positions for our organization. So the recent actions that council has taken since the beginning of FY 2022 have included a minimum compensation increase of 1.5. Also at that time, you were able to address through equity adjustments any compression that had occurred in all of the pay ranges. Then in December of 2021, there was also a one-time lump sum payment for all employees, both full-time and part-time. Then in May of 2022, we had an increase of our minimum wage from $10.36 to $11.11. Now this was really critical, and it was something that we knew was also a priority for council, but it was also critical for the organization because we wanted to ensure that we are adjusting the salaries at the minimum wage to ensure the entry-level positions that we are starting to work towards being more competitive. January of that year, we did present to you that the vacancies, as you know, were higher than normal. We saw a tight labor market for our organization, as we see in our community, in our state, and our nation. And in addition to that, in August of 22, we saw position adjustments for aquatics, animal services, in addition to new incentives. So we started as soon as August of 22, as part of the adopted budget, being able to really target specific positions that we were seeing an inability to recruit, or a difficulty, I should say, a difficulty in recruiting. So we wanted to ensure we maintain a competitiveness. So what was adopted as part of 2023 includes another adjustment to increase our minimum wage, and with a minimum increase of about 1.25%. And then in March of 23, effective this March, on March 12th, will be another increase to our minimum wage to a maximum of $12.11, or a 17% increase. So equity adjustments, why are they important? So equity adjustments were really the implementation of phase 1 of the classification and compensation study, in the sense that we identified each and every employee and truly evaluated where are they at on their salary range. So plus we added on top of that a compensation increase of 1.5%. So if you had been with the city for 10 years in that same job, they should be at a certain point along the range, right? So if you were below where you should be, we made sure that they were adjusted, plus they received the same compensation increase that everyone else did across the board. And I need to remind you all again, this is non-uniform employees. And so in addition to that, the annual estimated impact was approximately $2.3 million, and we were able to impact 2,270 employees with this adjustment. So as I described on that slide about the recent actions that have been taken by this council, you'll also see an increase in the minimum wage. As you see here, it does represent a 17% increase that really has impacted, and you'll see on the next slide, the majority of our civilian workforce.
Over 76% of our workforce received an increase of about 7.5%, and they're receiving an increase of 6.4% as part of FY 2023. So in addition to that, as the city manager mentioned, we're also seeing that increase in the managerial. So we want to make sure that as the hourly employees are also moving up, we keep pace with our supervisors. So it's not only through competitive wage increases, but it's also through those equity adjustments that we identified and talked about as part of the major change we made in the fall of 2021, and then what we're going to be looking at as far as recommendations moving forward. In addition to that, you'll see that just like Araceli, Ms. Guerra has covered, we also show changes in other benefits, other incentives for our employees, which include, of course, the lump sum payments now for performance evaluations that we talked about that came from our employees, that came directly from the voice of our employees. In addition to that, we increase service time pay increases or percentages where every 5 years we're ensuring that they do receive an increase to compensate those long-term employees. In addition to that, we continue to have, for the 4th consecutive year, no healthcare cost increases and continue our Shape It Up Wellness program and Live Active El Paso. So on August 1st, Council approved a motion to direct staff to implement a competitive wage analysis for quality of life and animal services employees. After this was approved that August, as part of the budget, we also, the City Council also adopted staff's recommendation for the wage adjustments for animal services and aquatic positions, and as included in the budget resolution, there is an incentive for immunization requirements. So if their position requires them to be immunized for their safety and the animal safety, then they also receive an incentive of $90 per pay period, or $2,340 annually. So the competitive wage study, what did we find out? So as part of this study, it was 5 departments: Animal Services, Library, MCAD, Parks and Rec, and Zoo. And over 829 FTEs were evaluated as part of the study, and we looked at 20 different cities. Included in that is 44 job descriptions evaluated, and we looked at and compared the market salaries for our peer cities to the salaries and the minimum salaries that will be occurring on March 12, 2023. So what are the results? For over 545 employees impacted, on average, we are $2.88 per hour under market for similar positions. So the average increase per person would annually be $5,194, or an impact of $2.8 million. And so it's important to note that this is one segment of the workforce. Of the 5,311 positions, we're only looking at the 545. And it's not all positions. It's important I make a distinction. It's not all positions in these departments. We're really looked at those most common job descriptions within these departments. So based on the findings of the Quality of Life and Animal Services Competitive Wage Study, as well as the progress that's been made as part of the FY 2023 budget and the 22 budget, we're recommending that we continue citywide, for citywide non-uniform employees, we continue to evaluate equity adjustments annually to address compression, and also continue to increase our minimum wage based on available resources. And the approach that we've taken by not looking at a percentage, but instead continuing with a per hour increase or the dollar amount, really ensures that every individual, every employee continues to move along their salary range at the same rate, and that ensures our GS level employees receive a larger percentage increase as well. So the economic snapshot. So we continue to see economic uncertainty. There are a tight labor market, and we're going to cover some slides on unemployment rates. through our continued vacancies are affected by this tight labor market as well. We'll discuss those as well. And then the continued inflationary pressures but the fluctuations and changes we've seen in fuel prices as well. So unemployment. This shows unemployment comparisons to their national and Texas rates as for the El Paso MSA. And we continue to be in line in the sense of just percentage changes with both the nation and the statewide trends over the past months. We are at 4.2% as of November in 2022. So for Consumer Price Index, we talked about that a little bit this morning, and so this slide really represents what we've seen in comparison year to year as far as a percentage, with 6.5% of December 2021 compared to December of 2022. Our fuel fluctuations that we talked about, you can see here graphically, the average fuel price remains highly correlated with the statewide prices for our city, and it continues to fluctuate. Where we're seeing slight increases, we have not seen the increases that we saw in the summer of last year. So here, this is really an important slide. So we look at looking forward, I should say. So what are those workforce costs going to be? So we presented this back on August 23rd of 2022. And what it's showing is, based on the budget that we had adopted as part of 22, and then now the budget for 23, just for uniform and civilian employees, what we're estimating as far as an impact for 2024. And so you'll see a large increase of that, of course, is going to be for uniform employees as part of our collectively bargaining agreements, but also the staffing that we need for the public safety bond that is coming up, the completed projects that we're seeing, as well as the increase on the civilian side to maintain and to be able to continue our aggressive competitive wage progress that we've made. And again, I just want to reiterate that these increases of $26 million approximation were provided last summer, and it would be the budgetary impact that we may see as part of the budget for FY 2024. So as I noted before, we talked about the compensation strategy to continue our equity adjustments annually, as well as to continue to increase our minimum wage, and then continue with the same strategy of a dollar amount or a per hour increase on our minimum wage to ensure that we're addressing the competitiveness of our GS employees, as well as ensuring that we're addressing all employees as they move along the salary range. Now, I know Representative Fierro, you had asked regarding our vacancies. Yep, I got it. So currently, when we compare January to January, so we're looking at January of 2022 to this month, we have 7,179 positions in January of last year, and we have slightly more than that this year at 7,568. Of those which are 5,841 are filled, 1,727.25 are vacant. And so it is less than where we were at last January, but only slightly, where it's at a 22.8%. And January of last year, when compared to 2020, we were at 23.2.
Does that include police officers, police and fire?
It's everyone.
Okay,
it's
includes
total.
police and fire.
Citywide, yes, sir.
And just one last question, Mr. Mayor. On page 25, it says police and fire staffing increases. What does that mean?
So for Fire Station 36, we needed to make sure that we were adding the appropriate number of firefighters to make sure we open the new station. So that's part of those staffing increases. So it was additional 31 firefighters to be able to open the West Side Station and Station 36. And then so for police, we want to ensure that we continue the Net 30 initiative that the city manager has talked about. So those we're ensuring that not only are we meeting the attrition, how many officers that are leaving due to retirement, various reasons, license, but we're also increasing their staffing by a net 30. In addition to that, we do know we're going to have the Far East Side Regional Command, and that'll take additional officers as well. So we want to make sure when we look at the projections that we're always including the future needs as well.
Okay, great. But when you're looking at the future needs, we're not including as increases the positions we're filling, because aren't those already in the budget?
Correct. We wouldn't
Okay.
double count
Okay,
those.
all right.
Absolutely.
That's my, thank you.
No, perfect.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. I wasn't sure if you were finished with the presentation or if you had jumped off. Thank you so much for doing this. I know this was something that was very important to me. I wanted to be able to understand where we were with inflation and workforce. I have a few questions. I think we covered some of them in the presentation that y'all gave me or the briefing that y'all gave me, but I do want to kind of go over them again. So you mentioned that in FY23, we did 2 increases in September, and we'll be doing one in March. What was the budget impact of that $1 increase for non-uniform? So it was approximately $2.5 to $3 million. Was that per increase? So we do prorate it, so that would be the annual. Annual? Okay. That's good I asked, because I wrote down 6, which was not correct. So so you were saying that. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Robert just corrected me. You're absolutely right. $6 million is the full year. The amount that I gave you would be the prorated amount. Okay, because then I was confused because flipped the two. The 2.8 is just for the 5 departments that you mentioned, not the entire, not all non-uniform employees. Correct. Okay. Correct. And that's why it was critical. I mentioned that it's only for 545 employees, and it does not address, it doesn't address the entire department, because we did not evaluate all the job descriptions. And then secondary, it's only a segment of the workforce. Yeah. Yes, that makes absolute sense. I'm sorry. And so you're saying $6 million annually, are you also budgeting for those vacancies, or is the $6 million just for the current employees? So every year we work with the departments to see what vacancies they're projecting they're going to need to fill. And so instead of, it doesn't make sense to budget all vacancies at 100%. So we're looking at, as we work with the departments, we're going to ensure the ones they're going to be filling at 100%, and then we prorate other positions as well. Okay, this all just for my brain. Okay, so I had a follow-up question and I lost it. So I want to talk a little bit about those vacancies. So you said it was 23.2% in 22. Do we know what it was in 2019 pre-pandemic? It was 13.3. 13.3. Have we done at all a survey to understand kind of we saw obviously wages have changed since the pandemic. Inflation is an issue, but are you all hearing anything else? And I'm going to just give you my follow-up question while I ask that is, are we allowing for remote work positions? Because I know that's a real desire from the workforce today, right? If it's possible to be remote, and are we kind of capping those salaries if they're remote, or are we just saying this is the position, it can be remote, this is what we pay for it?
Right. So we currently have our telecommuting policy in place, and we are currently at the phase 1 still, where employees only need to come into the office 1 day at a time. It is up to the discretion of the department head, depending on the services that they provide to the community, and there isn't a change in their pay for that. And that's all departments, or? Correct. All departments that are available or can have that access to remote work.
Okay, well, I thank you all for this. I do think that we need to stay on top of this, right? When I had brought this up, I'd looked at kind of what we had considered historically low-wage hourly jobs and how we've seen those increases since we've done the presentation, right? Walmart has announced that they're going to $14 to $15 an hour across the country. That's huge. That's going to have a huge impact, especially on those part-time hourly jobs that we have that are really essential. And so I know that this study was kind of based on what things look like now, but really wanting a plan to look at that in the future to make sure we're always kind of on top of it. So, but I really do want to thank you for all the data that you collected and the time you took for this. I really appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, that's the reason why we also take into account what we do on the benefit side, and why we're so aggressive on that end of it as well. And there's a lot of opportunity with cross-functional teams and how we train our folks in order for them to have opportunities for promotion. But we're also paying attention to the hourly wages on the minimum wage, and we've increased that in the last several years and been very aggressive. But yes, ma'am, we need to probably be even more aggressive and look at that in the next budget year as well.
Thank you, Representative Canales.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It had a lot of great information. Ms. Cody, I think I've warned you of what's to come, of what I'm working on. I think I have the city manager and everyone else as well. But I do plan in the coming weeks here to put an item on the agenda to set us a goal to increase our minimum wage even further. We've made really great steps, I think, over the past couple of years, and particularly this year with a full dollar jump. It's shown to me that it's possible, and I want to work. Let me start here. MIT has a living wage calculator that's available online.
Yes, sir.
That tailors city by city, and it shows that the minimum, the livable wage, for El Paso, for one adult with no children is $14.34. That's the lowest amount that's considered a livable wage here. Our minimum is still considerably lower than that. We're getting closer, but I want to reach at least that livable wage. Of course, we don't have to do this all at once. I think this can be phased in over time, but I do think $1 a year until we reach this goal, and I think maybe a goal of an ultimate goal of $15 as a minimum is feasible for us. Again, I recognize that these things are expensive, and maybe a goal of $1 a year until we reach this, or something of that nature would be the way to do this.
I think it's a combination. It's a balancing act, and it's just I know that there's been a lot of discussion about the values increasing in the city, and then also the property tax rate increases. And what our response to that is that if you look at the historical trends in terms of the investment or lack thereof, whether it be in public safety, whether that be in parks and streets, a lot of the higher priorities for the community, it's been lagging, and it's been lagging substantially. And so the increases that people talk about, if you just take into account what we've done for public safety, that would account for all of the increases. And then it would also show that we've absorbed over millions of dollars. I think it's over 30 some odd millions of dollars, and still done all these other things that we're talking about. So those things are possible. It's just that's why we do this year round in terms of talking about the budget, so that council has eyes wide open on a lot of the things that they want to do. We don't disagree. I think that your goal is a good goal, and one in which our employees deserve. I know that when I went through trash with some of the employees, there was this one young man that I can't get out of my head, and he's got 2 little kids, and he's got a lot of energy, and he was running up and down with the trash. I was jogging. I was not running like he was, and I just had a lot of admiration for him. To your point about a living wage, he's married, has 2 kids and a wife, and that's the reason why we really increased the tuition, so that we not only I know that when we started pushing for the increase, I know staff was like, well, these employees might leave. I said, well, I don't care. That's good. They'll remember who paid for their tuition, who paid for their school, and they may come back. We've had a lot of people come back, by the way. And so that just really warms our heart in terms of that program's really working, and it's helping El Paso as a whole. So that's the reason why we put more money into the tuition assistance program, to help our employees help themselves, and also pay for books. Before we didn't pay for books. And so we've just been adding more to that program. But we definitely agree with that. That's a goal of ours as well, to increase that. So I'm glad you're bringing it up. And I know Robert had something to say. I'll just turn it over to him.
That was some of the comments I was going to make. So we talk a lot about through the economic development, the strategy to increase the wages in the community. And we talk about how the city of El Paso as an organization is the 4th largest employer in the area. So it's important that we're being competitive, increasing the wages for our city employees. Something that's very, very critical, something we've done and will continue to do. One of the points that Nicole made, and I just want to reiterate, is that as we begin to develop the budget for next year, sort of looking back where we were, she did a little bit of a recap. We'll have a little bit more discussion as I present next week on the first quarter update of looking at what we've seen. You heard Mr. Gonzalez talk about the property value growth that we saw this past year. Unprecedented, largest property value growth that we've seen in El Paso in probably 40, 50 years. We've never seen anything that high. Even during the BRAC expansion, we never saw growth that high. That combined with the unprecedented growth in our sales tax collection, almost 5 times what we typically see in an average year that we've seen in the last 2 years in our sales tax. So our 2 primary revenue sources, property tax and sales tax, have grown tremendously in the last 2 years, which provided the ability for us to do those things, investing in employees and the quality of life and our police and fire. However, we know, as Nicole talked a little bit about this morning and right now, about what have we seen as far as inflationary pressures, what have we seen as far as economic conditions with increasing cost of goods. We are not going to continue to see sales tax perform at the level that it has in the last 2 years. And so being realistic about what revenue sources are available to ensure that, 1, we're minimizing the impact on our taxpayers, 2, that we have to be very, very conscious about as we're developing the budget, that we stay within that 3.5% property tax cap that the state did pass a couple of sessions ago. So these are all things that go into developing the budget. This is obviously the largest cost driver. You saw Nicole talk about that. 73% of the budget is our employees, but something that we'll continue to invest in as we develop the budget for next year.
And the thing that's connected to this is also I mean, we've talked about the collective bargaining agreement, and we're going to have to be aggressive there because we want to make sure we can attract and retain the police officers that we have in our charge. But it's also important to talk about how some of the facilities that are so old that the council really has to have a discussion on the dais and maybe a work session to really talk about some facilities and how they are going to exist going forward or not exist. And then maybe you build new facilities where there's trends that show where the families really are at. Because when those facilities were built way back when, they were built at a time where families were there, and now they're not there anymore. And there's different services that need to be provided, maybe less services, maybe different services. There's a lot of buildings that have lived their useful life, and you have to either retire them or build a new one. And that's the reason why the whole discussion about a bond election for that is something the council really needs to talk about, because that's something that it's just going to be frustrating for the council whenever they say, well, why is this facility closed and it's not going to open back up? And then this increases that we're talking about with pay, we have to look at the number of employees we have, and maybe if we reposition the numbers based on services that are being provided, and we do provide high-level quality services in facilities that we have at optimal levels, because I know y'all have been out to new facilities that have opened, and they look really nice compared to the older facilities that we have. That's because the new facilities are state-of-the-art, the other ones are not. And so it's just a matter of what level of service we want to provide to our community and in what areas of town based on the population trendings and the needs there based on the number of families that are there. So that's another discussion, but that's part of the budget, and it's interrelated to this discussion.
It is, and of course I understand the balancing act. If we want to be providing excellent service, I think happy, well-compensated employees also play into to providing excellent
Absolutely.
service. Absolutely,
I agree 100%.
It's something that I intend to bring forward soon. And,
yes, sir.
and I'll be happy to speak with you all about it soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hernandez.
Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to clarify again one more time, the cost drivers on this slide, is it the 26 million for the upcoming fiscal year? That includes or does not include any potential increases for the workforce?
It does. It does assume a minimum increase of 1.5%.
1.5%, and then any potential agreement through the collective bargaining process?
Also, it's an assumption at this point. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, all right. I've noticed personnel-related cost drivers have been anywhere from 10 to 15 million, and so I do want to highlight the fact, like you have already, that these cost drivers are very significant, are going to potentially impact our tax rate. But we have a duty to make sure that our contracts are issued. We have the funding for the contracts, our collective bargaining agreements, and then the competitive salaries for employees. But I'm just very concerned with that amount. I haven't seen a great amount like that before in the past. So recognize, council, that there's going to be some tough decisions to make. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to repeat a question I already asked just for clarification and for edification. In FY22, we put $6 million in the budget to increase wages by $1. In FY 2022? 23, I'm sorry.
23,
My question
yes.
was incorrect.
Yes, yes,
so
ma'am.
if we carried that over for the next 2 years, we would be at $14.
If we did the 50 cents in September and the 50 cents in March for the next 2 years, yes, ma'am, we would be at $14.11 if we did.
I mean, we've done that. We've been doing it. You all, I want to highlight that you all have been doing the work, right? This study did not come out of the fact that you were all not doing that. I just wanted to understand what that looked like big picture. And so it doesn't seem unrealistic or unattainable to continue to do that until we are where we want. So thank you so much again.
No, thank you. And I'd like to thank both Araceli's team and my team for their work on the competitive wage study. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you both. Thank you both.
The next item is number 34, and this is presentation and discussion on Title VII Semi-Annual Report.
Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon, Council. IT, if you could bring up the presentation. Okay, thank you. And again, good afternoon. Today's presentation, we're going to go over Title VII requirement here and some statistics that's required on that Title VII. So this presentation is requirement of Title VII, specifically Section 7.04-110. It requires a semi-annual report to council on impounds and outcomes. It also addresses permits, registrations, and enforcement activities. So this is going to be a brief presentation on those measures there. So the first one we have are intakes and outcomes. The comparison is period on these are all from July of 2022 and 2021 through December. So those first numbers are intakes from 21 to 22. You can see we had an increase of 25% on our canine intakes and less on the cats. Then we have our live outcomes. That's anytime animal leaves the shelter, whether it's through adoptions, through transports to another community, or even our RTO process where we return them to the owner, whether it's in the field or they come to the shelter to pick up that animal. Then we have our euthanization numbers, our adoptions, transfers. Again, just wanted to break out a little bit of those live outcomes so you can see where those came from. A little bit of it was, again, the adoptions. We went on our canines, 81% increase on that same time period compared to the previous year, and 27% more on our cat adoptions from the previous year as well. And then the last measure there is microchips, that micro there. So that's through our events, impounding animals. Every animal that comes to the shelter, if it's not already have a microchip, we do provide that microchip. So that includes those numbers and during our microchipping events through the community throughout the whole year. So part of the requirement here too is to report on our euthanizations. These are numbers that we don't like to provide, and we want to see that dramatically decrease. But the reasons for those euthanizations are broke out below there for our canines and for our cats. So again, we had, you can see the numbers there, and they're based on trauma, behavior, infectious and non-infectious. Infectious would be things like distemper and parvo, where the animal is just too sick and is not responding to treatment, those types of things. Non-infectious would be things like tumors and cancers, kidney failure, those types of things. Another requirement is on our registrations. So our registration numbers, where we broke it out in two sections here. We got our shelter registrations. Those are the tags that are sold at the shelter. And then we also partner with the clinics throughout the town, the veterinary clinics. And you can see the numbers that are sold to our community. Again, at the shelter, we increased. At the clinic level, it did go down a little bit. And again, I wanted to reiterate, this is a requirement by ordinance. This is done annually for the pets in care, so it's for your canines, cats, and ferrets. And part of that requirement is the animal has to have its current vaccination, which is your rabies vaccine, and it also has to be microchipped in order for them to get this registration tag. You may hear a lot of times people call them a rabies tag. It's not a rabies tag, it's a registration. And again, you have to have a current rabies vaccine for that and the microchip. Some veterinarians will provide a 3-year rabies vaccine, but that still requires the owner of those pets still have to register annually, even though it's a 3-year vaccine. So then these are the types of permits that we've given during that time period there. Not a whole lot of the fowl and rabbit types, but the groomer permits, you can see those are 152 and 25, and also the previous years. So we're giving out a few more permits or a few less permits from 2022 than we did in 2021 for that same time period. And then these are some of the enforcement activities that we did. So these are the citations that we give out. So we did have an increase from 2747 this past current year, and same time in 2021 it was only at 2448. Some of the newer citations that we've been issuing out starting last year were the ones on the grooming ordinance. So that grooming ordinance was put into effect in 2021. That was like a beginning year. We were working with the groomers and the shops as well, working more with enforcement of that instead of penalizing them with citations. So starting in 2022, we started doing that. So that's why you see the list a little bit larger. And then just to clarify a little bit too, the Title VII miscellaneous violations, those are going to be some violations that aren't set out on our software that we use. So it's going to be things like animals left in a vehicle, unreasonable restraining the animal, like using the chain or too short of a tether. And with that, in closing, we continue to enforce our city ordinances, state laws, provide resources to the community, and with the support of council and the community, we've been able to save over 111,000 animals since we've started our life-saving programs in 2016. So with that, if you have any questions. Correct. Correct. Yes, sir.
So, and then adoption is up 81%. So, and then transfers are down 46%. So, that number of 75%, what are we doing to change that, or why is the number so high?
So a lot of this is, if we look at the slide here on the euthanizations, large portion of those were from infectious. So we did have a big time period at the beginning of the year through June. We had a part-time vet, and then in June we lost a vet altogether. So now with that new veterinarian, it's a lot with that infectious and getting the disease control and having those protocols in place to prevent those types of euthanizations.
Yeah, it's just, you know, the intake is so much bigger, and the live out is just, okay, just kind of shows up a lot right there.
But Mayor, to the numbers in terms of the live release rate for the whole calendar year, or for the last 12 months, I believe it was in the 70%.
For the year of 2022,
2022, 2021. Yeah.
we had, for 2022, we had a live release rate that was 73% by the end of the year. The past 2 months now, so in December, it was at 83%, and this month, we're going to be right around the same, about 82%.
Do you know what the euthanized number is for those 2 months? Those are good numbers, but is the euthanizing animals down?
I'd have to check the exact numbers.
Yeah,
on
I'd
the
like to
past
see
2
that
months.
number, 'cause that number just keeps.
We're still unfortunately euthanizing if there's infection or if they're
no,
sick.
I see that, but
Yes.
75% over the prior year still shows a lot, and that's the biggest
Absolutely.
issue. Is that last year we had a December, last year we had a November, so and then this year we have a December and November, and the numbers are up so much. So I just that just glares right at me, and I'd like to see if those numbers are improving every, the last couple months that you're talking about, the live
release rate, yes.
There you go. Thank you for
Yeah,
that
it has
one.
increased. It has done better. So again, it's based on how many we do bring into the shelter and how many we're euthanizing. So those numbers have decreased over the past couple months. And it's taken us a little bit to get that disease under
Yeah.
control and getting those new procedures
Sure.
and just getting all that.
I just like to see those numbers by month.
Yes,
if
sir,
you
we
don't
all
mind,
do.
because I think that would show a lot.
Yes, sir.
And then you showed me a number on the last slide that showed saved lives 11,000 for 22, but in 6 years, that 16 to 12 is 6 years. 16 to 22 is 6 years, which is roughly about 18,000. So we're down in 22 by quite a bit. If you divide, 6 into 111, you can end up with roughly 18,000. And for 22, we only had 11,000. So those are numbers that really show up a lot, and I'd like to see the monthly numbers, see how we're improving on that.
And that's exactly what we're doing. We're putting all the pieces and parts in place with the veterinarian, getting all of our positions filled, getting everything in place, and we are seeing those numbers increase. So again, our live release rate for 2022 ended at 73%. The year prior to it was at 84%. We are seeing, those improvements. We're working, day in, day out to improve our processes, getting more partners. So like this year, again, we're reestablishing a lot of our partnerships to get these animals out of the shelter. We're going to be doing the expansion, which is going to help a lot with euthanization due to disease, because right now we are full. In that compressed environment, the animals, it brings a lot of stress, which just like anybody else, just like a human, you get a lot of stress, your immune system drops. So it makes it easier for them to get sick, and it's harder for them to get well. So with that shelter expansion coming on board as well,
That was gonna be my next
that's going to
question.
be giving us that space so that the animals have more room, and they'll be more segregated as well.
What's the square footage of the addition?
I don't have that exact number, but it's going to be, we're looking at 400 new kennels.
Okay. Well, I said those are just the numbers that kind of glared at me, so thank you for that. And I look forward to looking at the monthly numbers, see how we're improving.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And Mayor, adding 400 new kennels isn't going to be the answer. We're also looking at, getting more aggressive with hiring even more vets. That's going to require a significant increase in pay there. So it's not, as you know, and as the council knows, it's not just a one single approach to this issue. It's multi-pronged. And the beginnings of this issue, this problem, they were at 23% no-kill. And at one point we were in the high 80s, but I think annually, the highest we got was 85%, 86%. And then COVID hit, and then we're recovering from that. We were even in the 60s during COVID, I think mid to high 60s. And now we bumped up into the 70s. This whole last year was in the 70s. And, you know, the goal is to be in the 80s minimum. And that's the goal for the year. So that's going to be what we shoot for in this 23.
Thank you, and I'm glad to see the expansion, and you know, and we do know that there's multifacets to what we need to do, and it's always a good place to start. So, thank you, Representative Fierro.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Gonzalez, I'd like to request a work session where we can come to some answers in regards to the dog attacks that we've been seeing on the media, how we're going to address the issues that really Mr. Gonzalez just brought up, but I think the public needs to be included and abreast of what we're doing to address these issues.
Absolutely. We could shoot
Thank
for
you.
late February for that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Hernandez. Thank you, Representative Fierro.
And Mr. And Representative Fierro, we'll make it a comprehensive report. We'll answer the questions with regard to dog attacks, but we'll also address these other points that I've mentioned. Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you for the presentation. I think just based on some conversations I've had from animal advocates, I wanted to just share my concern regarding behavior-related reasons for euthanization. And I think that might be where we have the greatest impact. If we can look closely, and I know that in the past I have inquired, and some of the types of behaviors that lead to euthanasia, as explained to me, was related to often aggression, self-mutilation, severe mental decline, bite history, and danger to human and other pets. And what you mentioned earlier, I think is pretty significant, that, you know, when animals are too stressed, they can react, right? They can react in ways that are harmful. But also, I think we need to look closely at the number of times we go and check their behavior. I know that was a concern I heard. You know, hate to use these parallels, but, you know, like 3 times or out type of scenario is what I'm understanding. But I really do believe that if we can have more folks like volunteers and folks who want to take the time to help, if the pet is eligible to receive additional support, I think that would go a long ways. I think animals who have experienced significant harm by their irresponsible pet owners, I think have a natural reaction to act this way. So I don't want to discount those animals who have severe trauma-related behavioral issues to see if there's any way that we can save. But if you have any other programs related to the behavior and euthanasias, I'm happy to hear that. But I know that is a point of concern for me, for some members of the ASAC, along with the pet advocates of the community.
Okay. Yeah. And we do have our volunteers that go out to the shelter. They constantly help us with that enrichment of the animals. So they come out, they do walking, they go in the play parks with them. So that's a big stress reliever. So we're always looking for volunteers to help with those types of things. And anytime we do have an animal that, you know, like you said, that came from an abusive home or something, and they're just tied, you know, just sitting in the back of the kennel, afraid, just snapping and shaking, we do social media outreach on that as well, looking for those fosters, people that can come and have experience with that as well. So it's also finding those individuals with that experience, making sure they're not going to get injured, taking this animal to their home, making sure they're the right fit. But obviously, we're giving that information up front to the community that we're looking for those types, that type of help. So we're always looking for that. We have our everybody at the shelter. They're our eyes and ears. They're anything from cleaning the kennels or walking other animals. They're watching that behavior and they're reporting that to our behavioral specialists so that they can do assessments, check on them. And it may be as simple as they're just not getting along with their kennel mate. Finding some other kennel mate that they're going to get along with, it drastically relieves their stress. We also have some other kennels that they can be by themselves and de-stress as well. So we're all kind of programs that we're looking at. We have students going there. We have high school students with that enrichment. They go and they make the treats and stuff for them and take them out, whether in summertime and even the wintertime. We make frozen treats for them, and it's that one-on-one interaction with the mainly those canines, and making sure that we're giving them the best opportunity we can. And as we see any kind of behavior decline as well, because sometimes they come in not so bad, we're constantly putting those out. We work with the Sheriff's Department on our most wanted, and to help advertise those, and again, using social media to find and contacting our fosters that have that expertise and that type of thing. But with, the pet population that we have right now, it is difficult to get through around 800 dogs.
Yeah, no, and I don't want to discount the value that you bring to the department with your many decades of experience in the mental health realm environment as in the fire department. Disagree with a lot of the statements that are said about you. I think you bring a lot of tremendous value to the department. So those are just some concerns that I have as well. Just two quick questions. This might be capital related.
Ms. Hernandez,
Yes.
Representative Hernandez, if I may, with respect to Mr. Kipshaw, he was involved, and I placed him on the cross-functional team when the live release rate was at 23%. When we had issues out at the kennel with parvo and disease, because the fire department has extreme knowledge in medical protocols for people, we felt like they would be experts in having medical protocol for animals. As a matter of fact, the partnership that the fire department and the animal services has enjoyed, we take advantage of 30-plus units, 30-plus facilities, rather, that are out there in the community where we have different partnerships, whether it's with cats, whether it's with dogs. Other communities have asked, how do you do that? What have y'all done that makes it so easy for that to happen? And it's because of that confluence of energy and synergy that's created through that cross-functional team that was put together in 2015. And so, as I mentioned before, at one point we were at a very bad live release rate. I understand what the standard is today, and that the baseline isn't 23% anymore. But we have had a journey through this process with regard to the challenges we've had. We had a long conversation about COVID earlier and how it had a health, financial, and operational impact. And I also know that people have grown weary of hearing about COVID. But at the same time, we have a tremendous team, and we need to give them the resources that they need. I just sent an email just now with respect to additional resources that will be brought to bear. Again, that will be a cost associated with that, but I do understand and hear it's a priority not only for our team, but I understand it's a priority for the council as well.
And thank you, City Manager, for those statements. Capital related question: what was the total budget for the expansion of the kennel? The new kennels, and then what was the source of funds?
I don't know the exact number. It's right at, I think it was.
It's escaping me too. And so if you could just maybe we could just talk about it tomorrow, and that'll lead me to.
What was the question again?
Just the source of funds for the animal services extension. I know this information is just for the public.
That's general fund money, and that's money we set aside in the capital project improvement program.
So
the council has approved that already.
So that was the CO of 2019, I think. I'm just wanting to confirm.
I think it was 18, but yeah, you're generally in the ballpark.
So it was a certificate of obligation, I'm forgetting my words, a CO approved by council so that we can have the funding to address this need. And it's important to note because oftentimes we don't have our general fund to supplement a lot of these efforts. And so when used responsibly, could help save lives. And so this was one of the projects. It takes time, even though we approved it in 2019, a lot of these things take time. But I'm excited to see the future of the expansion of animal services. And then I just wanted to note for the public that yourself, Terry, and Jerry DeMuro will be talking about that at our community meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, February 1st at 5:30 at Lunchbox on Buckner off of Montana. And so as part of the new inventory, if you will, and areas that I represent, animal services is one of the areas I represent now. So I thought it was important that the public have an opportunity to hear the plans, to talk about the progress of animal services, and then all the opportunities we have moving forward. Thank you for if you wanted to add anything else.
I just wanted to add on that approval for the expansion of the shelter, that also included the HVAC system. So there's an HVAC system that's also, the entire system's gonna be revamped at the shelter as well. That's gonna help also with that disease control, because right now, the way that system was built is just it's a HVAC system, just blows air from one room to the next. This new system's gonna have the positive pressures, negative pressures to keep the diseased areas separate from the healthy areas.
And improve the smell.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I think you forgot one volunteer. City Council Rep, District 8. I think you were there this Sunday even. And even before he got elected, he told me he actually loves to go over there and volunteer and spend his Sundays there with the animals. So,
Yeah. Thank you.
And then another thing is, Mr. Gonzalez, we didn't have any doubt that who you put in there would do a good job and continue to work. And one thing that it's important, none of us in this room know everything, but as long as we're willing to learn and move forward, we'll succeed. So we thank you for that, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Representative Molinar.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Chief Kebshal, thank you very much for your presentation. I know you've been here quite a few times, and that's great. That's fantastic. But since the time that I've been here, I've heard many things happening and not happening. I know we have a website. I know we've had free adoptions. We've had free companies come in, do microchipping. We've hired a veterinarian when we didn't have one. We've increased the salary or compensation for the people in animal services. We're doing all these good things, wonderful things, but yet we're still having problems, issues, things that are not necessarily coming together cohesively, at least in my opinion. I'm not blaming you, sir, but I think we still need a long way to go. And whether it's the expansion, the HVAC system, more education, educating the public, different things. I mean, we need to really start beefing up whatever we need to do to help these animals. You know, they're our four-legged friends, and it's hard to see all these numbers and death rates, and for me it's unsettling. I do like dogs, but it's just very unsettling to hear all these things over and over and over again. And I'm not, like I said, blaming you or your staff or anybody, but to me it's like a huge community effort, and we really need to polish it up. And please reach out to my office if there's something that I can do to help you, sir, the facilities or anything like that. Please feel free to do that. And I would invite you, Chief Kebshal, to come to one of our community meetings out in the Northeast. We usually have very well-attended meetings. We're also going to start having meetings at night. Perhaps you can bring some of your four-legged friends and, help us draw that attention, because seriously, we need that. There's a lot of dog lovers. We're going to be opening the dog park in Northeast at Joey Barraza and Vino Park on Saturday, March 4th. I believe you've probably already been contacted for that as well. And so we need a lot of emphasis from the community, a lot of teamwork. I thank Representative Fierro when he mentioned about dog attacks, because that is an issue in our community. Thank goodness that we haven't had anyone pass away as a result of the trauma, the injury, or anything like that, but it could potentially happen in the future. So we really need to work together on different issues. So thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate your time.
And answer to the question earlier, Ms. Hernandez was correct. I stand corrected. It was in 2019, in December of 19, when it was approved. It's 10.9 million. There's 8.2 million for the expansion of the housing. There's almost $1 million for the shelter HVAC. There's 1.4 million for medical houses, and a transport vehicle of 364,000 for a total of 10.9 million. The HVAC is under construction right now, and the expansion is under negotiation with job order contractor.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I do agree, there's always room for improvement. We're never going to be 100% satisfied. We're going to move forward. And we are looking at, these dog bites that we've had recently. They're not strays like it's been publicized. These are our own dogs. They're escaping from yards, and it's unfortunate. And it brings the negative light to our community on our pet ownership. But we're working on that. So we're going to continue with that education, make sure that people know whether it's, we're going to have to be a lot more diligent and forceful on our enforcement of the canines, and just working as a community together. Again, looking for why are these animals escaping, making sure that they are vaccinated against rabies so that, when somebody does get bit, they don't have to go through the process of getting the rabies treatments with their doctor and stuff like that if they've already, had the rabies vaccine and stuff like that. So there's lots of things that we're looking at, that we are already improving, getting that vet in place, continuing with our clinics through partnerships throughout the community. We've reestablished the visiting vets and our partner vets that come to the shelter. Again, when we didn't have that vet there, they couldn't come to the shelter because we weren't able to provide them with those drugs to do spay neuters. But that's all back in place, and those partnerships are well on their way, and we're continue to improve.
And we thank you very much for all that, sir. Thank you, and all your team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Canales.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Mr. Kipschel. It's a really informative presentation, has a lot of good data, which I love to see. First, just to the mayor's concerns, looking at the euthanasia rates from last year, not the rates, but the raw numbers in euthanasia from last year to this year, and seeing a 75% change. I know that it looks really concerning, and I don't mean at all to downplay the issue here of an increase, but it is more valuable, I think, to look at euthanasia as a rate, and it's a 7% increase. Euthanasia as a we look at the 714 euthanizations in 2021 over the intake puts us at 18%, and that's 25% for 2022. So more like a 7% increase. It's still very concerning, but the shelter had 1,000 dogs more in intake. So to your credit, I would say it's not necessarily a 75% jump. It's like a 7% jump in the euthanasia rate, right? So this is my soapbox for the beginning. One thing that I'm going to look to do during my time in office, but soon, is look at strategies and cooperation with you and your staff. I think will be really important here. Strategies and enforcement, particularly for backyard breeders. I know, I'm looking at slide 8 here, and we have robust enforcement, I think, in some areas. 600, July 1st to December 31st of last year, 658 citations for no registration, 767 citations for no vaccination, 383 for no microchip. Like, those are good, robust enforcement numbers. But I'm a little disheartened when I see things like only 21 citations for no litter permit, and then only 3 citations for animal selling, no permit. And just driving around on a Saturday, I'll often see more than 3 people selling puppies out of the back of their car or something, parked on the side of the road. And so I think we need to find some new strategies, particularly for backyard breeders, people who are breeding dogs at home, not spaying and neutering their animals, and then either mistakenly or intentionally having litters of dogs at their homes and going to sell those. I think that's a huge driver for a lot of the other problems, the increased intake, increase in disease. And so it's not so much a question, but just, as of a few hours ago at the passage of the consent agenda, I'll be the new appointee to the Animal Shelter Advisory Committee. And so I really look forward to working with you on these things. Again, I'm at the shelter typically once a week. I'm a rescue runner, so I'm out there on Sundays running dogs and walking dogs. It's a great program, and you have excellent both volunteers and staff there at the shelter who make so many good things happen. But I really look forward to where I'm sure we'll see a lot more of each other here going forward, and I look forward to working with you on a lot of things, but again, particularly this backyard breeder issue, and again, I think addressing that one problem helps. It has a big knock-on effect into a lot of the other issues that you face on the back end as you have to deal with the fallout of unfortunately people in our community breeding and selling animals.
Yes, sir. And I thank you for that, and I thank you for volunteering at the shelter, and looking at the city ordinances is another priority of mine, is looking at those ordinances, see what's working. So as of right now, ever since the one ordinance was passed on a breeder's permit, we've never issued one. So there's never been a breeder's permit, and those are very minimal, what those would qualify to be a breeder. Those would be like for specialty type dogs, whether it's for police or for, helping people, that type of thing. So that is one of my priorities, is going through that with the fine tooth comb, see which ones are not working and which ones need more teeth. So
Excellent.
How can we get that done to enforce that, and not an excuse, but it is an underground business, and it's just like anything else. They use a lot of false phones, false addresses, that type of thing. So pinpointing some of these are very difficult at best, but we're looking at ways to how can we improve on stopping those illegal activities.
All right, and I'm happy to be a partner with you on these things, and especially in terms of going through and seeing in the law what changes we need to make. I think I look forward to working with you on that.
I look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I just want to, and I couldn't really hear your numbers you were saying at first, but I can tell you that we had 1,009 intake more. From that number, we had 659 additional animals that we euthanized, which is 65.31% of the additional animals, but it's still 81% over last year. And that's something that I'm glad to see we're improving on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I kind of wanted to clarify something about the concerns that the ASAC is having about euthanasia, because it's not actually on this slide. You're seeing the numbers from euthanasia. What one of the largest issues from ASAC was the so you have 26 cats euthanized from behavior, which is a adjusted number, but they were kittens. So we were seeing a lot of kittens euthanized for behavior, which was a concern of the Animal Services Committee, and puppies. And so, yes, trauma really plays a factor in how some dogs are raised and the trauma that they have. But the concern was, how does a newborn kitten have behavioral issues, and why are they being euthanized? So I just wanted to clarify that was the concern. I know you were going to look at that data. That might be why there are some adjustments here. That hasn't been brought back up. Well, I haven't looked back into it since then, but that was what the big concern was the reasoning and the age didn't really make a lot of sense. I'm not going to be your appointee on the ASAC anymore. I know you're not going to miss me that much, Terry, but I will still be involved. Some things I do want to bring up that I get on you all a lot for, and haven't brought up at council, is the website and the adoptable pets. I don't know why we're using that application for the photos. I don't think it's benefiting us at all. People still send me pictures of cats and are like, what is this monster? And I'm like, it's just the application that they use. Takes out the background, and it's really weird, but I don't think that it's a benefit. I think it's doing us a lot more harm. The animals don't really look appealing as adoptable, which, you shouldn't be really shopping for your pets on the internet, but it's a thing that I hear about a lot, and I'm always gonna bring it up until it gets better. I do have a question, though, Terry. I'm not just up here to yell at you about the website, as I always do. We had a moment in time where we did not have a vet, right? And so we had a lot of backlogs of animals being spay and neuter. And for a lot of, and I believe it was mostly cats, right? We were doing a lot of fosters out. And I think you were really great about the situation. We needed to get animals out. By law, we can't adopt them unless they're spay or neutered. If someone fostered a cat that they were willing to adopt and they brought it back, you would neuter them. I think that was dealt with really well. I just wanted to know if we kind of have any understanding on where we are with that kind of backlog. If we feel like we're on track, because, you know, we weren't having a vet for a few months and we were still getting a lot of animals. If you just kind of knew the data on where we are.
I don't know the exact numbers, but we did, back in October, I think it was, we had a spay-a-thon. So we brought in a lot of veterinarians from other parts of the country, and we did do a large catch-up at that time. So like right now with our cats, it's pretty equal on cats and dogs that we have out in foster that are the foster to adopts is what we refer them to, because they're just waiting for that spay-neuter so we can complete that adoption. We still do have quite a few of those, and we knock a bunch of those out every week. So we're doing those, we're doing the animals at the shelter, and we're also doing the TNR cat. So it's a mixture of all those animals so that we can keep up. Our cat population at the shelter right now is significantly down from those summer months. So we're right at just below 100 actually. So our cat population, we're doing really well. We're really caught up on those spay neuters. It is just now keeping up with those TNR ones so that they don't reproduce, come here in the springtime, helping out our other partners as well on those spay neuters. And so we have caught up significantly. And again, we're utilizing our in-house vet, and we also have a vet that comes in from the Humane Society, and he comes in 2 or 3 times out of the week to assist us with those spay neuters as well. And we have another vet that's in, she's licensed here in Texas, but she lives in Las Cruces, and she comes in at least once a week, sometimes twice as well to help out. So those are the constants. We also do have other vets that do come in when they have a chance, the one from Bissell in particular, and she'll come in and spend a week or so with us. She's very well versed. It's our old veterinarian who, you know, she could do, 60 cats in a day, no problem. So she'll come in and assist us when she's not in another community assisting them.
Okay, great. And then I have a question about the vehicles. How many of the like mobile pet vans do we have that are working right now?
We have one mobile pet van.
But one of them is out of commission, correct? We have 2 or just one?
No, we only have one, and it is working. We do have the transport vehicle, but that's not for mobile events.
I may not be the ASAC person anymore, but I'm still going to get the emails. And so I guess I'm very sad to be leaving the committee. We got a lot done. Went through 3 directors, I think, since I was on the committee. So I'm glad that you are there. But I do just ask that, I know that the members of the ASAC committee are very committed, sometimes to their own fault. But I do feel like there's been a lot of resistance to them. I do think that they want to help. Some of that's not you, some of that's legal. But I think that I think that they deserve a lot of respect. They really do care. And they, have been themselves kind of bashed in the community for not doing enough. And I do really want to leave that committee by saying I hope that they are given the space and the opportunity to really help in these issues and help with partnerships, because I know that they're very dedicated and very concerned. So thank you for working with me with my time on the committee. I really appreciate all the information. And I may not be on the committee, but I'm still going to ask you a ton of questions, Terry, and I will stop by and come see you all the time as well.
Thank you. Thank you for the service on the ASAC.
Hey, Chief, to volunteer, do you just show up, or is there a way to go online and sign up to volunteer?
Either way, you can go online. There is a sign up for the volunteer, or you can come to the shelter, and there's a form pamphlet that you could pick up and talk to somebody as well, one of our volunteer personnel, get some more information. But either way.
Great. Appreciate that info. Representative Canales.
Yeah, one final thing, and Mayor, I'd love to have you out on a Sunday morning. For
I know, I already said you already invited me.
Perfect.
So I'm going to have to,
right.
I'm going to go out there with you. Because I figured out I needed to sign up.
For that one, you can just show up.
All right.
I'll take you out there. I did have one more question. I know either August or September, the council passed I guess it was an MOU or a cooperation agreement with the Veterinary Medical Association. Yes. Is that's still active and ongoing?
Yes, that's still active and ongoing. That's part of our strategic partnership with the clinics. So that's what we're still utilizing, and that pays for whether it's a foster or a specialty type surgery, we're still utilizing that.
Do we, and forgive me if it's baked into the data that's already here, but do we have numbers of in terms of how much that's been utilized since September, or whenever that agreement began?
It's not in here, but I can get that information, yes.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. And we currently still only have the one staff veterinarian, correct?
We have one full-time veterinarian, yes, sir.
Okay. And we're still actively
We're
looking
still
to hire-
actively looking for another, we have a position for 3 more, but we're also in the interim, if a veterinarian wants to work part-time with us, that's still being advertised as well.
Okay. And in terms of capacity on that agreement with the Veterinary Medical Association, we still have plenty of dollars
Yes,
left on
yes.
that and capacity to continue working with them as much as we need?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. And I would appreciate if you can get me some information about how that agreement has been going and, again, our utilization of it.
Yes, I'll get you that information. There has been a little bit of change in the EPVMA. They lost one of their personnel that was managing the funds and stuff, so right now they have they're in the process of hiring somebody new.
Okay.
And they just have a veterinarian that's kind of filling in.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Chief.
Oh, thank you.
That brings us to the first reading of ordinances. These are items 36 to 38.
Mayor, can we take these individually? Motion to approve item 36.
It's the first reading. There's a motion on item 36. Is there a second? Thank you. There's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Anello, seconded by Representative Molinar to approve item 36. The introduction on that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Representative Salcido not present.
Then I believe we have public comment on the next item, correct?
On item 37, we received a statement from Veronica Carvajal to be read into the record by you, ma'am.
Thank you. I am requesting that each council member and mayor acknowledge having received our suggested amendments and our analysis to the limitations of language used in other cities. As you see, among other things, we have omitted limitations. The second document explains the reasoning for the omission. Should you still decide to include limitations, we suggest keeping a minimum number of limitations with the language such as this. Alternately, if council would prefer excluding certain subjects, the recommendation would be to keep them to a minimum. For example, any registered voter may initiate an ordinance that complies with state, federal, and local law. However, no ordinance may be initiated through this process if the proposed ordinance authorizes levying of taxes or granting franchises. In addition, we are requesting per attached document, 1, a cap of 5,000 signatures, 2, 365 days to petitioners to collect signatures. Since signatures expire in 180 days, this additional time allows petitioners to decide when to collect signatures. 3, that the proposed ordinance be heard at the next city council meeting. 4, since the city clerk will have 60 city clerk working days to validate, there should be no further delay after that, and the proposition should be placed on the next city council agenda. 5, again, there's no reason for delay, and such the proposition should be placed on the next uniform election. 6, amending or repealing the proposition should be available to council after 2 years, not 1. 7, council should not be obligated to consider a proposition more than once every year instead of 2. Thank you, Veronica Carvajal. Rick Bonart, Carmen Rodriguez reserve the right to call in during public comment.
Thank you. With that, do we have a motion to approve the item?
Move to approve.
There's a motion and a second to approve item 37.
Sorry, I requested to speak, Mayor.
Pardon me?
I requested to speak. Sure. And there are people
You were
signed
speaking.
up. No, I read a comment.
ahead.
There are people signed up for public comment too. I remember that from the list that you provided earlier this
For
morning.
37, we had Veronica Carvajal and Dr. Rick Bonart. I'm not sure if he's in the queue. I don't recognize the phone number as the one he signed up with. Dr. Bonart, are you in the queue? *6 to unmute your telephone. Rick Bonart, *6 to unmute your telephone. I don't believe he's in the queue.
Thank you.
Okay, I had some questions.
You done?
Oh, no, I haven't
No,
started.
okay.
I'm going to keep you all here all day. Ms. Hamilton, I did have some questions about the language in 3.1. I understand that you added that one word, and I don't have it in front of me. I do have it in front of me. You added the word required appropriation or allocation. I still think it's a little vague, and my concern is that the people will not do a citizen petition because they believe it requires city funds. But I do have a question about the zoning and rezoning, and I guess I'm going to ask an overall question, but it is in regards to that. So of these limitations, are those all limitations clarified by the state, or are those our own limitations per this document?
To your first point, Kristen Hamilton Karam for the record, regarding you're talking about 3.11.
Yes, the first paragraph. I apologize.
We did not add the word required, we deleted that. So now it says regarding, there cannot be an ordinance allocating or appropriating city funds.
Okay, but council directed you to add language, and I'm looking at the backup, and the backup has the word required. So either you didn't add any language, or this backup is wrong.
Council directed us to clarify the language. The language previously said there cannot be an ordinance regarding the required allocation or appropriation of funds. Council directed us to clarify that that does not mean a project that requires money, but means that the ordinance itself cannot appropriate or allocate city funds. So we changed it to say that a petition cannot be instituted that allocates or appropriates city funds, allocating or appropriating city funds.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the backup, and the red line version that you all submitted, it has the word required.
Correct, should be read and slashed through.
It's
so
not.
If you look at the clean ordinance.
Oh, maybe that's where I'm completely confused.
The clean ordinance says
fault.
regarding appropriating or allocating city funds.
Okay, let's pull that up. I will take full responsibility for that. That was,
No problem.
but I think it's less, clear now by taking out required. It just says, however, no ordinance may initiate it through this process appropriating or allocating funds. I'm going to let that go for right now. I guess my overall question is how many of these are limited by state law and how many are limited by this document?
As we've discussed under state law, the requirement is that if there are required city calculations, detailed calculations, or city processes and procedures that need to occur in order for such ordinance to be passed, that is eliminated from the field of appropriateness for initiative petitions. All of these items require city processes, calculations, or procedures to occur prior to an ordinance of that type being issued. For instance, when the city is allocating or appropriating city dollars, the budget office, the finance department has to review and conduct calculations of the expected revenues and the expenditures and allocate that money to specific projects, or they have to move money from budget to budget. Zoning, rezoning, as you know, is eliminated from the field. Taxes is eliminated from the field. Property, again, if you're selling or purchasing real property, there is required state law processes that have to occur prior to selling or purchasing property by the city.
So I guess that's where I'm a little concerned, because I know that, one of the things is zoning has recently been brought up in court with the city of Plano, and it was a referendum on their comprehensive plan and their rezoning. They were also told that they couldn't do zoning, and they brought it to court, and I believe a circuit court of appeals ruled in the community's favor. And so I'm a little concerned on what is in the language and what is actually, like, I mean, law is always changing, right? We can't determine, well, we put this in our charter, but a law somewhere else said it was allowed. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, what you said is true, that you cannot do a referendum for something that requires a city process. At this time, it is X. Over time, that may change, but those things would be true whether they were listed out or not, correct? Because that is the state law?
Correct. And
Yeah.
this ordinance provides information to the petitioners so that they're aware of the types of things that wouldn't be appropriate, but you are correct. Those things under state law would be eliminated from the field of what's appropriate. But
And
this
I
does
guess,
provide them
again,
the
my
information.
thinking is just because these laws are changing when things come up in court, because courts are always changing the law, does it protect us more to not list them out individually, even though those protections still exist through state law? Right? Because laws are always changing, and I mean, what is prohibited by state law is prohibited by state law until it is not. And will we someday, let's say that this Court of Appeals, this final suit in Plano comes out and says you can petition for zoning. I don't agree with that. I am not that court. I'm not advocating for that. But then our charter could potentially be out of compliance with the law because we're listing that. Is what I'm saying make sense?
I understand.
Yeah, we've discussed that matter. I'm not familiar with the Plano case. We're looking at it now. But the field of zoning has been many times repeatedly upheld by the Texas Supreme Court as being outside a petition initiative. So I'm not exactly sure that the Plano case is directly on point. We were directed to provide further clarity to the public in terms of the subjects that they can or can't. I don't believe that it hurts to add the list of subjects that are outside of the field of petition, simply because it saves a lot of time and effort for the public to go out and do this, and then they find out, oh, you really couldn't do this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just don't think that also the language is as clarifying as I would have hoped for. I think it's less clarifying with that word removed. And so I would just like to strike out the language about appropriating or allocating city funds.
I believe that motion would be most appropriate at the public hearing, but we can prepare that we would have that motion be heard at that date, because the typical practice is that action is not taken on the introduction.
But I just don't want to show up
be
at
ready
the
for that.
first hearing and say, I have all these changes. I just wanted to let you all know. And I know that there are other speakers than me, but I did get the call that Mr. Bonut is in the virtual queue out there somewhere. Just so you're all aware. I'm just
I
doing
know,
my
but let's
duty
go
of
ahead and
letting you
finish what we're doing. He just showed up, so we'll go ahead and continue, and then we'll go back to him.
That's all I had. And I mean, I'm trying to understand Mrs. Carvajal's comment about the 365 days for petitioners to collect signatures. So I know that signatures expire in 180 days. Is it possible to do 365 days? Because then they would just never expire, correct? Or they would expire on the year?
You are correct. The signatures under state law do expire after 180 days. So under the proposed process, if a committee, if the council considers the ordinance that was proposed and does not adopt it or adopts it in its amended form, the clerk will notify the person proposing the ordinance. Once the clerk notifies the person proposing the ordinance, we would give them 180 days, which is this. So they would, by that process, that day they could start their signatures. Ms. Carvajal's proposal is saying if they delay, if they're not ready to go out and start procuring signatures at that time when the city clerk provides the notification, she doesn't want to be bound by the 180 days. Say the first signature isn't for another 2 weeks. She would then have 180 days from when she gets her first signature rather than.
I see. Okay, makes sense. But you're saying that state law says 180 days.
State law says 180 days from the date the first signature is received.
And when you say state law says that, you mean it guides us through that, or that's like the state process for when someone does a state referendum?
Under the elections code, 277, a signature expires after 180 days. So if somebody is seeking to petition the government for an ordinance in this manner, the first signature that they receive is dated. It's required that it has the date that it's received. 180 days later, that signature is no longer a valid signature. The petition is no longer considered valid. They have 180 days to get all of the required numbers of signatures under the state law.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I just wanted to be very specific about what we meant by that. And I don't think that it is not reasonable to extend the amending the repealing proposition to 2 years, not 1, and just again giving you the heads up that I will make that motion at the next meeting.
I'm sorry, Representative.
I'm sorry,
Mayor
so
Pro Tem.
we added with something that was not added in our language. I believe you all added it, that said that council cannot change an ordinance within 1 year of its passing. The request would be to change that to 2 years. I can.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. We're going to go to
Thank you.
Representative Kennedy. Thank you.
That item is not a new item, the 2 years. That was already in the charter.
Did we change it to 1 year? It was presented to us as 1 year, but
It
I
was
do
1
see
year.
it says 2 years. Oh no, it was 1 year.
I believe it's two years. I'll verify.
Yeah, it was.
Because I don't want to miss the windows on processes.
You have 180 days.
If I have 180 days to figure it out, that's too fast. On 3.20B, internal audit, which is City of El Paso Measure J, I have some concerns over wording in both 2 and 5, but my understanding is that the place to do that is at the public hearing next time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Would it be beneficial if I forwarded what my suggested language is going to be, or does it make no difference whatsoever?
I think that would be fine. Yes, sir.
So I should just.
You can say them if you'd like, and then, but we're not going to take any action on them until next week.
Yeah, I mean, I can just forward them because I'm looking at stripping the second half of 2 out and
Okay.
changing the changing oversight and operational oversight in 5. But I have suggested language, but what I'll do is I'll forward it to you, and I understand that we then read it in from a floor amendment. Is that the way it's done?
Yes, sir. You'll read it as a floor amendment at the public hearing.
Okay.
And then the council will vote whether they
Right,
wanna
whatever they
pass
approve.
the motion.
Right. The other question is it too late for any additions to this because of timing? Nothing
Yes.
new can go in?
Yes, we were discussing it. The 72-hour window is beyond you now, since we have the next council meeting on the 6th and the 7th, so there's no more time to post additional meetings between now and then to get additional items on the
Does it
charter
have to be by
ordinance.
the 7th? Could we have a meeting after the 7th but before the 14th when our normal hearing was?
It's required that the ordinance be heard on a regular city council meeting for council to adopt ordinances. Under the charter, ordinances must be adopted at regular city council meetings.
Okay. And we moved the 14th to the 7th because of El Paso days, right?
Yes, sir.
Does that remove the 14th then as a regular date?
The 14th would still be considered a regular city council date because it's every other week.
The question was whether we were going to have quorum. Is that right?
Correct. That's why we moved it.
So, I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult. I swear, I just am. If we were to propose something on the 7th, had quorum on the 14th, even for a single item, which would be a regular city council date, we could ostensibly then approve it then and have the public hearing. Is that right? And I am wandering in the woods here, so I'm looking for direction.
The council would have to decide that you all would be here on the 14th. I think we moved all the meetings to next week because people would be out. So the next regular city council meeting is the 7th, and then
Right.
the 14th was eliminated because of the lack of quorum.
Could they on the 7th, if there was going to be a quorum on the 14th, make it a regular meeting even for a single item?
I think council would need to agree that there's a need for a meeting and then meet on the 14th.
Okay.
I think we need to amend the resolution that the mayor submitted at the 24th.
Well, it's moved, but we could schedule a regular meeting even for a single item if we chose, right?
Correct. We would need to amend that resolution that was approved at the last city council meeting.
But we could do that on the 7th.
Yes, if that item is posted.
Right, you can't do it today, but you can do it on the, you
It's
can put
not
it on the agenda
agenda.
if you want to, but
I'm just, we all know where I'm going. So ostensibly, you could put an item on for the 7th as a first reading with a public hearing on the 14th if there was going to be a quorum. However, on the 7th, then we would also have to make the 14th a regular meeting, even if it was for a single item.
Yes, sir. I believe that would be.
I know it's kind of going through the back door, but
But
What are you concerned about?
the concern that I have is that council directed every amendment that's on the ordinance. It was thoroughly vetted. So we would need to have a council meeting that council directs any further amendments. I don't know.
But that would be on the
It would be
7th, correct?
posted.
We can put it on the agenda and deal with that on the 7th?
But then the introduction would need to occur prior to the 14th. So I'm trying to go through it in my head,
Right, I
all the
know we're
steps that happen when we're
trying to
doing these charter amendments.
take the
There's
date and back it
a
up, I
lot of
understand.
vetting and a lot of steps that occur. So council directed every amendment that we placed onto the ordinance was
Right.
very specifically directed by council.
Mhm.
The language Representative Vanella was discussing. Every step, every amendment, every section of the charter that was amended was specifically directed by city council and then vetted through a committee for several months. And then the committee worked on that language, and then we came back, and then council made specific changes in a work session. And then we brought those items in an ordinance. So we would need between now and the 14th, an item that council discusses and directs staff to include as an amendment, the body. And then the introduction would be after that. And then the public hearing.
What
So there
would be the
three
absolute
steps.
last day you could approve something? Is it the 14th, the last day, or isn't it the 20-something?
The 17th is the state deadline. However, under our charter, again, it must occur on a regular meeting. So the 14th is the last regular meeting prior to the deadline.
Right. And I understand what the process was. My question was, if something was submitted, we couldn't take action on it today because it's not posted, is that correct? Or we could take action?
You can't take action on anything that is not posted today.
So it would have to be on the 7th, but there's not enough time to have a first reading and a second reading before the 14th?
Right. The only option would be another special meeting for the introduction, if there were time.
Can they introduce at a special meeting? We can't do introductions at special meetings of council.
Yes, you can introduce at any meeting.
You can introduce
you
at a
need to
special meeting,
pass-
but you can't approve finally except at a regularly scheduled.
So the last
Correct.
meeting that you can take action is February 14th. That's your last regular
Right, that's the
council meeting.
deadline, drop dead date.
so
You
you
have
can
to
add an
approve
item on
an
the
ordinance.
7th.
Okay.
But whatever action you take on the 7th, it needs to be put on the 7th. It can't be a generic, like you need to put the action that you're seeking to have the council approve so that we could then introduce it. But then we would need to have another meeting to introduce whatever
would have
action you
to-
all approved.
Okay, on the 7th, we could have something introduced, have a special meeting as a first reading, right? Between the 7th and the 14th, and then approve it on the 14th.
On the 7th, it's not an introduction. You would need to put an item on the
Right.
agenda to discuss whatever subject matter you wanted to add to the charter ordinance.
Okay. But-
And then if that passes, then we would need to call a meeting to introduce that amendment into the ordinance.
Right.
And then the last meeting that you could call to actually approve the ordinance is
Right.
February 14th.
Okay, so I got it.
So if you call a meeting or you post an item, it needs to be the specific subject matter that you're seeking to add to the charter amendments.
And it would have to be dealt with on the 7th to have council thumbs up or thumbs down. Then a special meeting would be the first reading, and we would also then have to decide we would have a quorum on the 14th to adopt. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to be, but I was doing
And I
the
would
same thing.
again
I was trying to
remind
figure out
you
what the
that
window was.
the posting deadlines, again, we would have the same issues that we talked about last week. Like, we can't do a extensive, non-publicly vetted without clear direction from council on specific details, because we would only have a couple of hours to draft an ordinance for introduction and for adoption.
So I have just because I want to, I have another question. Is it possible to call a special meeting and then cancel it? Can you cancel a special meeting?
I think if you call it and then you don't have a quorum, then it cancels itself.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Hernandez?
And just to clarify, you needed specific ordinance language, right?
We would need to have very clear direction, absolutely.
Okay, so you would need clear ordinance language. I just want to say again, for the record, that any city charter amendments, I would ask to see any of the proposed revisions with ample time. Additionally, the public should vet any changes to the city charter. But most importantly, I thought we all decided that we would change the date of the meeting to allow for members of council to attend El Paso Days. I would find it incredibly disrespectful to bring city charter changes without, having your full quorum and full members of council, given the gravity and the seriousness of the city charter, our governing document. And so I would just ask members of council to please consider some of the members of council's wishes who would like to be present for any such conversations, any discourse, any discussions, or any action related to our city charter. And I would find it highly offensive if I weren't allowed to participate in that. Having already prior vote from this council to make a decision not to meet on February 14th, we did that all in good faith. And so I would just ask for y'all's respect so that we could be part of that discussion. Thank you.
Now, if you had an item that you want to bring forward, whatever that item may be, full council has the opportunity to vote it down and not bring it forward. So whatever item may be, whoever wants to bring an item on the 7th, council has the opportunity to say, no, we don't want it, we're not going to be here, we don't want to vote on it, and then it doesn't move forward. Correct?
That's true, sir.
Okay, so at least, it's not an item that you don't have an opportunity to vote on. You can vote on it and turn it down before it even moves forward. That way, there's no item that's someone trying to pass something because there's not going to be a full, which would be important. And I agree with, if that wasn't the process, that you have the opportunity to vote it down. So it did move forward. Yes, sir, Representative Rivera.
Well, Mayor, what you're saying is then you're asking a broad suggestion there. And I believe right now it's just Representative Kennedy that wants one. I think we're adding more work to our staff
Yeah, that's just,
at
you
a
can turn
very
it down.
short time.
If you don't like it, you go, we don't want to vote
Right.
it. We don't.
So,
You'll have that opportunity.
I can live with just Representative Kennedy's suggestion, but when you say anybody, then everybody's going to come with one of their own. So I suggest that we just stick to one. Yeah, well, I suggest with the mayor that'd be just one suggestion for staff, because they're the ones working out hours on into the night and whatever, while you're at home pondering what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And with that, I think, Representative Kennedy, was your light back on? No, okay, with that, we do have a motion and a second on item 37. Yeah, someone already,
The motion was made by Representative Hernandez, seconded by Representative Salcido, to approve the introduction on item 37. On
Mayor,
that-
Mayor, can I make one more comment? I apologize. I just, this might clear some of it up. Rep. Kennedy, for what it's worth, I don't, we've already rescheduled these meetings. I think even if you stayed back from El Paso Days, I probably will not be available, and I think you would still fail to make quorum on the 14th.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can vote it down on the 7th and it never moves forward, and then we don't have to worry. Or
Yeah, just
you guys
just for
vote.
clarity's sake, I wanted to communicate that, you know, we rescheduled that meeting and now I don't think I'll be available on
Right.
the 14th. Yeah, no, and
I just
again,
wanted to know the
completely understand.
parameters we were dealing with.
Right.
Just wanted to clear that up. so that
Before I put the.
I think we've already
Snidely
had 5
Whiplash
commitments
hat
to
on.
go, but,
Okay.
all right.
Asking
Ms. Prine?
parameters.
Yes, Mayor, the motion was made by Representative Hernandez, seconded by Representative Salcido to approve the introduction of the ordinance for item 37. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Item 38 is also an introduction of an ordinance. We did have 3 people signed up to speak. I don't see them in the queue. There's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Anello, seconded by Representative Kennedy, to approve the introduction of the ordinance on item 38. On that motion, call for the vote.
Mayor, I just have a question for our legal team really quickly. Was there anything outside of what was shared with council? Were there any changes to the language other than what was already previously shared with council?
Are you asking for item number 38?
Correct. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Yes,
38,
that's what
yes.
we're on.
Item number 38 was as prepared by us at the last council meeting, as one subject matter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Prine?
The voting session is open, council. In the voting session, the motion passes 7-1 with Representative Rivera voting nay, the remainder of council voting aye. The motion does pass. That brings us to item number 39, and this is discussion and action that the city manager be authorized to sign an agreement for professional services between the City of El Paso and HNTB Corporation for a project known as Design for Intelligent Transportation System Infrastructure at Zaragoza and Bridge of the Americas, International Ports of Entry.
Second.
There's a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Salcido to approve item 39. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem Anello not present. Item number 40 is discussion and action on the award of solicitation 2023-0026R, Customer Service Call Center Staffing and Management Service Operations to Datamark, Inc.
Representative Kennedy?
Yeah, I mean, I had some questions because I'd gotten some calls from constituents on this one. These are the guys running the 311, is that right?
Good afternoon, Paula Salas with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing. Yes, sir.
Has there been a cost analysis on if we brought it in-house?
I will have to defer that to the department, to the fire department.
Is there an out in this one? Or is it a locked on 3 years? Do we have an out clause in it?
Yeah, so this contract is for 3 years with an option to extend for 2.
What's the penalty on if we pull the plug on it early?
We can just either continue or terminate by default, or we can terminate for convenience. So depending on the situation, the only penalty for termination for default would be if the vendor is not performing.
Okay, we have a termination for convenience too, right?
Correct.
That would be earlier than the 3 years.
Yes, and that is at the discretion of the city, correct.
I was just wondering if it was, and this is a wide open question, if it had been looked at about the possibility of bringing it in-house. Because I've had some people calling me about issues.
So absolutely. Representative Kennedy, this is Nicole Cody from Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing at OMB. I'm sorry, I'm upstairs, but
Actually, I had to
So-
look, I had to raise my head up because you're at the bottom of the screen. But
I saw you. You're like, where's she hiding? So, but no, sir. Originally, when this contract was first introduced to the city, so the issue that we were facing was they do cover non-emergency PD calls, and that really represents almost more than half of the calls that are covered through 311. And so we've got Chief Killings on the line, and he can explain more on the difficulty we've seen in the past in order to be able to hire these specific type of call takers. Go ahead, Chief Killings.
Yes, good afternoon, Council and Mayor.
Good afternoon, Chief.
This is Chief Killings, El Paso Fire Department. Yes, sir. So we have looked in the past at the possibilities we've looked at all possibilities in regards to best service delivery model for our 311. And yeah, there's as Ms. Cody was talking about, the challenge is going to be hiring and retention of staff. And it's not cost effective. It's more cost effective to have the third-party vendor be able to perform that. The training as well, the level of training that's needed for them to maintain the ability to handle PD non-emergency and fire non-emergency calls. They have to be certified as telecommunicators, and that's just an added burden and an additional cost. If we were to bring it internally and try to do it, it just would not be cost effective.
what would the cost be? I mean, the only reason I'm saying is Datamark obviously doesn't have a problem finding people and training them.
Yes, sir. Datamark is a call service provider that operates in that realm only, and we just have to manage the contract with them. As far as the exact cost, I don't have those numbers. Like I said, this was something that was looked in years back. I don't have the exact cost. I just know that it was looked at, and the determination was made that it would not be cost effective.
Do we know what the pay rate is for Datamark?
The pay rate for each individual person is outlined within the contract as far as what the contracted price is. I don't know what they pay their employees on the backside, though.
Okay, I'm not going to hold it up. I know we've been here all day long, but yeah, I mean, I do too. I mean, I've got a million questions on this one, but since there's a convenience clause on the out, I would like to take a look at that and sit down with purchasing, take a look at the contract. I mean,
Okay.
it's here's the other thing. When you see in a bid like that, the prices were so divergent for the same issue, it makes me either concerned about pay rate, concerned about size of staffing, or can we expect a change order? And I have problems with all three, but what's the timing on this? When does the current contract expire?
That would be on February. I believe it's February 23rd. So this will, it's the previous vendor, so it will be the same vendor. There will be no transition period. So yeah, as soon as the other one ends, this will start.
My concern is, so we're 3 weeks out, and we probably wouldn't have a transition period if we were to award it somewhere else. I do get concerned when the prices are that divergent from anybody else and are that significantly lower, because I wonder then about service as well as if there's change orders coming in. But I'm not willing to hold this up and shut down the 311 and the non-emergency calls at this point. But
So absolutely, Representative Kennedy, this is Nicole Cody on the item of the change orders. We did not see change orders with the previous contract. I'm not saying that it would not happen with this contract, But historically with this vendor, we did not see change orders, and we did ensure that there were specific improvements that went into the scope and requirements for this contract per the city manager. He's very sensitive to the issues that have been brought forward by council as well as by our community to ensure that we're improving the service delivered by 311, which includes the resolution of items. So there's certain metrics that we have added into the contract per the department as part of the scope. That includes a customer satisfaction survey, that includes improved requirements for callbacks and also call answer rates. As well, in addition to those items, we did increase the required staffing to ensure that we're able to meet the requirements that we have as far as the demand for the non-emergency calls. So there is an increase in certified staffing that would be able to handle those calls. And so it is something that we're very sensitive to, and we know that the department was very sensitive to as well and have built that into the scope and is part of this contract.
Can I get, and I know that because it all ends up on your desk, so you're really sensitive to performance analysis. Can I see the performance analysis from the previous contract and the entire new contract? Just, could you send it over? Is that okay?
Absolutely, we'll get the most recent reports. Yes, sir.
That's all I have for questions.
To all of council, please, if you might.
Absolutely. So we have a motion, and no second.
There is a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Canales to approve item number 40. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes 7-1. Representative Kennedy voting nay. The remainder of council voting aye. The motion does carry. Item number 42
Move to approve.
is a public hearing on an ordinance granting a special privileged license to the County of El Paso for the construction, installation, maintenance, use, and repair of 540 linear feet, generally along a portion of First Avenue and Campbell Street. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Anello, seconded by Representative Kennedy to approve item 42. There's no public comment. Call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Item 43 is a public hearing on an ordinance amending Title 15 Public Services, Section 15.08.160 Mobile Billboards to extend the current permitting pilot program by 1 year.
Move to approve.
There's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Anello, seconded by Representative Salcido to approve item 43. There's no public comment.
Pardon me?
I think Representative Canales had some questions.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Sorry, everybody. I know you all want to be done. I do actually have a lot of concerns about this one, actually. I think this was quite a long hearing last time when we first created this pilot program. Am I looking at the wrong one? I'm looking at mobile billboards. Okay, yes, and it was quite long. This is an extension of the pilot program that's been around for the first year. I have some issues with being asked to approve a second year of a pilot program without a look at the performance in the first year of a pilot program.
I do too. That's the reason why we are recommending extension of the pilot, so we'll get that report and as a staff, as senior staff, and then be able to report out to council and then bring something back within that year. Our plan is not to have that full year extension run its full course. We want to bring it within that time frame, and we want to do that expeditiously.
Do we have any data at this point in terms
I have
of
not been briefed.
enforcement permits?
I have not
pulled?
been briefed, and so therefore, whenever we were reviewing it, that was one of my questions about having not been briefed and the fact that it was going to be made permanent. I had a problem with that, and so that's the reason why I wanted to make sure that we just extended it. We got the reports at the senior level, senior staff and legal, and then we'd be able to then make a sound recommendation pursuant to that based on the numbers. And we don't have that information at this point, or at least we haven't been briefed.
Okay. Because I mean, I'm sure PD
And that's the same issue with the other one. I'm sure they have it too. I'm
Yeah.
just telling you, we've not been briefed.
Okay. It looks like this one is set to expire on February 15th. We have one more meeting before then.
I believe they're both set to expire, this one and the next one. So,
Right.
Yeah, we've not had the proper briefing. I think that that's not how we do our business. You know, we review the items very carefully before we make a recommendation. And we weren't ready to do that, especially with a new council. And so I asked staff to simply extend it.
Okay, and to be clear, I'm not ready to extend the pilot program
I
today without
understand.
having seen.
I understand, but I think
that means for the next however long until we review it, we'll have these vehicles on the road, and I want to make sure that the data is showing that that's safe. I mean, again, we are the only municipality in the United States that permits mobile billboards currently. Clark County, Nevada, is the only other place in the United States that allows these. That's the Las Vegas Strip. And even they have been putting much stricter restrictions on, and they suspended their pilot program in the past year because of issues that they were having. And so again, I want to look really closely. I've looked at Clark County's data. Again, they had a lot of citations being issued and a lot of complaints received from the public, from business owners, from drivers. And so I just want to make sure that if this is persisting, we're not approving something without having seen any of the data. And so I'd like to, again, we have, it's a short time frame, but we have one meeting between now and then. I'd like to postpone this for 1 week until next week's meeting. And I know it might not be comprehensive, but whatever amount of information we can see about performance and, again, permit holders and how many vehicles we have on the road and how many incidents there have been, whatever we can get in a week's time frame, I'd like to see that.
I think you get a better report if you extend it, if you approved it, and simply maybe added. I don't know if legal will approve of something like adding an addendum to have us bring back a recommendation within 60 days or within 30 days.
Or you could just
in order for us
approve.
to have a report put together that's going to be useful, not only to us but also obviously to the council.
I agree that it would be better to have more data later,
Understood.
but
I understand.
I still feel, I don't feel like I would be doing my job if I approved more time of a pilot program without understanding the safety impact and every other impact that we need to consider. So if we can, again, I move to postpone this for 1 week. And again, whatever, I know it won't be comprehensive. I know it won't be all the data that we could get if we waited longer, but I'd just like to see what we do have.
Representative Anello?
Thanks.
I don't disagree with Representative Canales, and I don't even understand. I have so many questions for the second one, and I don't understand how the comment that we don't have data, considering this is the 4th year of a pilot program. I'm going to direct this question to either Ms. Prine or Ms. Neiman, who can answer it correctly. Can we approve a 30-day extension only, giving them 30 days to come back with data? That way, because I'm not comfortable approving for a year and asking you to come back next quarter with data, but I would approve it for a 30-day extension.
Council, and there is a motion and a second to postpone for 1 week, so therefore the discussion needs to be limited to the postponement at this time.
Okay, what if I pulled my motion to approve?
There's still
No,
a
you didn't
motion
approve it.
to
You didn't
postpone
approve
for
it.
1 week, which
Who
takes
seconded it?
precedence over the main
Or
motion.
did?
I want to be clear too. My motion, I only intended that for item 43 and not for item 44.
Oh, yeah, we're only on 43
Yes, ma'am,
right now.
43.
Right.
Right, there's a motion and a second. Second by Representative Fierro.
Correct. Yes, the motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Fierro to postpone item 43 for 1 week. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session. And the motion passes 5-2. Representatives Kennedy, Anello, Fierro, Rivera, Canales voting aye. Representatives Molinar, Salcido voting nay. Representative Hernandez not present. The motion does carry.
So now we have to approve.
Item 44 is a public hearing on an ordinance amending Title 15 Public Services, Section 15.08.150, Shared Mobility Devices to extend the current pilot permitting program by 1 year.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Kevin Smith with Planning Inspections. With consideration regarding the conversation that was yesterday, as well as some of the conversation today, we would recommend that staff would recommend that you approve this item so that we avoid a lapse in the program, and that you direct us to return within 60 days with a new ordinance to make this program permanent.
60 days?
If that be the will, Council.
I have the floor, Mayor. You pointed at him. I wasn't sure if that meant, yeah. Hi, Kevin. How are you? It's always great to see you. However, I am going to disagree with your recommendation. I'm going to make a motion to do what I suggested for the last item, is approve this extension, and I'll say 60 days, so you have time to brief us. But I mean, I have so many questions, which I'm going to ask right now, too. You don't have to answer them. But, you know, I would like to know how many companies are participating in this program.
We currently have 3 providers, which is per the rules and regulations.
The regulations of the pilot program?
Correct, ma'am.
Okay. Have we allowed over the 3 years any other companies to join?
No, we have not. Again, it's based on looking at the data. The pilot program caps it at 3 providers. We've had interest from one of the providers, but again, as we look at the data, and I think we briefed council before, to expand the fleets, it has to meet certain criteria of rides per day per scooter. And as of right now, there are 300 scooters in the city of El Paso that are allowed to be deployed. And the other companies have not been able to demonstrate that they've been able to reach that threshold to expand their fleet.
I understand that, but I think that we're also limiting like free market laws by continuing this pilot program. But my motion stands to approve this extension for 60 days and have you all come back and brief us and give us extensive data.
Representative Canales, your light was on.
To make this change, does it have to be a formal floor amendment, or I mean, I know there's a red line with the dates swapped for 1 year later. Do we have to make a formal amendment to change that date in the pilot program? Ms. Neiman? There's a red line provided that has the date, the expiration date, January 31, 2023. That 2023 is crossed out and it's replaced with 2024. If we're only extending for 60 days,
right, so we would make the change if council approves the motion to extend it to a certain date, if it's 6 months or however many.
Okay.
At this point, yeah, it'd just be for 60 days and be brought back.
Okay. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to extend for 60 days. Ms. Prine?
So there's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Anello, seconded by Representative Rivera. This is to amend the ordinance to change the expiration date to 60 days from today. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was also to direct staff to come back with an ordinance, a permanent ordinance, or a plan to make it a permanent program, correct?
Well, to brief us, yes.
Can we also make sure we said 60 days that we bring it back prior to expiration?
Yes.
So we need to make sure it's brought back prior to expiration.
So they need to bring it back in like 45 days.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
So the motion was to amend the ordinance to change the expiration date from January 31st, 2024 to 60 days from today, and to direct staff to return in 45 days with another ordinance to make this program a permanent program, correct?
I'll say yes. I don't like the program. I don't like the scooters, but I will say yes.
Okay, thank you. On the amendment, call for the vote. Voting session is open. Mayor Pro Tem Anello?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Representative Hernandez not present. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance as amended?
So moved.
There's a motion made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Salcido to adopt the ordinance as amended. On that motion, call for the vote. Voting session is open. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Representative Hernandez not present. Item number 45 is a public hearing on an ordinance vacating a portion of Allegheny Drive rights-of-way adjacent to lots 3 and 4. There's a motion made by Representative Molinar, seconded by Representative Rivera to approve the ordinance on number 45. There is no public comment. Call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Representative Hernandez not present. Item number 46 is discussion and action on a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a sub-recipient agreement between the City of El Paso and Better Business Bureau to administer American Rescue Plan Act funds.
Move to
We
approve.
do,
Second.
we do have public comment.
Yes, Mayor. We do have Miss Mary Beth Stevens that signed up to speak on this item. Good afternoon, Ms. Stevens. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
afternoon, Ms.
I will not keep you here by commenting too much, only if you have questions. These programs are fantastic. The new program that would be added will be a game changer for small businesses in our community. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but I don't want to talk for talking's sake. So,
There's no questions, and thank you for being here.
Good to see you.
thank you.
And with that, Ms. Prine?
Yes, the motion was made by Representative or Mayor Pro Tem Anello, seconded by Representative Salcido to approve 46. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Representative Hernandez not present. Item number 47 is discussion and action on a resolution that the city manager be authorized to execute a sub-recipient agreement between the City of El Paso and Project Vida to administer American Rescue Plan Act funds.
Move to approve.
There's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Anello, seconded by Representative Molinar to approve item 47. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Representative Hernandez not present. Item number 48 is discussion and action on a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a sub-recipient agreement between the City of El Paso and LIFT Fund to administer American Rescue Plan Act funds.
Second.
Go ahead.
Microphone's not on, I apologize. I think Ms. Triggs is here to answer questions. Sorry, you moved seats and it confused me. So I see, based on the agenda item, that $2.5 million are going to LIFT Fund from ARPA. Is that total? This is a new $2.5 million.
Yes, that is total.
Okay. And how many CARES Act dollars were put into LIFT Fund?
I don't have that number in front of me, but we did extend, it was a little over $21 million was allocated to small business grants that were administered through 5 different organizations. The majority of those grants were administered through LIFT Fund, but I will get the exact
That's
number.
fine. No, you answered what I needed answered in that, so thank you. Of the $2.5 million, how many of that is grants and how many of it is set aside for loans?
So To be clear about that program, if IT can bring up the presentation, I'll go directly to the slide on that particular program.
And then when they're pulling that up, I can ask another question. They're quick. They're quick
Sure.
today.
I'm just flipping through to find the slide. So what I want to be clear about is that the loans, there are not loans that will be issued with this program. What is there are dollars to buy down the interest rate on loans that Lift Fund does with other funding sources that they have. So we know that the interest rates have gone up pretty significantly for everyone. This would enable us or Lift Fund to buy down the loans to 2%. So that's a really good interest rate. And again, it's not to issue loans. The remainder of the money will go to grants.
So when you're saying that like the average business loan right now is about 9 to 12.5%, so you're going to buy those down to 2%. Do you need to pay back that interest?
Yes, the business will be required to pay back the 2% interest. That's correct.
Not to us, though.
Not to us.
Okay. This is interesting, and none of my questions make sense now. But someone did reach out, a few people reached out from different organizations saying that we weren't really spending down this money because people didn't have money to pay back the loan. I'm now confused if I misunderstood them and they're saying they're just not taking out business loans. But I'm 90% positive that's not what they were saying. They were saying that they didn't have the money to pay back the lift. And so my concern was that we were using ARPA dollars for a loan in recurring or occurring in, what is the word I'm looking for? Occurring interest on that. That's not the case. You're saying, thank you. Well, I couldn't figure it out in my head. So this program specifically will buy down that interest for them. They will be responsible for the other 2%. We have not done this in any case yet. This is new.
I believe in the past, and Mireya is here who can speak to it a little bit more, but I believe in the past on a program we worked on with Lift Fund, we did do a program where we bought down the interest on those loans as well. But that was in the past, and I believe we used the Impact Fund as a funding source.
Okay. I mean, let's say I was completely wrong and misunderstood these people, which never happens with me. The concern still, I think, from them is that people are not so much getting loans. You could argue that that's because the interest rates are so high. So this is going to be implemented when, if approved today?
It'll take a couple months to get it up and running. So it'll be a couple months before it's ready to go.
Okay, because this sounds great to me.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to circle back with you.
Okay.
On my own, and if we need to have some comments publicly after that, we can do so. I apologize for that confusion. I had all these notes I was ready to get into.
No, that's okay. I think just one thing I want to highlight is that Mireya has done a very good job, our assistant director, in working with businesses, getting feedback, and it's still very clear that small business grants are a need, which is why you see $2.15 million going to small business grants. I will say that the other thing to note there is that we've worked out so that small businesses that did not receive CARES grant funding or a form of federal funding previously will be prioritized first. Once they are prioritized, if within a certain time frame there's still dollars left, then it'll be opened up to other small businesses.
Are you seeing like a common business that is really struggling, or is it just all small businesses really staffing is hard? And
I mean, based on the survey data that we have from the grants, what you're seeing is the very, very tiny small businesses, so micro enterprises, that are struggling and have taken advantage of the city-sponsored grant programs. And again, that's probably because they don't have the credit to go to a bank. And so that's why it's really important that we work with CDFIs on these types of programs.
In developing this program, were you all like 2.5 is a good number for interest, or do you think that the money would be better spent on grants so individuals do not need to be taking out loans to begin with?
Well, so I think the grants are limited to $10,000 so that we can stretch those funds as far as possible. There are loans available through Lift Fund, again, not funded by ARPA funding, but through separate funding that they have. And I think that makes sense for other small businesses that are perhaps trying to grow, because some small businesses are doing okay and they're trying to grow. And if we can give them that extra boost to grow by buying down the interest, that makes a big difference. So that is why, and it's only $100,000 that we set aside for that. Sure. The good thing is we have a very good relationship with Lift Fund, which is why we chose to work with them. And they'll provide us continuous feedback on how that's working. If we see that the buy down is very successful, We have some wiggle room to come back to you all with the remaining ARPA funding we have that was allocated to small businesses, and recommend we put more towards that buy down. If we see the grants are what is really needed, then we do have that flexibility to come back.
And the data that Lift Fund is getting from small businesses is from direct communication, or are they kind of pulling that from workforce as well? Is there a collaboration?
So they pull direct communication because they work very closely with their clients.
Yeah.
It's a different kind of relationship from a traditional bank. There's that, but also, just like we did with the previous round of funding, we'll have a survey that clients are required to take so that we can get actual qualitative information from them or quantitative information from them about what their issue is moving forward.
Okay, because one thing I remember hearing of the concerns of the loans was that a lot of people, especially these micro businesses, don't have the credit to be able to get the loan. And so we can buy down that interest all we want, but if they're not being approved, it's not helpful. So where are those people who are kind of stuck in the abyss? But I am taking up way too many people's time. I'm going to circle back with you,
Okay.
and we can do kind of a comprehensive walkthrough. So thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Canales.
One question, it'll be fast. Is this only for buying down the interest rate on new loans that are originated through Lift Fund, or is this, can a small business take advantage of this on a loan that they already have?
It's
Or
for
a
new-
loan that they have with some other outside?
No, it's for new loans moving forward. And again, we wanted to address that some businesses need more than the $10,000 grant, whether that's because they're trying to grow, buy machinery or those kinds of things. And so, yeah, it's moving forward that they would be able to take advantage of this.
And they would have to receive the loan through Lift Fund as well? Or could that be?
Yes.
Okay.
It's through Lift Fund, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No other questions.
Mayor, we do have public comment.
Please.
We have public comment from Lupe Mares.
Yes, hello.
Good afternoon.
Good
You have 3
afternoon.
minutes.
Hello, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And great questions, Congresswoman, my apologies, Anello, Councilwoman Anello. And good afternoon, Mayor Leeser and council members. On behalf of Lift Fund, I would like to thank you for entrusting us to administer funding for the city of El Paso. I also want to thank you, Mayor Leeser, for being a big proponent for the interest buy-down you have provided Lift Fund to pass on to the small business owners. With this interest rates continuing to go up, this has been a big help for the business owners. It provides them with a few extra dollars in their pocket each month. I also want to thank you for taking the time to participate in Congresswoman Veronica Escobar's roundtable for small businesses at the Lift Fund offices. It is so well received by small business owners that you take the time from your busy schedule to listen to their concerns. I hope that City Council and the City of El Paso continues to support small businesses. And Councilwoman Anello, I'd be happy to meet with you and, provide you the information that you requested. And so I just want to remind everybody to please shop local and support small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, sir.
Thank you. And I think it's important that these loans, if they qualified anywhere else, the rate would be so high that all they would do was service the loan and not be able to operate their business with the rate. And I know that we've worked really hard to make sure the rate makes sense, because if we don't, then it ends up costing that all they do is pay for rate and never be able to operate their business based on that. With that, do we have a motion already?
Yes, Mayor. The motion was made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Salcido to approve item 48. On
Thank
that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. Item number 50 is discussion and action that the citizen participation plan for the city of El Paso be revised.
Move to approve.
She did a good job briefing. And Mark, you didn't have to shave your beard for this. I know it was a lot longer. A motion and a second?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Anello, seconded by Representative Salcido to approve item number 50. On that motion, call for the vote. in the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. The last item is 51, and this is discussion and action that the mayor of the city of El Paso, Texas be authorized to sign resolutions of support and/or resolutions of no objection for a regional competitive low-income housing tax credit application to Patriot Place 2.
Can I make, well, you need an action, right? So I motion to send a letter of support for Patriot Place 2 on behalf of the city council. You'll figure that part out.
Pardon?
There's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Anello, seconded by Representative Rivera. Canales, to send a letter of support.
Yeah, but there was no actual act. You just motioned to approve, but the item is not posted for a specific action, so you needed to make a motion for a specific action, correct? Yeah.
And everyone gets to vote on this. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. There's a motion and a second to adjourn the regular city council meeting. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And the regular city council meeting for Tuesday, January 31st, 2023 is adjourned at 5:03 p.m. Thank you, council. We'll see you next week.